You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance, you cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. I hear the whisper underneath your breath. I hear you whisper you have nothing left. I will send out an army, you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. Oh, I will rescue you.
Hey everybody, good morning. So if you would like to support Summer by donating to the Summer Wells Reward Fund, you can mail a check to Civis Bank, 210 East Main Street, Rogersville, Tennessee, 37857. Thank you everybody who's becoming a member this morning. I appreciate it. It's been like a month. It took me a month to make those. Hold on a sec. Let me put my banner up. Oh, I have to make one. Hold on. I'll have to do that in a minute. I got rid of all my banners. I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna thank everybody who's joined. Hold on a minute. I can't keep track of them all, so let me go into my YouTube studio. I can't see my chat, so hold on 1 minute. It's been a little while since I've been live, so I'm gonna cover all of the news clips and stuff that have been put out over the last couple days. Hey, Scooby-Doo, you were on my block list. Oh, speaking of, I just had to go find someone on my block list, and it took me like forever. That's why I was late. So to my wrenches, please be careful with your wrenches and blocking people, because there's a lot of people on there that I was really surprised to see. And if anybody was blocked, I apologize. I don't think it was purposely, but just be careful with just time people out, unless it's like a killer troll. Try not to block people. All right, let me go through here. I don't know if they're like an actual real time, but okay. So Dana, Glitter Queen, Lippy, Lee Marie, Morris, Nicole, Roberta, Pamela, Christy, Bridget, Mirror, Indy, MD has questions, blessings to all, Joanne O, Michaela Steele, Autumn Haynes, Luda Lee, Stacy Chit Chats. I was just thinking of Stacy last night, actually. BS, Kit Brinch, Nika Crafts, Hakuna Matata, Danny Marie, Blue Ladybug, Zippity Doodah, Jenny's Cuddles and Kisses, Scooby Doo, Woman of Steel, Miss Doodle Detective, Zero Filter Jules, Nana 5, Brown Eyes Blue, I See You from Tennessee, KB, Serendipity, Jessica M, Colleen, AB, Lucky Lou, Coco 2, Where is Summer, and Auburn, Florida Tiger, Matisse, Good Vibes Only. And I think that's it. I hope I didn't miss anybody. Thank you so much for joining my membership. I'm sorry it took so long. Hey, Gingerlocks. Good morning, Ann Weller. Hey, Zam. Hey, Chris. How are you? Good to see you. Sarah Silva, new member. Let's see, what did Chris say? Thank you for all you have done in Summer's case, and for J and M, stay the course. Have a blessed day. You too, Chris. You did a great job. I'm going to play the clip of you on News Nation in a few minutes. I don't know if you want to listen or what, but I hope you have a beautiful morning. Let's see. Christy C. Did I say your name? I think I did. Did you join twice? Because I just read off your name, I believe. Anyway, welcome again. Okay. Let's see. I thought I bought a membership, but it's not showing. Really, Donnie? Let me see. Yeah, you're showing up blue. So I'm already getting questions about, I got an email about memberships. I don't know anything about this stuff, you guys. So just bear with me. And if you can get me on Discord, that would be best. Outside of email, if you have to email me, that's fine. I just am like horrible about checking emails. But if something's wrong, just try to get me on Discord if you can, and I'll try to help you figure it out after. Hey, Shanna. Oh, you upgraded, Christy. Okay. All right. Donnie, we have to figure it out. I don't know why your membership wouldn't show up. I do feel like I'm coming down with a cold, and I really hope I'm not, but I probably am. So if I sound a little different, that's probably why. So last night, did anybody catch the Brian Enton Twitter space? It was like a call between him and like 1,000 people. It's really interesting. I listened to it and I recorded it, and it was so good. He was talking with Jennifer Koffendorfer, I think that's how you say her name, and Ansley Daniel. So I don't know if you guys want me to play that first. It's kind of interesting, but maybe I'll save it till the end. How do I get a membership? I've never done it on anyone else's channel, but I do want to do it here. Just don't know how. Amy, I believe that my mods have the link. If it doesn't work, just let me know. I think the one that I put in my Discord was an iPhone link, so it should be Easy. Zero Filter Jules just dropped it. So try that. You know what's tripping me out is the TM, the little Abby that's next to everybody. It makes me feel like people are trying to get my attention. I might need to change that one. I feel like everyone's writing TM. I'm so used to seeing TM, TM, TM. So let's see. Oh, you missed it all nighter. Yeah, I'm going to play it. I think it's about a half hour long. You didn't get to hear the Twitter conversation, but we'll love to hear it. Okay, I'll play it for you guys. I didn't hear the Brian. It wasn't an interview, Lucely. It was a phone call. It was more like almost like a, I don't know, like a Zoom call, but on Twitter. It's pretty neat. I'll show you what it looks like and everything because I just recorded my screen. You listened to it, Where is Summer? It was amazing. Yeah, I don't know why Donnie isn't showing up green. That's strange. Not sure. Oh, yeah, it's in my community section, too. I put it on my community page. Yours isn't showing either, Lady Sleuth? Oh, my God. I don't know anything about how to fix that. Gianna, you like the TM? Yeah, you did, Lady Sleuth. Hold on a minute. Are you sure? Let me check. Sorry, hold on a sec. Let me see because I don't think I named you, Lady Sleuth. Are you sure that you joined? Go to your purchases in your phone because I don't even see your name here. I don't think it worked. You're not in my list on my YouTube side. Check it in your purchases first to make sure. Okay, we'll sort it later. Cheesecake Mafia, welcome. Tina Adamson. Let's see. Let me go through and highlight. I don't want to miss anybody. I might. Where are you? How come I can't find Crime Addict Lounge? I can't highlight you for some reason. See, this is okay. Here you are. Thank you, Crime Addict Lounge. Did I just see Tawanda scoot by? Tawanda, welcome. Hope you're good. I want Lady Sleuth to check her purchases first, though, before she does. I don't want her to join twice. Joanne, oh, well, welcome. I'm glad to have you. Thank you. It said it was paid last night. Let me check. Okay, yeah. Tip Lady Sleuth. See if it went through in your purchases. Hello, Miss OMG. I hope you're good, too. Hi, Christine. Yeah, it could be a glitch, Amy D. Welcome. Okay. So there's a lot of things that are going on. There's some like interesting things that have happened that I want to go over. And then I also want to focus on these News Nation Now clips. So hold on, I'm gonna pull up Chris's first because that's the first link that I sent myself. I think this one came before. Hold on. This one, I believe, I want to kind of put them in order. Here, I'll do this. I will play that Twitter call too, so give me a minute. I'll play that in a little bit. Amy W., welcome. Chase Levitz, is that the same vehicle they showed in that same clip where Chris went to interview Candace at the house? I think, are you talking about the vehicle that Don had? Cat SC, welcome, hun. Crime Addict Lounge. I will catch up in the morning. I gotta go to bed. Okay, hun, you have a good sleep and have a nice night at work. Linda F., welcome to my membership. Okay. Hey, Kaya. Hey, Twister, good morning. It says it's on there. Check later. Okay, ladies, so I'll talk to you after. I don't know. It shouldn't be giving you problems. Really, that doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so let me pull this up so that we can watch it. This is Chris McDonough. I'm going to play his little segment that he did the other. It was really good. I really liked it. I hope you guys will too. You probably already have seen this, but we'll just go over it anyway. Yes, I see you. Amy, yep, I do. I actually highlighted your little join. And Mindy K4, welcome, hun. Thank you. So I'm not going to highlight anything while I'm playing this, so I'll just be in chat, okay?
Homicide detective, having investigated and solved hundreds of cases across the country. He now hosts the YouTube show called The Interview Room, and Chris is joining us tonight. He has been looking very closely at the case of Summer Wells as well. We appreciate your time, Chris. Two things you said on your podcast recently that caught my attention covering this case. The first is 5-year-olds just don't vanish. And the second thing you said is in every investigation, you follow the evidence. So where is this evidence leading you right now with your experience?
Well, thank you so much for inviting me here tonight. I'm grateful. And I think right now, the evidence is potentially pointing towards somebody very familiar with that property in relationship to having access to that property.
Why do you believe that?
Well, it's based, on a couple of things. One, obviously, what we call the victim continuum, where you look at if you have like an L-shape type of graph, you have environment, situation, circumstance on the left side, and then you would have low, medium, high risk on the right side. And what you want to ask, a couple of questions to is not necessarily how did this victim disappear, but rather why was this victim selected? And you then, inquire into what was the environment, what was the situation, and what was the circumstance? And then you ask, are those activities low, medium, or high risk activities? In Summer's case, everything stays on the lower end of that victim continuum. So there's a high probability that this child was a targeted.
So he's talking about, do you guys remember when Chris did, and I'd be so appreciative if somebody knows where that live stream is that he did, because that's something I've been wanting to go over for a while, where he discussed all of the risk factors. I think it was like one of the first live streams that he did. I'm going to go try to find it myself right now because I want to pull that up at some point during this live stream because it's so important. But let me know if anybody knows where that link is exactly. That would be great. But if not, I'll find it myself. Welcome, Julie. Julie Chris. Good morning, Seagate. All right, I'm going to press play, but I want to go try to find that live.
Victim. a higher probability of a victim of opportunity. So somebody had to have access to that property to take this child immediately. That was my first opportunity, or my first thought process.
The parents are, they're having to answer some very tough questions. They have said they had nothing to do with it. What do you think?
Well, I think, both of those parents have been interviewed numerous times. I think both parents are obviously innocent till proven guilty, like everybody else. But at the same time, the stranger abduction theory has been driven primarily by the parents, whereas law enforcement, even 5 months into this, has not said at this stage it's an abduction.
And listening to Brian's interview, as we just did, where Don said the only thing that she may have done, she's on Friends. I hadn't heard him say that anywhere else until tonight. What do you make of that comment?
I think that's a very interesting comment. Maybe she'd show some wrong friends. Well, that would go towards the victim continuum hypothesis that somebody would have access to that property, potentially known to those parents.
Chris, I know you went down to Tennessee to find out who Summer was, kind of get a sense of her environment. And when you saw her room in the basement of the house, you say you had a good understanding. Will you elaborate on what you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we can all agree, that 5-year-olds just don't vanish from their homes, from their basements. And in this situation, I wanted to see in relationship to what a potential suspect could see. What were the access points? Could somebody have been lying in wait in the basement? What was her living environment? What was her circumstances around her? And, then of course, I wanted to see what the door mechanisms were, the points of entry, the points of exit. Could you see into that basement? Would a suspect know she was going to be in that basement? So I came to a better understanding of seeing the environment as a whole. There is no door between the parents' room and Summer's room, and it's just a brick wall. It's cold, it's damp, it was disheveled. You can tell, there were some other, things going on there. And Summer was kind of encapsulated to me in that room. And that's, I came to a better understanding of her victimology in relationship to being a 5-year-old child potentially.
And missing tonight, just vanished. Chris McDonough, we appreciate your time on this case. We'll have you back and talk about it more. Hopefully at the next juncture, we'll have some more information.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for the invite.
Thank you.
Okay, so I found it. Okay. Chris says, I'm going to pull it up right now because I want to play this one part, but I kind of want to go back and I want to go over what he said about the victimology of Summer. So hold on one sec. Oh, I need to thank a couple people. See, I'm going to be all over the place here. Hold on a sec. I'm not a good multitasker, so hold on. All right, this is the live. I pinned it to the top of the chat. This was with Chris. This was the first live, I believe, that he did on Summer. I remember watching this. I was so thankful that he was on this case and that he was talking about her. I remember when Chris came into this, I was so happy. I think everybody was, really. No child should have to live that way. Absolutely not. Welcome, Seagate. Angel Kisses, thank you for joining. Strawberry, thank you, hon. I got Bobby Cat. I think I said thank you to Bobby Cat in the chat. Okay. Let's see. Christine, I've only been following this case for the last month or so, and I'm playing catch up as best as I can, but I have a question. Why does DW hate CM? If I could make a long story short, Chris helped with a really big piece of Don's history and it kind of exposing that and bringing it to light on behalf of several women in Don's family and out Don's family who have been victimized by Don. So his hatred runs deep for Chris because Chris actually helped bring to light something that Don didn't want anybody to know. But it's very important that people do know because Summer is missing. We don't know why. So whether it's a factor in this case of why Summer is gone right now or not, it's still important. So, yep, Chris exposed his SA past. Yes. He does not like Chris, but that means Chris is doing something right because CM drew attention to the SA accusations against Don and supports Jeannie, Mary, and Trish and others, rightfully so. Yeah. And there are others. Hey, Cool Nicole World, how are you, hon? Jonesy, welcome. Here, let me pull this up. No, he doesn't like confronted. Let's see, Christine. Thank you for that. I've heard it, but wasn't sure why he actually hated him. I appreciate you and all you have done for this case so those who are just coming in can catch up. Christine, I can actually, when this is over, I can make a note and I can stick the live streams in my description. Like that will help you catch up with the stuff about Don. I could put all the links in there. Yes, Chris made the earliest advance to the truth. And he showed that dungeon that Summer lived in. Yeah, he sure did. He sure did. And none of us would have known that she was living like that if it weren't for him. Okay. Resolution says, I think Don knows that Chris is his ultimate undoing and that it will put him in prison. Hello, Donna. Be careful driving wherever you're going. What is the truth, Tingle Bar? Well, we don't know where Summer is. That's the only truth we have is that she's missing. Georgette, thank you. How can you get an iPhone member link? It's right on my community post, Morris. If you go over to my community post, it'll be right there. All right, let me pull this up. I was going to do that like 10 minutes ago.
The TBI has asked, please, if you have that information, please provide it almost immediately. Now, one of the other key indicators of possible scope of this investigation is they have put out a
Hold on a minute. My screen is like getting frozen. Hold on. Okay, so this is super important, and I really do want to listen to it again. So I'm gonna play this, and I will. Chris's link is pinned. Hey, Pixie, welcome. Love you. I'm gonna play this, and Chris's link is pinned to the top of my chat. For anybody that wants, I'll put it in the description too. But this is important. We'll go all the way back to when Chris first came on the scene and what he had to say about all this.
A possible witness. TBI is not reporting that this individual is a suspect and or a person of interest. So again, if you have credible information, that number is going right there
at the bottom of the screen. Okay? That said, so let's get into, first of all, some of the numbers. Okay? And the reason I want to show you this is because I want everybody to understand statistically what takes place or what could take place in one of these type of problems. Okay? Now, first of all, what everybody should understand is what we call the victim continuum, and it looks like this L. Okay, so consider this, you know, a bar graph, a line going this way and a line going this way. And over here we have environment, situation, and then circumstance. So it's environment, situation, circumstance. And then on this line, it's low, medium, high risk. Okay? So we have to ask a couple of questions. Okay? What is the environment? What's the situation? And what's the circumstance? Okay? And then we have to ask ourselves, is the environment a high, medium, or low risk environment? Okay? Now, this is taught through the behavior science unit at the FBI to every law enforcement agency, quite frankly, in the world. So the first thing an investigator needs to do, and I've been in that seat many, many times, is they have to ask themselves, okay, what's the environment? Well, first of all, we know that Summer is at her house. Okay. So now some of those family dynamics come into play. Is that a low, medium, or high risk environment? Okay. Well, I think the jury's out on that still, because there are some players around the edges, okay, that could make it a high risk environment. But then there's also potentially some narcotic use in that area that could make it a medium risk environment. So I would feel comfortable at laying this in a very medium risk type of situation, okay, or environment. So the next is what is the situation? Okay. Well, there's a couple of stories, and we've heard a variety of those stories. Okay, from the flowers, the planting the flowers, escorting back into the house, to maybe other scenarios where there's another young man potentially that may have befriended her, that the family was aware of. So are those low, medium, or high risk activities? I would say that also stays within the medium risk activity level right now. Okay. And so you got environment, situation, and now or circumstance and situation. So now what's the situation? Okay. The situation is this. We have a 5-year-old little girl, okay, who is last seen potentially doing one of two things: either going in to be with her brothers or outside playing by a swing. Okay. And now how do we know that both of those are potential activities? Okay. Well, they came directly from the family. Okay. So are those low, medium, or high risk activities? Those would be low risk activities. So Summer's case right now fits anywhere in between low and medium risk for this 5-year-old little girl. Okay. Now, what does that mean? Well, let's take a look at the numbers and let's talk about this. First of all, kidnapping is a very rare event. And the majority of the offenders who kidnap are motivated by what I call SDB, which is sexual deviant behavior. Okay. So that's their motive. Okay. They kidnap for sexual deviant behavior. Now, the research shows a stranger abduction is a very rare event. In fact, there are on average 100 stranger abductions a year, statistically, in North America and Canada. So that's combined. Okay. And now 80% of those cases, though, if you look at that, it says the initial contact and what we call the contact site, okay, between the victim and the offender was in 1/2 or 1/4 mile of the victim's residence. Okay. Now think about that. In this rural area, okay, so statistically, 8 out of 10 times, okay, the offender make contact with the victim within 1/4 mile of the victim's residence. So hypothetically, if this is a random suspect coming up the driveway there and taking her from the swing, okay, then at some point had eyes on this victim within 1/4 mile of her residence. Okay, and these are solid statistics, by the way. 76% of these types of problems are girls. And the average age, unfortunately, is 11 years old. Okay. Now, I made this chart because I wanted to see something extremely, I think. Remember, she is reported missing at 6:30 p.m. June 15th. So if we look at this chart that I put together, where it talks about residence, outdoors, school, or commercial. And if we come over here between the hours of 6 and 7 p.m., look where this bar drops right here. If you can see my mouse, look where this bar drops. This bar drops right down at the highest risk level of a child playing outdoors. Okay? Now that's significant. Okay? That is significant because in this particular case, the child is reported missing right at the critical hour. So percentage of violent crimes with juveniles and the victims within an hour. And these statistics are solid. Okay? So this is about 64% of children who are victimized fall within this hour. Okay? So I'll call it the hour of 6 to 7 p.m. Okay? And so she falls, unfortunately, into this high risk hour. Okay? Now there's a whole bunch of variances for that, right? There's a lot of research that has come up with variances on that, and some of that research talks about drug use, neglect, abandonment, and those types of things. Okay, very, very, very sad, problems, social problems within a child's demographic. Okay, so this is I've got this one here to show you that children under the age of 12 are most likely, if it was an abduction of some sort, statistically, most likely it's a family member. Okay, but look over here on the bottom, and we go to the left. We've got 2520. This is victims per 1,000. 15, 10, 5, and then we have the age down here at the bottom. What I want you to see tonight is something that really is, when I looked at this again tonight or last night, I just had a chill go up my spine. Look at the victim's age. So we have a crossover of stranger and acquaintance at 5 years of age. Okay. Now, if you think about some of the dynamics that we're hearing here, okay, in relationship to, other individuals being introduced into the conversation, okay, this is not, in my opinion, a cut and dry, caper right now, okay, where everybody says, if I was a lead investigator, I would say, look, we're going to have to really widen the scope of this investigation to basically unpack it and then repack it and narrow the scope back down to some clarity of focus. So I'll give you a perfect example. December 16th, 1989, in Southern California, I worked with a caper her name was Leticia Hernandez. Okay? She was 7 years old. She was in her front yard and she evaporated. Okay. Now, what we did as an investigative team and is we had parallel investigations taking place. Okay. We were looking at all of the registered sex offenders in the area, and then we were fielding all of the leads that were coming in through at that time, obviously, we didn't have technology like they have today, but, as the leads would come in, we set up a bunch of, call desk where handwritten leads would come in. What the public didn't know, which I can talk about today, is we had two parallel investigations taking place. We had one of our case agents and an FBI agent working one team, and then we had another group with FBI and others, myself, going in a different direction, but they were both run parallel to each other. I would submit to you today that this is exactly what is taking place in Summer's case, and the reason for that is the amount of agencies involved. Okay, so behind the scenes, rest assured that there's a lot of work taking place, and they're going down multiple lanes. This is why it's critical, if you have credible information, to please provide it. If you just have speculation or I think, maybe, perhaps, could be, and it's just going to send the investigators down a rabbit hole, and we certainly, I know nobody wants that, obviously, in this tragedy. So let's just bear that in mind. But this statistically is very telling right here. This line crosses between an acquaintance and a stranger. Now, that does not leave out that it could have been up here in this blue line. But statistically, at that age group, okay, unless there's some other dynamic like neglect, drug abuse, where folks just turned away and boom, a child is, falls down a well or something to that effect. Okay. So let's keep that paradigm in mind as we discuss this. Okay. I put this chart together because this is more specifically this one down here. Non-family child abductions, 0 to 5 years of age, 7%.
So you guys, I don't know if you're going back in time a little bit listening to this. So with what we know now, Chris is pretty dead on with, his analysis of what we've seen unfolding, right, with the drug abuse. And no, I don't have an Android. I have an iPhone on. Welcome, Gigi. So these charts are really important. If you guys want to screenshot them or anything, go ahead. But I'm so glad that he brought that up on the interview that he did, because I've been wanting to come back to this. I wanted to watch it actually a couple nights ago and I got distracted. Welcome, Dee Dee. But all these statistics are current, like they're really accurate. So think about it in terms of Summer. Hold on.
6 to 11, 12%, 12 to 14, 22%, 15 to 17, 15, 59%. Okay. So you have a higher threat level, quite frankly, between 15 and 17 years old than you do at 0 to 5 years old by a non-family abduction, okay, i.e. a kidnapping. Okay. And then down here by gender, 65% of female are at a higher risk and 35% male. Now, The interesting thing about this particular number for boys is boys don't talk about it. Okay. Girls don't talk about it until later. Okay. There are so many tragic stories of these sweet kids and women being violated. It just breaks my heart. It really does. And in this case, then I want to look at the identity of the perpetrator in non-family abductions. And this one is really interesting. A friend comes in at 17%. Okay. An acquaintance comes in at 21%. A neighbor comes in at 5%. So I think that's significant when we hear some of the statements about, searching everybody's house, every neighbor's house. Okay. An authority person comes in at 6%. A caretaker comes in at 4%, but a stranger comes in at 45%. Okay, at that age group. Okay. So we have three possibilities. And these are the lanes that the investigators are running in. They have to look at, is there a friend involved? They have to look at, is there an acquaintance involved? And then they have to look at it as if this is a stranger abduction. Okay. So this is why it's critical at this point, into this investigation, a couple of weeks into it now, right? That everybody be patient and vigilant. Okay? And again, I'm going to keep repeating this over, through the evening. If you have trouble information, please call TBI. Okay. So we have three buckets, is what I'm going to call it. So as we go through the interview tonight with mom and dad through the news there, WHJI, I believe, they did a great interview, and this is going to be their clip that I'm going to, take, stop and take. As we go through that, let's keep three buckets in mind. Am I hearing about a friend? Am I hearing about an acquaintance? Or am I hearing about a stranger? Okay. So let's go from there. By the way, here are some of the numbers of a child 1 to 5 years of age are victimized 64% of the time by somebody they know. Girls 1 to 5 years old, someone they know. 64% of the time. 64% of the girls ages 16 or 6 to 14 are also violated by somebody they know. And then 64% of girls 16 to 17 are victimized by strangers. Isn't that interesting? So these two categories, so from the ages of 1 to 14, there's a high probability it's somebody they know. But when they hit 16 and 17, there's a higher probability that shifts. It takes a paradigm shift to a stranger, potentially, i.e. college or high school, another school, that type of stuff. Boys are 64% the same, 60% of boys, 13 to 50, 58% boys, but 1 in 6 boys is sexually abused before the age of 16. Okay, that's a sad statistic in of itself. 1 in 6 boys by the age of 16. Okay, so that's some pretty heavy stuff that I've just thrown at everybody tonight. So these are some staggering numbers, but I think it's important to understand to lay foundation for what we're looking at here as this investigation progresses. Okay. And again, this is why it becomes critical in nature that if we have information that we call TBI and we'll report it up, even as insignificant as you may think it is. Okay, it could be anything. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. All right, so that said, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to play up the interview that was put on the news, and we've all seen it.
Okay, so what do you guys think of that? Do you want to like put your opinions in the chat? I'll go through them because I'm trying to think. So that stream was done on July 4th, and I believe that Jeannie and Trish had gone to, who they go to? They went to True Crime Sisters, right? Jeannie went to True Crime Sisters after she called TBI. It was a couple weeks, give or take a couple weeks, I believe, before Jeannie, Trish spoke out on behalf of her mom. But I know that, if you go back to that live that I did with Trish, it was because I was talking about those screenshots of Jeannie talking to True Crime Sisters. Chris had not spoken to Trish or Jeannie or Mary at the time that he did that, right? It's just very interesting when you look back, and hindsight is 2020, really. These children didn't stand a chance with Don and Candace's parents. No, they really did. They really didn't. Elizabeth, thank God the boys are okay and they're safe. Really. In my opinion, I don't think Summer was taken by a stranger. If she was taken, it was by someone the family knows. Agree. I don't believe that Summer was taken by a stranger either. I never have. Never believed that. Zippity Doodah, congratulations on adding memberships, Sydney, a membership and catching a live show. And my day is off to a lovely start. Thank you for your care of Summer and all children and missing people you continue to bring awareness to. Thank you, Zip. I appreciate that very much. Appreciate all you guys. Let's see. Tina Adamson. Once you're abused, you're never the same. The pain never goes away. That's true. Very true. This case has a way of like really bringing all of everybody's pain to the surface too. It's hard for a lot of us. Miriam says, to this day, I feel she was handed off to someone by Candace. Hakuna says, hearts and prayer hands for our Summer Moon. Let her know we are still searching for her. Find Summer Moon. Yes, put prayer hands in the chat for Summer. So guys, grab that. If you want to go through that first live that Chris did, grab that link, save it to your watch later or whatever, because there's a lot more information jam-packed into that live stream that he did. That was a great live stream, actually. Check it out. It is good to go back. And I mean, that was a month after Summer had gone missing. And then he really started getting, he went out there. And I mean, we never expected to get, I don't believe any of us ever expected to get inside the house. And I'm so thankful for him and for Karen, his wife, because she's very involved too with this. Loose Lie says, I definitely don't think this was a stranger abduction. I still think that the parents know. I believe that Candace and Grandis know. I really, really do. I've always believed that. Okay, let's go to, we're going to go next. This one. Okay, so this was the other night. Where is Summer Wells? A timeline of her search. Hold on. Thank you guys for all the prayer hands in the chat for Summer. Let me highlight them. I can't believe it's been 5 months. Welcome, Gemini. Thank you for joining membership. It just makes me so sad that these kids rely on us and they're most violated by the very people that should protect them. Jen, yeah, that's one of the hardest parts for me when I look at these stories of these children, not just some, all of them. And most of the time it is by someone that they are supposed to be protected by, and people that are, love them. They're supposed to love them. Morris, thank you. It's beautiful. Shanna says, I think DW dislikes CM so much because he can see through their BS. Right. And anybody that can see through their BS is shit list, right? Hakuna, so glad Dr. Phil used CM's footage of the house. He needed to see what Summer's room actually looked like. Agree. I'm so glad that they got that because the picture that they provided did not look anything like what they showed Dr. Phil. Kudos, Chris McDonough. Yeah, definitely. He's done what no one else has been able to do with this case, and appreciate him very much. Grandma has never been interviewed. No, she did a little excerpt in the beginning. I could try to go back and find it. I think she spoke to the Rogersville Review, but all she said was she wasn't going to speak because she didn't want to get backlash on social media. That was the most she had for anybody. I believe Candace was involved with that little statement that was made too. I have to go back. That was a really long time ago. Yeah, no, Grandma doesn't talk. She does not speak for her granddaughter. Nothing. Not at all. And her silence is deafening. Nika, proud of you, Tiffany, for staying true to your original convictions and not giving suspects a platform, but rather protecting the survivors and victims. Yeah, Nika, thank you. I appreciate that. No, I don't want suspects on my, on my channel, Tennessee Truth says, I don't know what to think anymore. My heart is shattered. Tennessee Truth, what's going on, hun? I get, what? Well, to be honest with you, I go back and forth all the time. Sometimes I'll lean towards, one idea or another, but I've always come back to my original feelings. And my original feeling is that there was an accident. I really do believe that there was an accident. I don't think that, and this is just me, I don't think that this was a planned thing at all. I believe that there was an accident that happened and they didn't know or Candace didn't know what to do. I think that her and her mother, now this is just my own theory and speculation, I do believe that her and her mother took care of what they believed they needed to in the way that they felt was appropriate. And I don't know if Don knows. I don't know how much he knows. I don't know. I've always questioned to what degree. I don't know. Chappie, thank you for becoming a member. And that doesn't mean that that's what happened, but it's just, I've always stayed right there with my feelings. Red Zeppelin, I really enjoy you and your channel. I will have to move on because I chose not to subscribe to the interview room. Why? He's a wonderful man, Red Zeppelin. It's okay. I mean, not everybody is forever. Some people don't like me, A lot of people that don't like me. You don't have to like the same people that I like. Georgette. Hey, Sergeant Blackrock. I hope all is well with you and yours. Is there 2 summers? No, there's only one. One summer moon, Utah Wells. Rocco, TBI and Hawkins County Sheriff's Office is in charge of the investigation. It doesn't make sense that they passed the polygraph test. At best, I bet they were inconclusive. Yeah, I was very surprised to hear Sheriff Lawson say that they passed, but it doesn't really matter. It's admissible in court anyway. Don points a finger at Candace when drunk so quickly, and I believe that is because he too knows more than what he is saying. I do believe he knows more than what he's saying, and he could know everything. I think he's very deceptive. And his deception and the way that I believe that he carries himself, whatever reason that might be, whether he's just naturally sketch or he's hiding something, I don't know. Don and Candace have broke many laws, even child endangerment, so they can be taken in and interviewed. I think if they were separated, the truth would come out. Gen C, if they haven't been separated and interrogated, I really don't know what to say. I would really hope that at some point the two of them receive a shakedown like no other, but I don't believe that that ever happened. If it did, he never talked about it, you know? Thank you, Brown Eyes Blue. Why was grandma not interviewed and interrogated? I believe she was interviewed. I believe they did question her. I think probably multiple times, but I don't know what kind of interrogation it was. You know what I mean? But no, the police definitely interviewed all of them. But there's a big difference between an interview and a legit interrogation where they hold you up in the room for like 12 hours till your brain turns to mush. That's what should have happened to all of them. And if it hasn't happened, I don't know why. 121 agencies on this case, and these people didn't get held up in a box. Come on. I don't understand that at all. It makes zero sense to me. Another case of a missing white girl that we can milk. Oh, Brian, really, do you think that we're milking a case here? A white girl? Does it really matter the color of her skin? Oh my God. Get this person out of here. You're so ignorant. If you come in here talking about race, you're just going to get blocked. How about that? Okay. I've heard of dry drowning a whole lot, and I do think it's a big possibility, and our parents got scared of CPS taking their kids. Yes, Christine, I think that that might have had a lot to do with it, because I know that, you know, they were dealing with all of that anyway, so maybe it was to protect themselves and their other children, possibly. I think that's very likely. This is the worst I've seen Dom behave, and I think he knows. Yeah, he's been going off the rails lately. Deb says, I think she drowned at the horse pond while Candace was busy with Hunter. I don't even think Grandis was there. You know, I do wonder about the validity of their stories about Grandis being there. Kind of weird. Who knows if Grandis was there or not. It's not like, I don't understand how we haven't seen any footage of them that, like, even on surveillance, there's no pictures, there's no video, no 911 call. They're keeping the 911 call so close to the vest, which makes me believe even more so. That's why they're all still suspects. I don't think that they even remember what they said on that call at all. Because the dispatcher there's no way that the dispatcher got it wrong. Tiffany, do you see all the inconsistencies in Summer's photos? Yes. What are my honest thoughts on Summer's photos? I think that there was definitely a lot going on with Summer over the course of COVID season. I don't know what happened during that time, but there was definitely, it looked like she became malnourished over the course of, I would say, a year and a half from what I see. Her hair was chopped off, right? They shaved her head in May. So a month before she went missing, they shaved her hair off to the skin, like bald. It looked like it had been done with a razor. I hate that photo so much. But when you say inconsistencies, what do you mean? Because I think that the digression of Summer was pretty visible. It wasn't really inconsistent with what was going on with her, in my opinion, but I do see a huge difference between, let's say, May 2020 till June when she went missing in 2021. She almost looked like a completely different kid. The amount of sketchy people around Summer is maddening, sure is. I've got friends and family there that agree with you. On the other hand, they think there's a possibility they could have hid Summer with friends or family out of fear DCS was taking her. Sarge, don't you think that they would have found her by now, though? Like, if she was with family? I mean, it is possible that they could have put her somewhere, but with who? Who would they put her with that, 121 agencies can't find her? That's insane to me. My theory is the only thing I can make sense of, it was all staged for money. When Jay called the TBI and all that came to light with CM, it all went wrong because now they ain't getting any of them back. If he's covering up for Candace, he's making it worse for himself. Well, Dawn said she's the smartest one out of all of them. I'm a little bit behind on my chat, so. Superhero Loves Akita says, the question to ask is, why did they wait 5 months to say they passed polygraphs? That's why I don't believe it. And I think it also indicates that Ronnie Lawson is dirty as fuck. Why do you think that? Why do you think Ronnie Lawson is dirty as fuck? I don't know if I agree with that. He's making sure and maintaining the fact that everyone is a suspect. And he actually said person of interest, that they're all persons of interest. I respect that a lot, because by now he said, well, Candace and Dawn passed their polygraph, so, we're just going to let this rock, and we don't think that they did it at all, and drop the parents. And that's not what they're doing. So why is Ronnie Lawson, I know a lot of people have their opinions about him. Listen, I was very impressed by Ronnie Lawson in the very beginning. I really, really thought a whole lot of him. I'm a little frustrated at the current time, but it's not his fault. Me, welcome. Thank you. And Joy Coley, I can't find you, but I see it up there. So I was thinking, could it be possible that they aren't releasing the 911 call because one of the boys called and it's not the same story Dawn gave? I don't know. They never said anything about the boys calling. I think it has to do with their sketchiness in this investigation. I think that the cops don't want the public to hear that. They're going to keep it private anyhow because it's an open and ongoing investigation. But we hear of so many other 911 calls. I think part of that too is because Summer is only 5 years old. That could be a reason, because the boys are minors. Yeah, agree. And her transformation. Quite the transformation there. Oh, there you are, Joy. Welcome, Joy. The reason I think the video is a recording of a recording because the words on the milk are not reversed. What? The video in the truck? You think it's a recording of a recording? What was marijuana, Paula M? Yeah, where is Rose Bly? Grandis has a daughter missing and a granddaughter missing. Candace has a sister and a daughter missing. Grandma is the smartest one. She's kept quiet the entire time, and she may hold the key to the truth. Oh, yeah. I believe that. Oh, God. Kaya says, I know this is going to sound horrible. I hate to even texting it, but do you think the guy they narrow home cremated Summer? No. I was a little bothered by him in the beginning, and the fact that he, I believe he has his bachelor's in mortuary science. No. I don't. Because, listen, I did do some, now I don't know, because I don't know these people, but I did look at his background, and that man, David Dotson, he has literally devoted his life to human service. Like, he's been an EMT. I believe he's been a flight medic. And now he's, I know morticians. It doesn't mean, is it creepy? Yeah. That he was one of the people that were called to the house. Yes, absolutely. You know, I've thought about that. Actually, back in the beginning, I was really weirded out by him. But why did they call a mortician to their house the night that Summer went missing? Right? Well, aw, thank you. Wouldn't we have a good lead at the very least to go on? I mean, we get the same thing every time from any conference they give up. I think that's why they are frustrated. I don't know what you mean. Wouldn't we have a good lead at the very least to go on? I mean, we get the same thing every time from any conference they give up. I don't know what you were trying to tell me, Brown Eyes Blue. Do you have any thoughts on the woman who claimed her daughter trained kids and the young adults spent time at the wells and the drug talk and the other things that went on? Sandy, are you talking about, oh my gosh, what's her name? Kirsten Paranormal? The one that Glitter Queen did the other night? She was on Ziggy's, right? She was talking about her daughter. Are you talking about the one that was talking about her daughter who bought drugs at the Wells house and there were orgies going on and stuff? Yeah, I actually probably believe that's not the only person that said stuff like that. Yeah, I think there was some weird stuff going on up there. Stay-at-home mom detective says, I believe that forever, that it was an accident until Candace reacted to the cornbread mafia and how weird Robin is and her connection to the red truck. Yeah, listen, I don't know about the cornbread mafia, but I mean, I did some research on that. I don't know what they do out there in the hills of Tennessee. We have the Bloods and the Crips here, no cornbread mafia, but yeah. I definitely think that was odd. Her face, she couldn't control the muscles in her face, and Candace doesn't cry very often. Thomas, welcome. Welcome to memberships. Parents are longtime drug users. The current drug users. I'm trying to get caught up. Okay, Poppy the Good Troll, welcome. Quinny says they don't cremate at the funeral home, though. They go to a crematory. Yeah, well, I don't think they no. I don't think that he had anything to do with, you know, getting rid of Summer. But who knows, right? I really don't know. The TBI will know. There was so many people moving through that house. It was like Grand Central Station. Those poor kids exposed to all these people. Yeah. Grand Central Station with crackheads. Scary. Hold on. Lily Bell says, I believe Candace and her mother were high and drunk. We're not watching Summer. That a lot longer time went by and an accident happened. Time frame makes no sense. Well, I believe that Summer was last seen on surveillance cameras early in the day, and whatever happened between Kingsport and Ben Hill Road is where the truth lies. So whether or not their timeline doesn't add up, the TBI knows where Summer was. Right? Thank you, Lily Bell, for the super chat, hon. I think there's about 3.5 hour time slot there because, all right, Candace she said when she spoke to Unmasked originally, the video at the swimming hole was taken at 12:21 p.m. The video in the truck was 3:09 p.m. according to Candace. Now, that's if we're going to believe Candace and go off what she says. I don't know if those photos were timestamped when she sent them to Teresa. I could ask her that. But I would say give or take, if that's correct, and if the photo and the video in the truck was taken at 3:09 p.m., the call into the police came at, I believe it was 6:26. I might be off by a minute with that. I don't know. How long did they have? 3 hours and 10 minutes? What did they do with Summer with it in 3 hours? Oh, she meant there's never been a new update. They are always the same. Well, they're probably doing that to protect the integrity of the case. They're not saying much. I think the most that we got that's new information is that Ronnie Lawson confirmed that Candace and Don passed their polygraphs, right? Sage X, welcome. Hey Jude, #1, welcome. You're mean girl, welcome to memberships. I didn't see those come through, but thank you guys. Oh, there they are. Hey, Gritty Gabby. Late but here. All right, I want to get on to the next clip here. Thank you, guys. Love Keen. I am very interested in Chris's interview with Robin that is scheduled. She is a character for sure. Listen, that'll be amazing. I have questions. That will be an amazing live. Precious Chaos is always putting the most beautiful emojis in chat for Summer. I love it. Okay, hold on. I have this pulled up. Oh, hold on. Let me highlight your main girl. Hunter was confused by the milk. Yes, he seemed to be. Linda F. Jody heard the scream 1.5 hours before they called 911. So around 5 p.m. the scream was heard, if true. I could have sworn Jody Sue said that she heard the scream between 3:45 and 4:30. Am I wrong? Does anyone remember what Jody Sue said? Oh my God. I'll have to write that down so I can go back and look. I think she said between 3:45 and 4:30. Is that wrong? You can do a lot in 3 hours. Yeah, but I don't know. 3 hours is not really a long time when it comes to disposing of a human. I mean, I guess. Johnny, that's not me in the singing video. Oh my God. Okay, here, let me address this really quick. I seen Tiffany Marie singing video. She sounds good. Johnny Kramer, that isn't me. None of those people are me. The lady that did that, oh my God. I don't know. I don't even know. It's the craziest thing. Hello, Snow White. Chris just posted an interview with Robin. Is it set up or is it like a drop? Is it, hold on, let me see. It's upcoming in 8 hours, you guys. Hold on, let me drop this in my chat. So make sure you put your notifications on for this. Robin's going to go on Chris's. Wow. All right, hold on. Let me put this in the chat. I'm going to put Robin and Chris just to make it short and sweet. Hit the reminder bell, okay? Oh, let me go through there. Doobie Redburn, darling, thank you. K2, yeah, I keep my head up above the drama. It's good. It's all fine. I'm always going to do me. Don't worry, K2. Yes, I do. I sometimes will just unplug because I don't like to listen to negativity. Okay, 4:30. She said the scream was at 4:30, 4:40, 4:30 to 4:45. Oh, maybe that's what it was. 4:40, 4:42 is what I thought. Oh shit, you're on military time over there. I'm right, Tennessee Truth. Between 4:30 and 4:30. I think she said 4:30 to 4:45. Oh my god, I wish I had the timestamp. Because I have to go back. Let me make a note of that. I need to go back and find out when Jody Sue said she heard the scream. I want to hear it. All right, let me get to the next clip. I need to do this before the whole day gets away. Yes, it's at 8 p.m. tonight. We'll all be there. Oh my God. I encourage people not to even watch that crap. Hakuna. She's not that one. Please say, okay, I will. Promise. I always do. I really don't have much time to even watch it. I see some things, but okay, Tennessee Truth. I'm suspicious of Allie and Leslie, but then again, I'm suspicious of everyone. Well, you have reason to be. I mean, I'm suspicious of a lot of these people. Stay suspicious, I would say, till we find Summer. They're all suspects anyway. Oh God. All right, guys, stop talking about, I don't want any drama in here today. I know you guys mean well. Don't worry about Nita Dollar or anybody else. Can you stream it? Stream what, hon? All right, let me do this here. I gotta get going.
The afternoon of June 5th.
All right, I'm gonna play this one. It's a short one. It's just a 1 minute and 51 seconds. It's from News Nation. Yeah, stay suspicious.
The afternoon of June 15th, 5-year-old Summer Wells is helping her mother and grandmother plant flowers, but then reportedly goes in the house where her brothers are playing.
So when her mother come in, she says, "Where's Summer?" She went down in the basement. She didn't answer, so she went down there and she was gone.
Now they can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Searchers converge on the rural area in northeast Tennessee. The next day, a statewide Amber Alert.
Some breaking news in Hawkins County. A little girl named Summer Wells, 5 years old. She went missing last night.
Hope God in His mercies will deliver Summer home to us.
For weeks, a massive search on the ground, from the air, and in the water. June 26th, police announced they're looking for the driver of a red or maroon Toyota pickup truck with ladders on the back, which may have been in the area on the night of Summer's disappearance. That driver has never come forward. All along, police say they haven't found any evidence of a kidnapping.
Nothing pointing to abduction, nothing pointing to foul play, other than her walking outside the house and not being found.
In July, social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home without revealing why. In October, Don Wells, Summer's father, is arrested on a DUI charge, adding to a list of criminal charges in 3 states, including a domestic assault arrest in 2020. Summer's mother filed for an order of protection, saying, "I'm afraid for my children and myself," but later asked for it to be dismissed.
Thanks for watching. The red subscribe button.
So it stands out to me what I don't like what Sheriff Lawson said, that there's no evidence of foul play. I don't know, that just rubs me the wrong way. I get it, but how do you know? Zippity Doodah says, Don said the time Summer went missing was 5:30 on MGLs instead of 6:30. That would be less time between the scream and the 911 call. Yeah. Well, Don seems to be an hour off on everything that day. Which kind of makes me think about, where was Don that in his mind it was 5:30? It almost makes me feel like he was in a different time zone. Strange. Does anyone else think it's weird that Ronnie Lawson just said they passed the polygraph, but he weighed it and feel that you feel sad you don't believe they are guilty of hurting Summer? Huh? He waited and feel that you feel sad you don't believe. No, I don't feel sad that I do believe they hurt Summer. I do believe one of them. No, Summer never planted flowers. Those pots had weeds in them. No way. Yep, I agree with you. Right. How does he know there's no foul play? Looks like there was to me. Precious Chaos, yes, I saw that. I know maybe no, not on Twitter. I saw one on YouTube, but not on Twitter. Yes, time to show. I agree with you on that. But she probably sat down with the domestic violence advocates at the court, and she probably, the protective orders are very hard to drop. They question you for a while, actually, and the judge has to sign off on that to drop a protective order. So, whatever Candace did, she definitely dropped that. Let me see how long this one is, because I have a longer one. Hold on. This isn't the full one, but I'll play it anyway.
Brian Enton has been following this.
Hold on. I'm going to pull this one up. Hunter's father? I believe so. Yes, Miss Doodle Detective. If there's a new Amber Alert, you can share it. And if you want to send it to me in my inbox, you can do that too. And I'll share it at the end. For sure. Definitely. Welcome, Valerie. Thank you for joining.
This case, and he's on the ground in Tennessee for us tonight. Brian, there is so much interest on Summer's disappearance. For the last 5 months, it has created a lot of chatter and also a lot of rumors on social media. What is it like being on the ground there, talking to people in this community?
Yeah, a lot of rumors on social media, Marnie. That's for sure. It's such a mysterious case. It's also very, very sensitive. And you realize that when you're here. This is a rural part of Tennessee, sort of everyone knows everyone. There are a lot of people that frankly did not want us to come here, and they don't want anyone from the outside here digging into the case. But the bottom line is Summer Wells has now been missing for 5 months. Today is the 5-month anniversary. Again, strange circumstances. Basically just vanished from her home while her mother was there, and her younger brothers and her grandma also on the property. And up until this point, law enforcement say they have no leads.
Brian, Summer's parents haven't done a whole lot of interviews apart from that Dr. Phil interview we just showed. I know that you were in touch with them today. What are they saying?
Yeah, it was a challenge talking to them today, but we finally sort of made it happen just within the last couple of hours. Earlier this evening, we talked to Don Wells, Summer's dad. Candace Wells, the mother, would not come down and talk to us. They would not allow us on their property. We're going to show you all of that, show you the entire exchange tomorrow night on News Nation. But what they say is that Candace, the mother, is extremely emotional right now. Obviously, she has been through a lot over the last 5 months. She just was on Dr. Phil. They said it was even a struggle getting to go to Dr. Phil because she's been so upset about everything that's gone on. But obviously, anyone following this case has a lot of questions for her and for the father, Don. Here's a little bit of our exchange from just a couple of hours ago. Is it possible that something happened to Summer that Candace knows about that's not her fault, but she is just nervous now and feeling bad about it?
Well, no, because she knows better. She would know to go directly to law enforcement. An accident's one thing. She would never do something like that. She knows better than that. I know it happens. It does happen with people, but no. She would go directly to law enforcement. She'd call an ambulance right away, number one, do anything. She would freak out. I mean,
could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
no.
You know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens.
It was interesting there. He said she made some wrong friends. We talked a lot more about that. It was a long conversation. We're going to have it all for you coming up tomorrow night. Marnie?
I look forward to that, choosing some wrong friends. Brian, before I let you go, police say this is still a priority, one of the biggest cases that they have covered. They're still trying to find out what happened to Summer. What's your plan to talk to police?
Yeah, we also plan to talk to the sheriff tomorrow. We know that while there are no new leads, there have been things happening behind the scenes, we're told. So we're expecting to get some kind of update tomorrow on the investigation.
All right, Brian Entin, Tennessee tonight. Brian, we'll see you tomorrow for that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up that Sheriff Lawson interview. Welcome, Memphis Mommy Mars and beautiful Sunflower. Very much. Welcome to my membership. Wrong friends is more deflection, you think? Watch how Don don't want him in the SUV. I don't think he tried to go in the SUV. Don's on his best behavior. Yes, Don has these... He has these little bursts of normalcy, and then his chaotic, he's definitely on some kind of substance in the nighttime, for sure. Whether he is during the day, he might be just functioning, I don't know, but his behavior is off the wall at night. Makes me mad they aren't welcoming him to come to the house. I agree. Tennessee Truth, I'm very surprised by that. Brian Entin could do so much for Summer. So they're only, in all honesty, in my opinion, they're blocking help for Summer by doing that. So by not welcoming Brian Entin, they're doing their daughter no favors. But that's just my opinion. Hey, KB, welcome to chat. Good morning. Don't be sorry that you're late. It's not late at all. It's not even noontime yet. Let's see. He speaks well when not drinking. Yeah. Welcome, Kathy Baker. I'm very surprised they're not letting Brian up on the property. Okay, Sergeant Blackrock, you have a good day. So if there's no foul play, does that mean she died of natural causes? Can't understand what the sheriff is talking about. He's very vague, Lorna. But maybe that's best for Summer. Probably. Yeah, Nicole, a great point. Thanks for saying that. With the TBI and the FBI involved, I believe there is little chance that Ellie is acting corrupt in this case. I agree. They have people who are going to be overseeing their actions, right, on the case. So there's corruption everywhere, but in Summer's case, you kind of want to be helpful to law enforcement more so than stand against them. It doesn't help Summer to do that. I don't think that there's anything crazy going on, like many have alluded to. Yeah, like the one she brought home from the gas station. Yes, Candace likes to, from what we hear, she likes to pick up randos from the gas station. Savannah smiles. Will people stop saying Summer had passed? Where is proof of that? Do people hold any hope or faith? Savannah, I allow everybody to have their own opinions in my chat. Some people believe Summer is alive, some people don't, and some people aren't sure. I understand what you mean. I know it's upsetting, but I can't tell people how to feel. None of us can. I hold hope all the time, but I don't believe that Summer's alive. I always have hope that she is, but in my heart and in my mind, I don't believe that she is. I don't speak of her, though, as if she's passed. So I don't know what was said, if something was said in chat, but I apologize. Hold on, Donna. Thank you, Donna. What happened with live call from the guy saying a lady coerced Summer away to truck with a guy and we will know soon. FBI knows, etc. He said. What happened with him? I have no idea. He disappeared. He fell off the map. No clue. I don't have any information on his situation. Don't know. Very strange occurrences with that. But the call is on my channel. So if you want to listen to it, you can. It's not too far back. It has his avatar on it and Summer. So you can't miss it. It's like a skull, like an American flag type looking like skull. That's his avatar. Or it was his avatar.
The search for missing 5-year-old girl from Hawkins County is gaining national attention once again following her parents' appearance on Dr. Phil last week.
As Summer Wells was reported missing by her family at their Beech Creek community home back on June 15th. News Nation Now's lead correspondent in our area tonight, and he's focusing specifically on the Summer Wells case.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with Brian Enton today. She joins us now live. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah, it's been 5 months to the day since that Amber Alert went active for Summer Wells out of Hawkins County. Tonight, as people pray for her to be found here in Kingsport, News Nation's national correspondent Brian Enton is in our area giving her story the national spotlight once again.
It's interesting to be coming into a case 5 months in and hear investigators say that we're basically at the same place that we started.
News Nation is giving missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells' story a national spotlight yet again.
We obviously wanted to talk to Candace, and he said that she was just too emotional at this point. It seems like Don is really concerned about the public's perception of Candace coming off of the Dr. Phil interview.
This time on the ground in the Beech Creek community in the first on-camera interview with Dawn Wells after that Dr. Phil appearance.
But then he did say something interesting about her friend. But I tried to drill in on that a little bit. Well, what do you mean? What friend are you talking about? What kind of friends did Cam? What do you mean? And he sort of shut it down pretty quickly.
Anton also sat down with Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
I asked him, do you believe that Don and Candace are involved? And he said, we're not ruling anyone out at this point.
He comes here after being on the ground covering the Gabby Petito case.
I'm seeing a fascination with the case. I think people are digging for clues on their own, behind their computer screens at home. But the most interesting and different thing with this case that I don't think I've ever seen before is the way the family has been interacting with these social media sleuths and YouTubers.
All involved, Aiden says getting Summer's story and face out.
So did you hear what he just said? I'm so glad that he said this, okay? Because everybody wants to know what the craze is, right? With Summer's case, and all of these different things keep coming up. And they say social media is a problem, although most creators do try to keep just the facts, right? We'll talk about what's been said or what people have speculated, especially people close to the family. Welcome, Annie. Thank you for joining, Annie. So when Brian Enton said that he's basically surprised and by the interaction with, I would say mostly Don and social media, he has sought out YouTubers, specific YouTubers, which does make sense because YouTube is where most of the talking about Summer is going on. I don't think that there's anything wrong with interacting at all when you're family of a missing child or a missing person or the victim of some kind of heinous crime. Of course, go to different platforms, spread the word, get the word out there. But it's what Don is doing. It's psychotic to go on these live streams and, you know, saying the N-word, cursing up a storm. I mean, he's dropping F-bombs left and right. He's talking about the craziest things. And it's like a daily, nightly thing where it hasn't been lately. I think Don's kind of like chilling out a little bit. But, I mean, he just had a call with Ziggy 2 nights ago. It was like 2 nights ago. I will play. So he just had a phone call with Ziggy that was completely absurd. And he's yelling. He's not the same person as the person you see in this interview, but he's also not the same person as we've seen in other interviews, because back in the beginning, Don was a lot kinder, a lot more accommodating to people with questions. And now he's becoming infuriated with certain creators, right? He's bouncing from one creator to the next. He'll be on one panel at 9 o'clock, and then at 9:30 he's on another one. 11 o'clock he's on another one, and then he's on Molly Golightly's with a knife up to his face. Like, this is crazy. I just don't understand. But the thing is, that is the stuff that doesn't help Summer. I just wish that people would look at the grand picture here. Like, for instance, law enforcement in that area. They say social media isn't helpful. Well, sure, I'm sure it's not at times. But in my opinion, there's so much that they can take away from what Don and Candace are doing on social media. They get to observe them in real time, no filter, on YouTube. What more of a perfect scenario could you really ask for when it comes to searching for answers for Summer? Because these detectives and investigators on this case, they have full access to what Don is doing late night. You know what I mean? They can watch all of his streams that he goes on. It's his interaction with social media. It's not us as speakers or commentators. It's not. It's Don. Don has been doing this for months. And it's insanity. You can't even keep up with it half the time. So thank you, Sina Kelly. I appreciate your super sticker. Yes, he calls in everywhere. He's on every panel he could possibly get on. But when Brian Enton said, you know, their interaction with social media and like web sleuths, basically, it's a good thing, but it's also not, because he's acting out. Either way, whatever ends up happening, I just hope that one of those late night live streams leads to Summer, because all the roads here, one of them is going to lead to Summer at some point eventually. Something's got to give. And listen, the wheels are falling off. So the walls are caving in. It's only a matter of time. I really feel like at this point, it's only a matter of time. And I'm so happy that Brian Enton is out there. And I really wish that he would be welcomed with open arms. Why wouldn't they welcome him? Look at the coverage for Gabby Petito that Brian Enton gave to everybody. Why wouldn't Don and Candace want that for their daughter? They want help, right? Help find our daughter. Well, Brian Enton is there. How about Don and Candace help find their daughter? Because I'm sick of them. I am so sick of them. They infuriate me. Think so? Someone's going to. Someone's going to get to the bottom of it. Oh, let me finish playing. Sorry, I just went on a rant. But the thing is, it's a social media aspect. That is all Don's doing. Don is the one that came to social media with all of this. It's not YouTubers that are going to him. He's calling people. He's, this is his world. Don is living in his own world. And I wish that people would see that. It's his social media interactions. It's not other people.
Out there is the most important headline.
But I think at the end of the day, people just need to look at the picture, remember the picture of Summer, look at the video, look at her mannerisms, because she could be anywhere.
You can watch the rest of Brian's interview with Dawn Wells tonight at 9 on News Nation Prime, as well as that sit down with Ronnie Lawson coming up again tonight at 9 on News Nation Prime. But back here at the prayer circle, there's a group of a few folks getting ready to gather in prayer and broadcast this online to continue showcasing Summer's story for everyone outside of the community here in Hawkins County and in Kingsport. Josh?
Ainsley Daniel live in Kingsport, thank you very much. And again, that Brian Enton interview with Summer's father and the sheriff of Hawkins County tonight on News Nation Prime.
What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted.
Everybody that's involved in this case is persons of interest. We've not ruled anyone out.
That News Nation broadcast at 9 p.m.
No, I have the full interview. I'm going to play it right now, hon. Hey, D. Goodwin. I said hi to you earlier, but I don't know if you saw it. It was kind of like a late response. I didn't mean to miss your comment. Sometimes I don't look at my chat. I'm not a good multitasker. I'm going to play I have the full interview. I'm going to play it. Hold on just a sec. And I have the one with Ronnie Lawson. I just want to see them. I just want to see them bring Summer home. I cannot believe it's been 5 months for Summer and 6 for baby Cash. It breaks my heart. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to go here. Actually, if you guys want me to play, I'll play that right now. Actually, no, let me do this. I'm going to play that full interview right after these two. Because I want to kind of go in order. Let's see. Okay. I believe this one is with Chris as well. This is the one where, this is the one where they show inside the house where he shows Summer's bedroom. Elizabeth, listen, let me say this really quick. This is a hard one for me. She says someone needs to shake the hell out of anyone encouraging the inappropriate public behavior. I disagree. And here's why. So I don't know how to say this without saying it wrong. I'm not directing it at you. It's just the whole idea behind all of the inappropriate public behavior is extremely important in this case, in my opinion. I'm going to play the Twitter call as well. Love to love them. Just give me a little bit because I'm trying to go through all these links. So hold on. I will promise I'll play the Twitter call. So without being able to see that interaction, what do we know? And in those live streams that Don is participating in and he's acting out, clearly under the influence of God only knows what, I would assume multiple substances. I think it was safe to say that it's not just alcohol, right? So think of all the things that could go wrong with Don and Candace mic'd up, cammed up at 12 o'clock at night when they're completely shit-faced. That's something so valuable. I would never want to discourage anybody from allowing it. And I'm sorry, I know some people might disagree with me. Yes, let him keep talking. Don't discourage that. I get it. Like, I know what you mean. It definitely shows the character of the parents and what the children endured. Yes, it does. I think that that's so important. So it's not that I want to see a shit show, and it's not that, because listen, when Don went on Marissa's, I had a really difficult time with what I heard. That was super triggering. It was very upsetting. I went to bed feeling like I had been punched in the gut. But in the whole grand scheme of everything, what took place on Marissa's panel that night was something you couldn't ask for more. Thank God. You know, you get the public spectacle, but it also speaks volumes to what these children endured and what they lived with and what they had to suffer through every single day inside that house with these belligerent parents. God forgive me, but that environment is the reason Summer is missing. And I can say that with full certainty. They're not living right. And that's just my take on it. They're not living right. And it's so sad that it took losing Summer and her being missing. She saved her brothers, in my opinion. God bless those kids. I feel terrible for all three of them. He is a literal crackhead, absolutely, Harris. Yep, for sure. No doubt about it. All right, hold on. Let's see. Let me go to the next one.
Welcome back to Prime. 5-year-olds don't just vanish. Those are the words from retired homicide detective Chris McDonough. He has spent his career looking into high-profile cases from JonBenet Ramsey to Elizabeth Smart. Now he's focusing his attention on the disappearance of Summer Wells as the host of The Interview Room, and we continue to follow Summer's case as well here on Prime. Chris is back with us tonight. Chris, good to see you. Thanks for coming back.
Thank you for inviting me.
So Summer's parents, Don and Candace, have been the target of threats, accusations that they had something to do with Summer's disappearance. They have denied any involvement. They say that she was abducted. They have passed a polygraph test. At this point, the sheriff is saying anything's on the table. All people are persons of interest. But has the public jumped to conclusions too soon on these parents without the evidence to back this up?
Yeah, I think everybody is innocent till proven guilty for sure. And at this point, there are just, as your reporters pointed out, Brian, that there's just too many moving parts here. There are a couple of theories that still, need to be nailed down. And obviously the authorities don't have those pieces yet.
Mm-hmm. Let's go back to the property, Chris. You spent some time there on the family's property. You went inside the house. You went into Summer's room, and you say that it encapsulated her. So I want to show some of this video for folks at home, and I want us to walk through exactly what you saw inside this home.
So this is Candace showing me essentially where the boys were sitting. They were sitting right there at that table, looking at that TV, playing video games. Summer went down into the basement. She's pointing to this table here that has basically a crawl space into it. And down into that crawl space goes down into the parents and Summer's room. So I asked her if she would take me down there. She did. And so we crawl through there.
So
now,
can I stop you real quick, Chris? So this is the only way to get to Summer's and the parents' room is through this crawl space.
Right. This is the way she said Summer went into that basement.
Why did they have it set up like that?
That is a great question. I don't have that answer.
Okay, continue.
So we get down there, and of course, this is Summer's room here that you're seeing. All of the items in the back corner belong to Summer. There's a mattress on the floor, the 2 bunk beds. The windows are secured with reflective type of materials. And so you can tell this is, it's pretty striking pretty quickly for a 5-year-old to be in this environment.
Chris, the other 3 boys, Summer's brothers, were removed from the home, taken into protective custody. Are they key to understanding anything in this case and her disappearance? Is there a chance that they were able to shine some light on what may have happened?
From my opinion as retired investigator, they would be, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And in terms of the parents and their past, that has also been something that is much talked about. Candace filed for an order of protection against her husband, Don, saying that she was afraid of being hurt. She was afraid for those kids. That was likely part of why they were removed from the home. How do investigators take that information and also anything the kids might know and try to piece this puzzle together?
Marnie, that's a great question. So, with a 5-year-old child, obviously time is of the essence. So the first officer on the scene quickly wants to assess, who had last contact, what were those conditions in relationship to that contact, how much time has elapsed before the last person saw the child. And so immediately you want to start talking to the parents and you want to try to separate them. And as you go along, trying to get the information initially about the child, then the parent's background becomes significant in relationship to an investigative process as more resources are arriving on the scene.
Chris, police said that there was no evidence of foul play, yet they issued an Amber Alert. How can they be so sure?
Well, that's a great question. The investigative process is still, ongoing. It could be an accident. It could be, something, an intentional act of some sort. I think the investigators, and we heard Sheriff Lawson even say today that everything is still on the table.
You have been in contact with the parents, Don and Candace. Are you still in touch with them now?
Not currently, no.
What's the deal with this red truck? It is potentially a piece of this puzzle. Have you heard anything about the truck? Has it led to any evidence or information for investigators?
Well, at this point, TBI has reported that the red truck, they want to try to contact that individual who may have been driving. There is a witness who is really vague about whether it was around the area on the 14th or the 15th. So it could have been the day before or the day of Summer's disappearance. However, I think what they want to do is just check the box to eliminate that truck. They have eliminated a lot of red trucks in that area.
How closely would investigators be looking at family and friends of both Candace and Don, this inner circle that they know, especially given the fact that Don has admitted that they had some wrong friends, or at least Candace did?
That would be significant. And you want to, again, you want to look at the abduction theory, and you have to think, how high of a risk would subject who would want to, take a child, a 5-year-old, how high of a risk would that suspect take? And in that terrain and coming up that hill with the information that Summer between 2 and 10-minute time frame was in the basement, the universe would have to be 100% on schedule for all those stars to align. So that's where you want to start, shifting your focus in relationship to, taking a look at the inner circle, who had access to the property and or who had access to the parents.
Chris, 5 months is a long time for this little girl to be missing. As more time goes by, how optimistic are you that this case is solvable? We can find Summer and bring her home safely?
Well, I'm always optimistic. Statistically, though, that optimism starts to dwindle. However, I do believe this case will be solved. I think they have the correct resources on it with TBI, FBI, as well as the Hoxton County Sheriff's Department in the lead. And I, like you and the rest of the nation, are praying. I'm praying that they do find her alive.
I share in that prayer. It has our attention. It has the attention of a lot of people on social media. And those folks on social media are relentless, as are we. Chris McDonough, we appreciate your time and, as always, your insight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching. Click the red.
Okay, let me see. Let me go through your comments really quick. Get out of here, Q is my favorite uncle. I don't allow bashing of Chris in my chat. Anna says, I don't think Summer slept on the mattress on the floor because she slept with her parents. I think the mattress was walked over by kids, dogs, etc., not really a bed. Yeah, I mean, she could have been sleeping on that bunk bed at times. Who knows what really went on in that basement? God only knows. I don't know where Summer slept. Dawn said that she slept with them every night for 5 years. So it's not like it mattered anyway, even if she did sleep over there, because there's no door. There's no door separating the bedroom. I mean, I just can't even fathom Summer sleeping in that room at all. It makes me physically ill to think that that's where where her safe place was. Think about when you had a baby, or if you've got kids. Like, I know myself, I put so much effort and work into making, a nursery, and then upgrading to like a big boy bed, right? And then filling up the room with like area rugs and toys and comfy blankets and just everything. Like, you set up your children's bedrooms so that they can feel safe and have a place to go to play. Her room is despicable. There's no excuse. None. I'll never get over that. I'll never get over seeing it in the pit of my stomach. A lot of people don't understand poverty, depression, and addiction, and that's what it looks like. So sad. Well, I disagree with the poverty. I don't believe that Don and Candace they live, okay, so their lifestyle, in my opinion, is that of a poverty-stricken family. But they have money for booze, they have money for cigarettes, they have money for drugs, they have money for whatever it is that they need. There's been people that have discussed how Candace always had money on her, Don always had money on him. Like, no one stops to think that it doesn't mean that they're poverty stricken. It's more, in my opinion, priorities and responsibilities. They're falling short and lacking in that area. I don't believe that they live as if they're in poverty, for sure, but I don't believe that they're poverty stricken. Well, maybe they are by their own doing. Dodging bullets. Yeah, poor people are clean. I've been up, I've been down, I've been really down. But you could eat off my floors. I mean, there's no excuse. It's their own lifestyle. Stresses me out. The Wells family is not poor. They own property and a house and several cars, both immature, maybe never advanced beyond the ages they started using. Yeah, that could, you know what, Anna, I believe that's a very accurate comment. AB pointed out that those twin beds were actually stacking dog beds. Really? When Candace was standing in front of them, you could tell they are not twin beds, Signe. So they're not bunk beds? I have to look at that again. I didn't hear AB say that, but I'll ask him about it. I think it's probably addiction, yes, from just, what we know. Savannah, it's a choice as a parent how to raise children. They had other priorities, plain and simple. Yeah, it is. When you have children, your life has to change if you're not living right, And naturally, when you have children, you are supposed to put them above all else. And I'm sorry, that's not what I have seen in this case. Nowhere peaceful in that house whatsoever. Hey, the buzz. Yeah, there wasn't. Where did these people go to relax? Okay, so we walk through the house. You see the boys' bedroom. There's a refrigerator in the boys' bedroom. There's weapons in the boys' bedroom hanging on the wall. Then you walk into the dining area, which leads to the kitchen. It's like all one big, thing. You got the washer and the dryer right there where you're about to go walk over to the little, whatever you would call it, the stairs under the desk that they had there leading down to the basement, which they fixed now. There's pictures on the official Don Wells family page. There's nowhere for these people to relax. Like, where did they actually sit down and watch TV and lay on the couch or have friends over? Like, when friends came over, where did they hang out? They couldn't have possibly hung out in that dining room or kitchen area, whatever it was. Hold on. I'm getting a cold, you guys. I'm getting a runny nose, I think, and a sore throat. Not good. I won't be able to be live if I get sick because I won't come on here sounding sick. Yes, sub up to AB's backup channel, his True Crime Watchdog link. Yes, everyone sub up to that if you haven't already. All right, let me get to the next. Yeah, barns are nicer, right? You live in a barn. Okay. I feel like I already played that one. Did I? Hold on a sec. Let me see. This might be a different one. I just want to make sure I didn't play this already. Hold on. Okay, this is a different one. I'm gonna play this one for you. This is, I'll put the link, I'll pin the link for you guys. This one's 7 minutes long. This is the one where Brian Enton talks to Ronnie Lawson. Hold on.
Interviews on the case that we have been covering extensively here on News Nation Prime. 5-year-old Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. Her parents say she vanished within minutes from their home in Rogersville, Tennessee. But months of searching have come up empty. There have been no new leads and no evidence, not even a sighting of Summer. And suspicion has started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live tonight in Tennessee, where he spoke with Summer's dad in his first interview since he appeared on Dr. Phil. Brian.
Marnie, you know, we've talked about this case, we've covered this case, but to be on the ground here in Tennessee, you realize right away just how complex it is. All of the different personalities involved and just mystery that this little girl 5 months later is still missing.
Flying into Tennessee, we weren't sure what to expect. Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. No new leads and basically no new information since the 5-year-old vanished from her Northeast Tennessee home.
I can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Summer's been missing since June 15th, and there are definitely some people who are not happy that we've come here to dig into the case. Some people on social media basically just telling us to stay away. There are still so many unanswered questions about where Summer is. It's now been 5 months since Summer Wells disappeared. Do your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation.
Everybody that's involved in this case is person of interest. We're not ruling anyone out.
Summer's dad, Don Wells, agreed to meet us. We talked to him on the edge of his property where Summer disappeared.
What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Someone snuck up there and we weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, mom, to play. So I went over here like this.
Summer's mom, Candace, allowed podcaster Chris McDonough with the interview room into her home in July.
This is how I would get down here.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if you want down here or not.
They went downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was.
This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I know I did come out and I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. She And we had to beg her, you know, to please go on Dr. Phil. But she's just so been burned thousands of times by people. So that's why she don't want to talk to nobody, and she didn't want to go on Dr. Phil. That's why she was getting upset, because of the way the YouTubers and other people have turned on her. They've just ruined her.
Very sorry for the occasion.
The Wells were on Dr. Phil last week, and at one point, Candace walked off.
I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am.
We'll stop. I want you to feel comfortable.
No.
Okay, so when has Candace ever really been interrogated? She's being interrogated again. She says she's being interrogated again. When has Candace ever been given a shakedown, a proper shakedown ever? That's probably my only issue with Ronnie Lawson. I mean, that's what matters to me, and it should have been done day one. Why is she throwing a fit? It makes no sense to me. A mother missing her child doesn't want to talk to Dr. Phil. She legit said, I want out. I want out. Those were her exact words. I want out. Why? Candace is guilty AF.
Oh, and I want to go home.
I'm down.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but
no,
you know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, you know, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year.
Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me,
Sure.
even, just so I can, I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you,
I appreciate it.
guys.
Thank you.
Guys.
He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts.
So Brian Enton asks Don if he'll take him around. Will you drive me around? Listen, you won't let my camera crew or me on your property, right? So will you just drive me around so I can see? He changed his mind. Why? Why would Don change his mind? Why wouldn't you want to give Brian Enton a ride around so he could see everything? Who better to get a drive around from but Don, right? Yeah. What are you hiding, Don? That's why I say his behavior is suspect. Always has been. I just don't know. I wonder why. So it's either Don is all the way knee deep and he knows everything, or he's just trying to protect Candace, in my opinion. So he denied Brian Enton a ride around the property. Very telling. See, Don, he makes all the wrong moves. It's crazy. Like, he doesn't even know the right thing to do.
Miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was.
So very strange. He says, we want her back in the church with us that she so loves. Why wouldn't you say we want our daughter home with us? It's in the church with us. Everybody notice that? In the church with us. We want her in the church with us, not we want her home with us. What a strange statement.
Was kidnapped or abducted.
Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot of people have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says everything is on the table. Everyone is a person of interest. They are not ruling anything out. So one theory out there is this thing called cornbread mafia that we're seeing a lot on social media. What is it? What's the sheriff saying?
So the cornbread mafia is sort of rumored to be this underground mafia network in this area of drug dealers and people who pass drugs around and that kind of a thing. The sheriff says he's not totally aware of it. The Wells family says they had never even heard of it. But what was interesting on Dr. Phil is when it was brought up, that is what sparked Candace Wells to have that emotional moment and walk off screen.
Thanks for watching.
Okay. So I think that's the same one that Brian put on his Twitter. Welcome, Sina Kelly. I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it Sina or Senna? I don't know. Let's see. Just my opinion. I was surprised when they made the church made them take down Summer's prayer garden. Very surprised. I was very, very surprised the church did that. They might have had to take that stuff down because it might have been getting a little worn and torn, maybe. I know that they have a lot of, moisture at night and probably stuff got really gross outside. Yeah, tonight at 8, Chris is, I don't know if she's going to be live with him or if it's going to be a pre-record. I could have sworn, never mind. Yeah, sub to put the bell on for Chris tonight at 8 o'clock. He's going to be putting out an interview with Robin. Okay, hold on. Let me see what I have next. So I have Don's call with Ziggy. I'm not going to play that yet. I'm going to play the Twitter call. You guys want to hear the Twitter call? Let me send it to myself. I didn't do that. So there's a part 1 and a part 2 because my phone was on low battery. So when I recorded it, my screen shut off and it stopped the recording. So there's like a 4-minute one and then there's a 23-minute one. So I'll play the first part for you. Oop, hold on, I have to make it unlisted. So you guys, I guess Brian Enton is going to be doing this pretty regularly. But I guess he's also like new to it or something. And it's pretty cool. I've never seen it. I don't usually hang out on Twitter, so I have a Twitter account, but I don't ever use it. Let's see. So what it was a call that he was on with Ansley Daniel and Jennifer Koffendorfer. She's the former FBI agent that was working on the Gabby Petito case with Brian down in Northport. So she's super pretty lady. I don't know if you guys remember her. All right, let me do this. So what I did was I'm glad I recorded it, because when I went back, there was nothing there. Like, I don't know if I missed it. I'm not sure, but it was really, really good. It was a great phone call. There was a lot of people on it. Like, I was scrolling and scrolling and scrolling to see, and I saw like some names that I definitely recognized, but I wasn't really quite sure how to like use it or whatever. Well, I'm going to pull it up for you right now. Oh my God, I should have done this before. Okay, here's the first part. Welcome, Tracy. Thank you for joining. You remember her? She's been around for a while. Yeah, I like her. I like her a lot. She had a lot to say on this phone call. I thought it was really good information. You listen, Nicole? Lippy, you haven't scrolled your Twitter today? Robin to me is very sus. Her actions and her laughing is weird. It might be a nervous thing. I don't know. I can't figure Robin out. I've always had great respect for Robin because I feel that Summer found the most comfort with her. And from what I see, I believe that Summer felt very safe with her. And I had shared the voice clip that Cher had received from Robin like 2 videos ago. Did you guys see those messages about the red truck? So it doesn't necessarily, you got to remember there's a lot of red trucks, you know? I'm sure there's red trucks everywhere. If you drive down the road later today, spot all the red trucks. Do you know what I'm saying? But it's still significant. It's still important, and it still needs to be heard. And I will say, I support Cher putting that out, very much so. If you feel in your heart that you have something that people need to hear or be aware of, don't hold it back. I've been through it. I've never done that. I am 100% for Summer before anything else. And no matter what anybody's opinion is of Cher or whatever, it doesn't matter. It still needs to be heard. I just ask that people keep the comments respectful, because I do see a lot of like, you know, comments about people's looks and things like that. Please don't put that kind of stuff in my comment section about people. That's not necessary. It's important for everyone to hear this stuff. So you have to at least appreciate the fact that it's allowed to be heard and it was made public. Okay, no matter what it might mean, I don't know. But it's definitely odd, and it's definitely an eyebrow raiser, right? Her deleting it from the flyers because someone on Facebook told her to do it. That's becoming weird. Yes, Bridget, I agree. I'm bewildered by that. Her crossing out the truck on that flyer, definitely concerning. Pollyanna, thank you for joining very much. Welcome to my membership. I just set them up yesterday. Thank you, Lorna, for becoming a member. I'm sorry it took me so long to make them. I wasn't like in the mood at all. I was on the phone with Marissa yesterday, and she helped me with the levels and stuff at the lobby, the mezzanine and the ballroom and the, what's the other one? Oh my gosh, the penthouse. So that at least she made that one easy on me. I did so the thumbnails that I did for the memberships, I put the TM, I gave a crescent moon, a waxing crescent moon. That is the moon that Summer disappeared under. And red dresses for everybody who wants a red dress. That's a kind of an inside joke over here. Red dresses for everyone. And then I put crowns for, I think it's like, you have to be a member for like 6 months or 5 months or something. I didn't do anything past like 5 or 6 months. I don't remember. That's too much. All of it's too much for me. Glorious time at the penthouse. Yeah. What about the Twitter calls? I do Twitter, but I don't know about calls. Anna, it was a phone call that Brian Enton had last night. I'll pull it up right now. Sorry. I was babbling. Hold on. Okay, I have it pulled up. So this is the first part. It's a couple minutes long, and then I have the 25-minute one. But you guys, this is a really good phone call that Brian had last night. So definitely, if you guys want to rip it or whatever, you can. I have an unlisted link or whatever. If anybody wants to hear it, just let me know. Like if they want, just listen to it here or whatever. You can record it if you want to, or do whatever with it. I don't mind. Okay. So here we go. I don't know how late I was joining. I think I was a couple minutes late, but I don't think it was that much that I missed. I could have totally missed an hour. I have no idea. I just clicked on it and that was it.
I'm curious, Ansley, what did you think about? Did you see the report yet?
Yes, I did. I just watched it a few minutes ago. Great job, by the way. And again, thank you for coming and covering this because it's definitely baffling to all of us here, who are especially knee deep in this here in the area.
What did you think? I mean, what were your, in terms of someone who knows basically everything about this case, what were your takeaways?
I definitely think Dawn's comment about the friend situation with Candace is interesting. It's something that we haven't heard from him before. We kind of hear the same story when it comes to Candace. I have met with her several times. I've spoken with her in person several times, and I've interviewed her before. I think I do have her very first interview and probably one of her only news interviews that she's ever done. From over the summer, and ever since then she's just not interested in coming in front of the camera, but I'm very intrigued by his comments. I would like to learn a little bit more about that, and I know that you and I talked earlier today and he kind of just clammed up, but I think that after hearing what you said with the sheriff, I think a lot of people are curious as to if the sheriff is still questioning them and what that relationship is like. And so I think what's also interesting about all of this as well is that, 5 months later, we're hearing the same thing from the sheriff and everyone involved. It feels like we're, just kind of talking in circles almost 5 months later.
And so you, Ansley, are one of the only people who has actually sat down with Candace in the past. I mean, what is she like from your perspective? Since you've actually had this kind of one-on-one with her before.
She definitely is very quiet and standoffish. Took her a very long time to warm up to me. She was definitely not interested in the cameras being on the property in the beginning. It took her a very long time for her to even be willing to release a statement to us or share photos with us about Summer and things of that nature. And she also is she's very quiet. It took a lot. I had to, ask her maybe the same question in a couple of different ways to maybe get some answers out of her, if that makes sense. And she also, I think, is very nervous when it comes to speaking to people. I think that when you speak with her, you have to be very gentle and almost sometimes when you ask her questions, I think she feels like she's being interrogated. So I tried to really play it safe with her and be very, very kind and just very gentle and kind of ease into that conversation with her. She definitely, she was very kind to me when I was there. I'd say positive interactions for her, obviously given the circumstances, but she definitely is very standoffish and she has her guard up. That's for sure.
Let me ask you, Jennifer, you're still there, right?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. It sounds, are you,
Okay.
I hear a lot of action in the background. You're very active tonight. You're very active.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get rid of all these.
Oh boy, Jennifer. I think Jennifer's having microphone issues. You there, Jennifer? Can you still hear me, Ansley?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I think we lost Jennifer for now, but are you back?
I think I'm back.
Okay. Jennifer.
Did you have a question? I'm so sorry.
No.
Okay, so that was the first one. My phone, the screen shut off on me, so stop screen recording. Here's the next one. Hold on a sec. All you really missed was her audio messing up on her. So here's this one. And guys, this is a bit long. It's 23 minutes, but it's really informative. And Ansley, Brian, and Jennifer were okay, somebody asked, and I put it on my banner just so that people know what we're listening to. This came from Brian Enton's Twitter last night. He had a phone call. It's called Twitter Space. And I don't know how many people could join to it, but there were like 1,000 people listening. So he was speaking with the former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendorfer and Ansley Daniel. It was about, I think I got a good 30 minutes of the call, but it was good. So I recorded it, and that's what we're playing right now. Hold on a sec. Let me pull this up. You think Brian's nervous there? He might feel a little out of his element, I would imagine. I mean, I probably would, right? It's a new place. It's different probably from what he's used to. But listen, it's beautiful down there. It is God's country. I love down south. I've been through Tennessee, and it is like nothing I've ever seen before, with the most beautiful landscape and scenery. Definitely gorgeous. All right, here's this one.
In these kind of investigations, you just have to keep an open mind. I think I've shared with you before, I've had a case that was so similar to this in terms of socioeconomic background and so on and so forth, with a 6-year-old missing. And that mother was so deceptive and difficult to speak with. And it turned out that she was that way because she was so ashamed and embarrassed and upset that because of her negligence, the child ended up dying. And she was trying to cover that. So it wasn't that she had hurt the child, but rather she felt sort of responsible for the fact that the child got hurt. And that same feeling here, did she get intoxicated and lose track? What I don't like about this is the timeline. I've always said that there's a big gap, in my opinion, about a 3-hour gap that nobody's ever addressed. There's also a 5 o'clock Facebook. Has anybody seen that? The 5 o'clock Facebook, where she puts up a picture. It clearly isn't her house, but there's a picture she puts up at, I think, 5:03. That unless somebody went into her Facebook account and now it's gone. But law enforcement's going to be able to find all that. They're going to be able to look at what she did on her phone and on social media.
Well, another thing I've thought about is the dad Don gets on these YouTube shows in the middle of the night. he did another one last night, and he rambles at times. I mean, could that possibly be a sign that he doesn't have anything to hide, that he's just so willing to hop on these shows and kind of run his mouth like that?
Well, in my opinion, Brian, he is so familiar with the system. You know, he had run-ins with the law and convictions in, I believe, 4 states: Texas, Arkansas. He's been charged there, Utah. So this isn't his first rodeo with sort of the crime situation. And I find him to be very savvy when he's sober in terms of his choice of words, in terms of him manipulating the conversation, in terms of him taking on a persona that I don't believe is the real Don Wells, judging from all the other interviews and consensual monitoring conversations that I've heard. They don't line up. They're 2 different people.
Hey, Ansley, you're
Yes,
still there,
I am.
right?
I'm here.
I was wondering I know that, again, you've been to the house multiple times, but when you interviewed Candace, was it at the house?
It was at the house. It was right on their front. I don't know how far up you were able to go onto the property, but it was right in front of.
They wouldn't let us on even the driveway.
Okay.
We weren't allowed to get close.
Okay, yeah. So we've been up. I've been pretty much on the porch. I've been on the front, like pretty much in the front of the house with them before. Our interview was right outside their little porch area.
Did you get a chance to see inside it all? Because there's those, the video on YouTube where it's just, I mean, it's such a mess in there.
I did look inside. Most of my time was spent kind of at the doorway. We did not take our cameras inside at the time, but it was very similar to what you saw on YouTube from my point of view that day that I was, kind of up in the house.
Interesting. And tonight you went to, there was a prayer vigil, right?
Yes, there was a prayer vigil in Kingsport. I went to that not too long after I saw you earlier today.
My sense from people that I've met here is that they just are so heartbroken about the case. I mean, what were people saying at the prayer vigil? I mean, did the Dr. Phil interview come up? Like, what was sort of the vibe?
The Dr. Phil interview definitely came up. I think that here it's been baffling. Like I said, obviously we have been, heartbroken here about what has happened and the lack of answers. But tonight at the prayer vigil, there was a lot of positive reaction around the Dr. Phil interview, as well as you being in town and, the continuous coverage, on our station as well. A lot of people are just hoping that this will continue to put her name and her face out there in hopes that someone will say something, someone who knows something will come forward. So thankfully it was a lot of positive interactions. However, what I find interesting about this, like you mentioned with the YouTube situation earlier, is this prayer circle had folks from all over the globe on their live stream online. There were only about 5 people there in the room in Kingsport, but they had thousands of people from across the globe online. And you and I have talked before. I've been to most of these prayer circles. They're held weekly. This was the first one inside. Most of them are outside. So obviously the weather's getting a little bit colder here. So that's why there's a location change. But I've been to these prayer circles where there's been anywhere from 3 to 4 people up to 50, sometimes 20. So it's kind of interesting how the shift comes and goes in waves and when it comes to interest in things like this.
And Jennifer, you're there, right?
Yes.
Okay. One other thing I wanted to ask you that I thought of was with the sheriff today, when we interviewed him, he said basically that they, essentially have made no progress over the last 5 months. Anything is still possible and everyone involved is a person of interest. And I was sort of sitting there wondering, well, is he saying that to protect parts of the investigation, or do they literally know nothing? I mean, what do you think?
I think that is just what he is supposed to say. So that's what he says. They're keeping it close to the vest, what's happening. I truly believe they're waiting for the DCS investigation to conclude. That's going to be a comprehensive report that could be possibly those children in terms of medical care, in terms of possibly being around them when they were using drugs, possibly exposing them to dangerous individuals. All of that could be on the table for charges in the future against the Wells.
Could they be asking the sons while they're in protective care about what they know, since they happen to be there that day?
I believe 100% they have been interviewed and probably will continue to be interviewed with very close care by specialists in that field, child psychologists, people who are trained in DCS to conduct those interviews, led by questions asked by law enforcement. In other words, that's what they'll be asking, but they'll do it in the way that's proper.
And what did you make, Jennifer, of, because I had heard sort of mixed things. Oh, she took the polygraph, it was inconclusive. Oh, I heard she passed it. So we just had a chance to actually ask the sheriff, and he said, yes, both Candace and Don did pass the polygraph. What do you make of that?
Well, polygraphs are interesting. The reason that they're not admissible in court is very simple. They are strictly an investigative tool. Sometimes we use it to see if people are just willing to take it, because typically a lot of guilty people don't want to take a lie detector test because they think they'll be found out. Other times people are guilty and they love to take lie detector tests because they think they can beat it. Lie detector tests, you only get to ask 1 to maybe 3 questions. The more questions that are asked of somebody, the worse the results are. So those questions are going to be very pointed. And in other words, did you harm your daughter, Summer? Even simpler than that, did you harm Summer? And then they're going to look for a respiratory action, reaction in their body chemistry. I have seen people who have committed heinous crimes past that.
Really?
Oh, yes. A lot of people.
Because I was thinking, if you're guilty, wouldn't you be scared to take the polygraph? That's just what I was thinking.
Well, the people who pass polygraph tests are people who take them under the influence. It's really very difficult to conduct polygraph in that circumstance. The other situation is habitual liars. People who are habitual liars can pass polygraph tests. And then there's other means of passing polygraph tests. I probably better not get into those, but people can pass them and they're often passed. And I've seen people who are innocent fail polygraph tests because they're guilty about something else that's similar to the question asked. So it's the polygraph. That's why it will never be considered, suitable for courts. Now I tell you, I took a polygraph. I have to take them all the time with the Bureau. But one time, just a friend of mine, I was doubting how good polygraphs are. So a friend of mine who was a polygrapher for about 25 years, he said, listen, I want you to write a number down between 1 and 20. He said, put it in your pocket. So I wrote a number down in my pocket. And he polygraphed me, put me on the box. He said, is it 1? No. 2? No. We went through it. And it was like number 12 or something. And I said, no. Kept going. He goes, just give me the number 12 right now, Jennifer.
Wow.
So with me, because I'm not inebriated, I'm not a compulsive liar, I didn't use any of the other things that you can do to not be detected. Somebody like me and your normal person, it's very effective with. I don't know how effective it is with Don and Candace because I'm very well aware of their use of drugs and alcohol from their recordings and all they've said and so on.
Yeah, it is interesting having met with Don yesterday, spending some time with him. You know, he was very calm and polite. And when you do go back and look at the recordings on YouTube, even last night, there was a recording of a YouTuber that he called into, and it's like almost like a different person. I mean, just as someone who's actually just met him, it's such a different tone. There's cussing.
Yeah, I listened to that recording, the latest one that he did right after your interview, and it's definitely a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type situation that develops when he is under the influence.
So Ansley, do you have any questions? Jennifer, I know I didn't really introduce Jennifer, but she's a former FBI agent, more than 2 decades with the FBI. Super cool woman, my friend, and also on News Nation quite a bit talking about this case and other cases, and she's really, really read up on Summer's case. Do you have anything do you have any questions for Jennifer?
Yeah, actually, I agree with what you just said when it comes to the 2 different personalities when it comes to Dawn. And I think another big question that a lot of folks here had is, obviously we know that there are a lot of behavior analysis. We know that the behavior panel actually analyzed them on Dr. Phil. That was a big portion of his coverage. What does the potential drug and medication, etc., alcohol use have to do with how their body language could be perceived in those interviews and in those investigations?
Well, certainly, as I mentioned, the polygraph, to me, it gets negated if they were truly under the influence when those tests were conducted. That's in regard to polygraph. In regard to just interviews conducted by the behavior panel, I watched those and he seemed very sober, very composed, very calculating. I think when he is sober, he does a really good job of coming off, for the most part, truthful. But I see a lot of tells with him. When Brian was talking to him about these people and tried to go there, and he said, in fact, the words, "I'm not going there," was that fact. Watch him look down. Watch him look down. Typically when people, you can't read a lot into it, but you can definitely, all of us can see a complete change in demeanor. He nervous, standoffish, put his head down, didn't want to comment. And so I think when he's sober, he does a great job being interviewed. I don't know if I think the one with the detective from New York that does the podcast, I think it's called The Interview Room or something.
Yes.
Like that. When he talked with her, he took him through the house. I think that is the most sober I've seen Candace. In some of her other interviews, she appears to me to be very, and I'll call the word high, very high, under the influence. In a lot of those videos, when I hear in the background, another video that she's on that she seems sober is that last one made when they're with the milk cartons and she wants to get her hands, they're in a particular position. So, but when I saw her even on Dr. Phil, I don't think she was 100%, it just seemed like she was on some train, like a Valium or something. She just wasn't the same person when I compare it to the interview room, that detective that took her around. So that's the baseline for me.
Luis was just asking Jennifer if you noticed anything with his eyes, like in our interview. Like he looks down at certain moments. I don't know if there was anything that stood out to you.
It did. And hi, Luis, by the way.
He likes to stay quiet on these things, but he's smiling.
So I did notice, I thought I caught his eye movement down into the right. I don't like to see that because when I saw him the entire time, when he's really thinking and recounting, he appears to kind of go up left, which is normal behavior, and because he's thinking, he's remembering. But when people are making things up, in my experience, they alter their eye movement from how they remember. And his altering is down and to the right. And I remember seeing that when you interviewed him. I'd have to go back to show you the specific spot. But I thought I noticed that. And again, I don't try to put too much into it all, but you know, they're really a case for this line with all these interviews done.
Yeah, and like you said, trying not to put too much into it. I was thinking the same thing, like just trying to come at this with an open mind. Not, I mean, look, I get it when you talk freely. Sometimes you might slip up and say something that you didn't really mean. So really, I wanted to be open-minded with this whole conversation with him.
Yeah, absolutely. It's huge on keeping an open mind, but it goes both ways. What really bothers me is that people get upset about, well, you can't look at their background, or, it's unfair to judge them by their things they've done in the past. Well, he's not just doing them in the past, he's still doing them. He got a DUI. He had the children, let me think where the children were when that DUI came. It was, I think, around July 27th was his DUI. Ansley, do you remember?
Yeah, so the children were taken toward the end of July by CPS, the older boys, and the DUI was actually recent. And I was actually
November 1st.
Yes,
November 1st.
I was actually about to ask you a question about that as well. A lot of people here are wondering, why law enforcement or the judge continues to let him out on OR bonds, notice his own recognizance. He was let out that weekend, and then he was also rearrested in court the following Monday when he was there for his arraignment. They arrested him for violation of probation on his gun-related charge. I think he was charged with having a fire. He was under the influence and had a firearm back in 2020. And so I was just curious as to what your thoughts are on that, with the fact that they continually let him out. A lot of people are wondering why they don't just keep him in jail.
Yeah, it is a little bit mind-boggling, but at the same time not. When you see the different jurisdictions throughout our country, it's totally up to the judges, and each judge has his own litmus test and his own precedents that he's set. So he knows this case is under the microscope. So he's comparing his treatment of Dawn to the treatment he's given to other people who have done the same crime, and he is not going to veer from that. So say 20 other people have been in his court in the last month for driving under the influence. He's going to treat them similarly, and Dawn similarly to them. So I just think he was trying to keep that consistent. It would be very interesting to look at the different cases that have hit his court to see if this is how he's treating all of them.
Absolutely. And another question too that a lot of people have here is they recently put a gag order on the CPS case involving the 3 older boys. And I know, most of us in this industry, even if you're not, in this industry, if you work with courts a lot, you understand that most juvenile cases are typically already, pretty tightly sealed. They're, closed, information is redacted. But the fact that they went around and already put a gag order on this, is that interesting to you at all?
Well, it was necessary because all of the publicity this case has received, the fact that John keeps seeking out podcasters and YouTube and every way he could get his voice out there, he seems to be doing. And because of that, the judge wanted to make it crystal clear that he doesn't want the circumstances surrounding those boys from the perspective of Dawn. And, the only thing that can happen is Dawn can be held in contempt of court. In my view, he's already talked about the boys. He actually whispered words to the effect of, or said words to the effect of, I had to say something to the boys about Summer on the side. And then he says, I can't believe the judge isn't even going to let me talk to the boys about their sister. And so he's already kind of talking about them out in the open, which isn't going to help his case ultimately.
And it's interesting. The sheriff said today to me, I asked, are the parents, are Don and Candace being cooperative? And he said, yeah, they've been cooperative. And he said what she did on Dr. Phil, where she broke down, that's happened before when they've tried to talk to her. But he said they now have, which I shared this with Ansley, he said they now have a lawyer. And so everything is now going through the lawyer in terms of questioning and that kind of thing, which I thought was interesting.
And that was not the case the last time I spoke with the sheriff on the record about everything. I'd say like about last time I saw him, I saw the sheriff about a week ago, and that was not brought up at all. We didn't do an interview, but we talked about the case, and that was not brought up at all. So that must be fairly recent.
Yeah. So he said they're cooperating, but now there's a lawyer involved. So it'll be interesting. But yeah, I'm going to get off here just because we've had such a long day. But Ansley, it was great meeting you.
Same to you.
Thank you for all your help. I know you're covering the story every day. So
Thank you. Same to you.
And Jennifer, you are always the best.
Thanks, Brian. Great being on here with you. Great job getting that nugget out of Dawn. That's a nugget.
Yeah, no, I was happy we got the interview just because, the sort of the behind the scenes of the day was like, Ansley knows how it goes some days. It's like you're getting it, you're not getting it, it's all over the place,
Absolutely.
So it all worked out. But thank you everybody for listening. This was my first Twitter space, so I'll figure out.
Okay, so that was it. Now, I don't know how much I missed in the beginning, but I want to say maybe like 10 minutes, or I don't know. Is Nicole still here? Nicole, did you listen to the whole thing? Does anybody else know how much I didn't get? It was an amazing conversation. I thought it was wonderful, and it gives a lot of insight as to Jennifer is a former FBI agent. So from what Brian says, she was employed by the FBI for a very long time. Hold on a sec.
Hello.
I got to do this first because I want to play this call. So it's interesting to hear what she thinks and what she's observing and what she's noticing when it comes to this whole entire case. Started listening at the same time I did. So Nicole, I think maybe I got it pretty quickly. All right, I missed about 10 minutes. That's fine. Let me just upload this really quick so that I can play it for you guys. This is a Ziggy and Dawn. They talked about this call. So they listened to this. I'll have to tell Ziggy that. They talked about the call on Ziggy's with Dawn the other night on that Twitter space. And I think that Brian said that was the first one that he had done. And it was very informative. I really liked it. It was almost kind of like, you almost felt like you were sitting in on a call. Do you know what I mean? No one else could talk except the three of them, but there was like over 1,000 people listening. I was scrolling through all the people and I just stopped scrolling. Tiffany, do you think Dawn is holding Candace back on talking, or is it Candace? I think it's Candace. I think there might be some kind of element where Dawn wants to like strong arm the situation. And he's always like, I notice even when people ask Candace questions, Dawn will answer for her. He'll like step in and try to take over the whole interview or the whole situation. It's annoying because we really need to hear more from Candace, but Candace doesn't want to speak. So when Candace does speak, it's important, right? But Dawn's constantly getting in the middle of everything. So that stands out to me. he could be controlling her. I do think he's controlling, and I do think that he's very territorial. And he's quite a bit of a psycho from things that we've heard. I mean, he's definitely gives me a very uneasy feeling. Yeah, it was like a conference call, Christy. They need to put pressure on Hunter. He knows a hell of a lot more than he's willing to tell us. You think so, Cindy? Hold on, guys. Let me put this on pause for a sec. All right, sorry, I had to answer my door. Okay, what do you need to? No, I just had to get up and answer the door, Bridget. You can't do that for me. Okay, let's see. Brian Ensign and Jennifer Coffendoffer are so interesting and get to the heart of the case. I really hope that they do more calls. So I pinned Brian Ensign's Twitter to the top of the chat. It's on Twitter. So Quinny, all you have to do is download Twitter if you don't have Twitter. And it's not exactly it's not an app outside of Twitter. It's within his own Twitter page. He can do these calls or whatever. I don't really mess around with Twitter. So I don't know, like, if you can do it with not having a lot of followers or whatever, but you can listen in. Has anybody else heard of Twitter Space before? I'm probably like way behind on the times. I don't really go on Twitter for much unless I'm looking at updates from TBI or something. It's blatantly clear that Candace is not able to talk because she would tell on herself. And Don does not want that, so he speaks for Candace. Hold on one sec. Sorry. Okay, so is H with his dad now? No, I believe he's with his mom, Allison. They will try to pin the whole thing on Hunter if they can. I think Hunter is a pawn in this game, but that's just my opinion. Well, so go back to Candy Harrer and what she said about Hun, Candace, and I were planting flowers. Hold on, where is that on my channel? Let me see if I can find it. Give me a sec. Because I made a video. Hold on. A lot of people do it. You can ask questions on there as well as a request to join. Okay. Yeah, see, where is Summer? I've never even heard of Twitter Space. I don't know. Oh, what's this? Brian Ensign said he visited Allie yesterday and she said Hunter left the state. Really? You think she's lying? Because before she was like, he's not going anywhere. So I don't know if I believe that. Are they dodging cameras? What do you think? Put a 1 in the chat if you think Hunter's still at home with Allie, or if put a 2 in the chat if you think that they're trying to dodge Brian Ensign. This is interesting. I think it's very interesting the way that they're responding to a national news reporter, investigative journalist. It's like they don't even want to grant him any access to this case. I don't believe them. I don't believe it. So it's split. Yeah, a lot of 2s. So you think he is? A lot of people think he is gone. Huh. I don't know. I heard he's been with his dad for a couple months. Really? Well, maybe it's better off for him to be with his father. I don't know. I don't know. They are lying. They aren't going to cover for Hunter. Plus, remember, she went to him asking what he told the police. Yeah, so on that Thursday, Summer disappeared on a Tuesday. And on that Thursday, Wednesday, Candace was at the cop shop, right? And she was messaging Hunter, calling him, telling him that, yes, I have, Gigi. She was calling him, telling him that she was, at the police department and what was going on. So basically, like, giving him a blow by blow of what she was doing. And she wanted to make sure that Hunter didn't talk about the alcohol that was purchased for him. AB has been going over Hunter's interview a lot lately. So hold on a sec. Let me grab a couple links to stick in chat because I did notice I missed 2 of them last night, but let me find what AB's been doing on Hunter because I know he's been like kind of deep diving back into that. Hold on a sec. Give me a minute. Just take a quick pause so I can find the videos. I'm going to post them in here. Unless my mods find them first. All right, so this one right here, he did a day ago. Conflict highlights. Mary Candace Wells, HDW sketch behavior featuring Chris McDonough. So I'm going to put this one in chat. All right, let me put this one here. I forget what I said the title was. I'll just put Hunter next to it. I'm not going to get all technical about it. I'll put Hunter interview. And he spends quite a while on this, so definitely go over there and watch these if you haven't. Okay, there's one. Hold on. Candace denies she initially texted H. Okay, we'll put this one in the chat. If you haven't watched these, make sure you do. Okay, we'll put this one in. Sorry. Candace denies calling Hunter. Just want you guys to be able to go like inform yourself. Because so much happened, if you think about it, so much has happened over the course of the last 5 months. And it's all happened so quickly that sometimes things slip by, and you don't remember until you go back or other things stand out. So if you've got time to kill and you want to like put on these old interviews like David Dotson on Unmasked or Hunter on Chris McDonough, Allie, Candace, all these interviews, old stuff with Don, go back to Times News Online and listen to Don. All these weird things will stick out to you, especially now. If you go back to the beginning of a case, I think it's probably a lot more simple than we think, right? Because you have to think, let's talk about like that social media aspect again. Don came out on the 18th. From the 15th to the 18th, it was very cut and dry. The police had released very minimal details about Summer's disappearance. They didn't give us much. There were like maybe 5 key points. And then Don showed up on the scene on the 18th with Josie in hand in front of the cameras, put his son up there like he was some kind of, I don't know, support or like a support mechanism or whatever was going on in Don's mind that he brought his son in front of those cameras. And I always thought it's so strange. Why doesn't he have his wife standing there next to him? Wouldn't you think that your daughter goes missing and you bring your son and not your wife to stand in front of these cameras in front of the nation? Why did he do that? But Candace hid from the cameras for 13 days. It was the last day of the search. I believe it was the last day of the search that she spoke up on the Hill with Ansley Daniel. So anyway, I'm just like kind of going back in time, trying to like revisit everything that happened. And Don really threw a monkey wrench into all the facts. I'm just going to put blame on Don for messing all of the facts. It's almost like someone come into your house and just ransack the whole place. That's what Don did with his daughter's case, from my point of view. Sick. Like, you got to kind of wonder what was he trying to do from jump? Anyone catch that Allie's friend Leslie used to live with Roy Kronk from the Kaylee Anthony case? No, but I've heard that other places, Poppy. Is that true? Precious Chaos. I came across a Twitter post of 4 pictures of Summer with the same heart-shaped mark on her body, different parts of the body in each picture. Some look like a bruise, some like a burn mark. Snoopy! Welcome to memberships. Precious Chaos, will you send that to me? Please? I don't know. I don't think I've seen that. There's an online interview with the neighbor. Yeah. Jody Sue. Jody Sue, you gotta put that snake down, girlfriend. I cannot watch that. I can't watch that. I watch Jody Sue all the time. And last night I had to put my phone like behind a picture frame. I could not. I was eating Lucky Charms and I'm sitting at my dining room table. I tried. I couldn't even look at the screen. She had a snake with her. It was like slithering all. I cannot do that with the snakes. It's okay, Jody Sue, but you're killing me. She's literally killing me. Did you guys see? Did you guys see the snake? That was a pretty big snake. Listen, I do not do well with any kind of reptiles or no. Especially snakes. And I know some people like them and have them for pets. I'm not trying to rag on Jody Sue. I'm really not. It was just so hard. Every time I looked down, I was I get the schemes. Like, I had to hide my phone. I put it behind a picture on my dining room table. I put it behind the frame and I just left it there. I listened to her, but I couldn't look at the screen. I don't do snakes. I remember, I'll tell you a little story. Long ago, when I was a little girl, my grandparents used to have this really long driveway. It was super long and they lived on a dead end and it was all stone coming in. So on one side you had like all this huge stone wall that basically like a barrier wall in front of the house. And then on the other side of the driveway, it was all trees, like a wooded area. But I was walking along the stone wall. I'll never forget this. And I'm just having like fun, right? I don't know how old I was, probably like 6. I was a little girl. And I started screaming because there was a snake, right? It was little in comparison to Jody Sue's snake. This thing was like a baby, but it was big enough. It was black. My grandfather came running down the driveway and chopped his head off with a garden hoe. And I thought he was like the best in the world, right? Because he just saved me from a snake. But no, I'm terrified of snakes. Oh my God. So when I saw Jody's, I'm like, oh my God, I can't watch this now. Yeah, it was the garden snake. It was pretty big. It was big to me. He chopped his head right off. It's like those memories that you never forget. And I miss him. So, okay, let me go to, Jody Sue is here. Jody Sue, put that snake away, please. I can't watch that. Scaring the shit out of me. Mine eventually gets oh my God, I'll throw up right here, right now. I'm not even kidding. All right, no more snake talk. 14 feet, I'll flip out. I can't with snakes, mice, anything like that. I'm a total baby. Like, I could deal with spiders, I could deal with bugs, like creepy crawly bugs and stuff, whatever. Just like hit them with a shoe. But snakes, fuck that. But it's funny because I was listening to Jody Sue and she was talking about how, well, it was quite a little interesting little thing that she said. She said something about snakes and how they're not evil, basically. But the thing is, they are in my religion. The snakes do represent the devil. So, but I'm going to get religious on anybody. The Blessed Mother stands on the snakes. So, let's see. Jody Sue is on Facebook, Sal80. I don't want to put her like information on here, but okay. Sandra Summers, thank you so much for the super sticker. So cute as a little pear. Appreciate that. One of the bigger risks in the woods around the Wells home would be copperheads, I think, poisonous, and they blend right in. Yeah, oh my God. No, I'm not a woodsy outdoors type person. Like, I could go camping and stuff, but no snakes. That's right. They are the devil serpent. What is truth in the footprints? Is it 100% fact or made up by Jody Sue Brown? Does anyone know if it was confirmed they found footprints? As kids roam, but they search the woods, so unless she went over the cliff. Mick Bro, I can't answer that question. I do remember way back when, and I don't have his screenshots handy, but I remember, and I don't know if it was Jody Sue that wrote it. I don't think it was. Anyway, they had discussed finding barefoot footprints in one of the neighbors' yard. If that was Jody Sue's yard, I'm unaware and I don't know. And I don't know if she'd be able to answer that question. And please don't bombard her, anybody in the chat, because I don't want her to get overwhelmed coming in here. I know a lot of people have questions for her and everything. Let me see. Blessings to all. I did email you, Tiffany. Love and blessings to you and our chat. Thank you. Blessings to all. Cheryl, I got you. I saw you said you were Cheryl. Thank you. I was going through, well, earlier before I started my stream, I was going through my block list because there was somebody that was blocked that had joined my membership, and she had actually messaged me a couple of weeks ago, and she had said that she was blocked on my channel, but I went through my block list and I didn't see her. I went through my Google block list, didn't see her. And I finally went to her channel and I had her blocked. So I don't know why. I don't know if it was an accident or what. I've never had issues with her ever. But when I was in my block list, I had seen you in my mods and I'm like, who the hell is this? I don't know when people change their names, who people are. So, but I did unblock some people that I didn't think should be blocked from my channel. So please, and I ask my moderators, don't block people for like a difference of opinion, as long as people aren't being super respectful. Time them out a couple times, because I do have a very long block list. I blocked basically a whole community, literally like a long time ago. So it's like I have to weed through 500 names. And all of those names are staying on my blacklist. So they stopped speaking because of being immediately eaten by the internet. Who, Jody Sue? Oh, the neighbor? Okay, so Jody Sue, was it you that found the footprint, or they found the footprints on someone else's property? If you don't mind, if you don't want to answer, that's fine too. Let me go back and see if she wrote anything else. It was a more distant neighbor. Okay, so, another neighbor said they were on his property. Changed my name because YouTube allows duplicate names. I know. I wish that they wouldn't do that. Jody Sue says, I recall police saying to me personally, those two were some variety of unfounded or dismissing them. Okay. So the footprints were unfounded as well. Well, we don't know that for sure because unless it comes from sheriff, it's not. But that's the word. Okay. So the rumor is the footprints were unfounded, but we don't for 100. Property owner posted. Yeah, it was so long ago. I see you from Tennessee that I completely forgot who even wrote it, but I do remember that Facebook post way back. Okay, so hold on a sec because I want to play, and I asked Ziggy if I could play this. She said yes. So let me do this phone call. Let's listen to this because it's actually very interesting. Now, let me share it to myself. I may have already. Nope, I didn't. I try to stay organized, but who was timed out? Susie who? I hope not Susie. If it's the Susie I'm thinking of. Okay, this is a different one. Reminds me of Hang Dog. Hey, you don't need to time me out. Just tell me I'll leave. Never mean to offend. No, Susie, I don't think that I don't think I've seen you here before, and I don't think anybody timed you out. You guys some people are a little bit behind on my stream, I think, talking about the snakes. Yeah, no, I can't do snakes. Hey, Chasing Justice. At school, then paperwork at the coroner's office. Well, good day at school, hun. No, Jody Sue doesn't have a YouTube channel. She has a Facebook, though. If she's okay with me putting in chat, I will, but I don't know. I don't like to do that unless she says it's okay. Hold on. Let me pull up the call with Ziggy. Okay, so I'm going to drop the link to the original live stream that this comes from. I recorded this one myself and just threw a little thing on it, but I'll go grab that live stream that she did the other night. And I also want to tell you guys about something else, but I'm going to wait just a little bit. Glitter Queen brought it to everybody's attention the other night. I had missed this conversation that another one of Ziggy's streams, and I just want to touch base on it real quick, or at least tell people where to find it. Hold on.
Hello. You know I'm live, right? I mean, you're not. No, I'm not. Do you want me to put you on speakerphone? Are you sure? You know you're not. You said you're not supposed to go on lives. No, I did not. Who said that? Here.
Why would I kidnap my own kid?
Who said you kidnap your own kid? I did. You're on speakerphone. You're on speakerphone. I did not say you kidnap your own kid. What do you mean?
Why would I kidnap my own?
Is that guys? Was that what I said? Don, you're on speakerphone. I'm just warning you. You're on speakerphone.
And you sitting there running your mouth.
We're going over theories. I just said.
You know, when I have a theory, you're a dumb bitch. Is that good?
Don, are you drinking tonight?
No.
Because you would not be acting like this if you weren't.
It's just a theory. It's just a theory, eh?
Did I say that he kidnapped his daughter?
Man, you sitting there running your mouth. And you're saying all kind of stupid shit.
Your mouth is running.
We're watching the News Nation, and it was not. That's not what I said, Don. That's not what I said. But I will rewind it. I will rewind it.
I got all kinds of theories too. Why? What? Shut up, baby. Shut up. Why the fuck is it so impossible for somebody to fucking kidnap our kid? Why do you?
I said it would be one of the 5 people that were around her that day.
Who was?
I said it would be one of the 5 that were around her that day.
Oh, nobody could come up here and just kidnap her aunt. That's impossible, right?
Not a random, no.
Oh, okay. That's impossible.
A random?
What
Oh,
the fuck is she?
a random?
What the fuck is she, man? Shut up.
A
What
ra-
the fuck is she?
Hey, let Candace. I mean, you're yelling too, so why can't Candace yell?
No, man, you sitting there running your big fucking cock sucking, dick licking mouth and saying all kinds of shit. Shut up.
We're going.
So listen to how he talks to Ziggy. He calls her and verbally assaults her. Like the dirtiest vulgar language, degrading to women, right? Don, I truly believe, is a predator. Okay? What he did to his sisters from their allegations, when I believe them, I've always believed them from the very first day. Mixed with Don's demeanor and his behavior, his language, the way he talks down to people, especially women. He has such specific words that he uses. He's getting worse and worse. So as you begin to see Don unraveling, you kind of see his abuse, you hear his abuse. And the way that he talked, all right, so Candace, I have my own feelings about Candace, but I've always said the report that she made, the signed affidavit that she made with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office when Don was up on that hill, and she said she feared for her children's safety and for herself, can never be discounted. At one time, Candace feared him, and it was within October to June. So within the same year that Summer disappeared, Candace, she filled out her fears of her husband. And that to me has always been important. I'll never take that away from a domestic violence or domestic abuse survivor. Okay. And I understand that Candace is just as, I think she's just as bad at times. I have not seen that from Candace, though, like I've seen from Don, but all fairness, we don't really get to see Candace in action because she never really talks. So, you know, yeah, like Bridget Survey's asking, Jody Sue, if you don't mind, I wanted to know if you've ever heard it at your house. So, Bridget, I was listening to Jody. I was listening to her when I was doing my hair yesterday, and I can't remember which videos they were, but Jody was talking about the things that she heard coming from the hill that she'd rather not hear. And I'm probably willing to bet I know what she's talking about. There's probably multiple things that Jody Sue has heard over the years, I would imagine. They're on a hill, so everything echoes. I grew up on a hill. And sound travels across to the other hill for sure, almost like you're right on top of one another. So she talks about how, you know, it wasn't a very quiet place. It was extremely loud and it was a struggle. Okay, all day, every day. Even the kids talk like that. Really? Oh, God. You know, I had a neighbor once who, I was living in a duplex at the time, and our walls were pretty thin. Like you could hear things going on. And we didn't live across the hill from each other, but same thing, right? You can hear what goes on. And my kitchen was like against her kitchen, but I could hear the things that would go on, you know, and it was pretty heartbreaking. So there were times where I thought, oh my God, like, should I call the police? You know, like, but I would always check on her and I would text her phone, make sure that she was all right, you know. It's very hard when you have a neighbor so close to you who you know is in trouble. It's really difficult. So imagine, I mean, it's a completely different situation, but I'm just saying it like kind of reminds me of Jody Sue. Did you ever have to, well, I shouldn't really bother her, but Jody Sue, did you ever have to contact anybody to let them know what was going on up there? Like, did you ever have to make any calls to law enforcement because you feared for Candace ever? You don't have to answer that question, by the way. You can just ignore it if you want to. I don't want you to put yourself in a bad way by answering that, but I never did. I never called because I was literally right there and I could have run over any time to help her. And I would have called for my neighbor if she needed me to, but I didn't want to intrude on her personal life, and people fight, you know, but it's a difficult situation. Listen to Hunter's interview at timestamp 4:57. Hunter says Summer was not with them the entire day, just till they picked up Grandma at the hospital. Right. Yeah, Pepsi Girl. So they picked up, okay, that was timestamp 4:57, 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Okay, I wrote it down. I'll go back and check. Yeah, I just was never big on calling the police or anything like that. I've never, I don't know. I feel like it's intruding. Jody Sue says, differences between our hill. Only Andy yelled, crying. I generally was beaten silently, except for Andy screaming and yelling. We remained quiet. Yeah. I'm sorry, Jody Sue. I know that you've been through a lot. No, I'm not trying to bring up any kind of triggering feelings or anything like that. I just didn't know if maybe you'd ever needed to call for help, like for Candace, or how bad it really was up there. I don't know. In your opinion, is Candace just as bad as Don, or is Don worse, in your opinion? He was talking about Grandis. Yeah, Morris. The timestamp with Hunter. Yeah, I wrote it down. I'll go listen. I don't think I finished putting those links that AB put in, but he's been making videos. Go over there and watch what he's been putting out. A lot of them probably kept to themselves. Yeah, because that's kind of like what you do as a neighbor. You try to mind your business, you know? Blessings to all. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, Cheryl. Okay. Yeah, Bridget says, thank you for answering so many questions. Please always let us know if it's too much. Yeah, definitely. Jodie, you could tell me you don't want to answer any questions. I won't ask you anything. I don't want to bug you. All right, let me finish with this call because I just wanted to talk about how abusive Don is. And he doesn't think twice about it. He doesn't care. He doesn't care who's watching. He doesn't care who's listening. Can you imagine what really goes on? And that's what worries me. And I think that there's a huge risk factor. You know, with Don and Candace up on that hill, I think about that sometimes. Like, we need both of them alive, for God's sakes. Jody Sue, no, you don't call the police in there. And DCS was always over there anyway. That blows my mind. How is DCS over there all the time and they did nothing? That makes me so mad. And it's a whole other aspect of this case that bothers the hell out of me. How do they know that that was Summer's bedroom and they did nothing? How could they walk into her bedroom in that basement and do nothing and see the living conditions and the sores all over her mouth and her face? And just, how could they do nothing? DCS failed the Wells children. Yes. And I hope that they can make it right with the boys at least. At Summer's expense. Because it took Summer going missing. That pisses me right off. That makes me so mad I could cry because you hear these stories about, you know, some of these parents, like kidnappings and stuff where their children are sick and they have illnesses the doctors don't understand, and they get ripped out of, you know, they get ripped out of their home because of bruising, whatever, and it's a medical condition, or broken bones or whatever, that it's a medical condition. And then you have these children living in squalor out in the hills of Tennessee, and CPS has been there over and over and over again, and they never did anything to save them. And now Summer's gone. So who's held responsible? No one? I don't even want to get into all that because it's a whole nother, it's like another maze of just too much. I hope that this agency is held responsible to some degree. It is sad. It is so sad. Summer didn't need to go missing. This never needed to happen. And I just wish that they would have been a couple days sooner. Maybe Summer would still be here. How could they have been in that house and known what was going on and at least gotten to see, and they did nothing? Yes, like Orrin and Orson, they got taken away because of a broken bone that didn't even happen in the mother's presence. And now where are they? No one knows. It's almost been a year. It's coming up on a year in exactly a month and 2 days. Never makes sense of this. Who is responsible? I don't understand. No, none of us do. Who is responsible? I have to put some kind of responsibility on the DFAC system. I'd be very curious if they had the same worker going out there or if it was different workers. Like, obviously you don't know what the case, but I remember, so it brings me back to what Ziggy had brought out in the beginning. Remember when she came out on YouTube with, you know what, maybe we'll revisit that at some point. I'm going to talk to Ziggy and see if she will mind if I play that. I don't think she would, but I'm not going to do it today, but I think we'll want to go back over that. Because I listened to it long ago, but maybe it needs another listen. And clearly it's not from law enforcement or anything, but I think that was one of her first couple videos. Yeah, the boys, they've, you know, who showed up, their mom, she was right there. When they went missing, Ryan Dean was right there, sobbing for her children. She said, I don't know these people. And then she felt very strongly that they hurt her children. We'll never forget seeing her outside that house on Aspen Avenue. It broke my heart. And then Jacqueline and Trezell standing there with their masks on, rocking back and forth, acting all shady as hell. It just doesn't make any sense. And they were like, whoever it was that posted in here, I believe they were the babysitter. There was a broken bone and they ripped them right from her. And now they're gone. They've almost been missing a year. So anyway, let me get back to this phone call.
Going over the News Nation videos, and I said it was one of the 5. And I said, didn't I say that you were? You're not letting me explain myself here, please. Somebody, you're not letting me explain what I said.
No.
I said.
You guys ain't looking at the facts. Y'all sit there, run your mouth.
We're watching your interview today.
No, fuck all you niggers.
Hey!
See?
Why did you have to say, Don, I know you're drunk right now. You
So
would.
this just comes flying out of Don's mouth on a live stream. What was it, the day before Brian Enton showed up in town? He's literally calling Ziggy and whoever else agrees with her, basically, the N-word, as if that's appropriate. It is nasty. It really is. Ziggy's trying to explain herself to him and trying to say, like, listen, we're watching the News Nation Now clips, and he's super triggered. He's mad. Oh, and yesterday, Dawn called Cher while she was live on Prairie's channel, and he's pissed about Cher putting out the recording of Robin. And he's like, she would never say that, blah, blah, blah. I could try to find it, but I don't know. I probably shouldn't play their stuff. She's getting like mad that I'm using her stuff, so whatever. I'm really trying to use stuff that's relevant to Summer. I'm not trying to insult or anything like that. But hold on. Dawn was not that drunk. Well, we don't know that, Lou. Tiffany, Dawn called Josh the Lab yesterday in very vulgar, threatening way with another YouTuber. They won't quit anyway. In response, Josh put out a live last night in response. Okay, I'll check it out. Thanks, Bridget. You're going to need a trigger warning. Yeah, he's so gross.
Not have said that had you not been drunk. You're live. You're live right now. Why are you saying this stuff?
Because you're sitting there saying all kind of hateful shit about us. One of the 5, fuck you. No, man, I'm tired of hearing your bullshit.
I said one of the 5.
No,
and I said, listen, can you let me finish? I actually said that Dawn thinks it, you mentioned.
I'm sick of all you. Go ahead and keep running your mouth about us all night long, whatever it makes you fucking happy.
Actually, I was going to move on from the topic, but
I can really
I am. I already said, have you not been? You must have just joined.
No, I'm sick of y'all. Y'all say it's impossible that somebody could.
Hey, no, I'm not going to. Glitter Queen, no, I'm not going to have to.
You know so fucking much. What the fuck happened to her? Tell
We're
me,
going
so we
over
can go
theories.
find her. No,
You said today, your comment today was that you said that that Candace, the only mistake was Candace made the wrong friend. And I was saying he's talking about Allie. That's what I said.
None of you have no evidence. You just keep running your mouth.
Don't you think it's out? Don't you? Aren't you suspecting Allie?
When you don't know shit about nothing, you just run your fucking mouth constantly 24/7 on my daughter's fucking over my.
K2 says, so let her egg him on. If he is so sick he cannot call or hang up easily, he's an adult. She isn't responsible for his reaction. Exactly. And I wish people would take that and run with it, because people forget Don isn't a 2-year-old wearing diapers with a binky, a blankie, and a bottle. Or he's a grown man. If he wants to call in to Ziggy's channel and use it, trash mouth, right, Lady Sleuth. If he wants to call in and go nuts like this, let him. Let everybody see who the real Don Wells is. I say, I don't see any problem with that. Someone needs to answer. Summer needs to come home. I agree, Wendy. So, I see the leaves falling, and like here where I live, all the leaves are pretty, they're falling off the trees. Like they're at that point where everything's super yellow and bright and orange, and the red leaves have kind of already gone. So that's come and gone. Now it's like all golden. Everything's like golden. Beautiful. But the leaves are falling. And I know in Tennessee, I believe they've already the leaves have probably fallen more, I would think. Are they behind? I think they fall sooner. I don't know why, but I might be wrong about that. Who really knows? I don't know. The fact of the matter is, fall is here, winter is coming, and summer is missing. And if she's out there somewhere, it's going to take till not yet really. Okay, so it's coming your way then soon. I don't know why I felt like they fall sooner there, but I don't know. Either way, winter is coming, and it's going to be until spring if they don't find her. Also, somebody said that Summer is not on the Amber Alert system anymore. Yes, she is. Summer is active on the Amber Alert system. She's listed right up there with baby Noah. She hasn't come down. So to those who are spreading rumors that Summer is no longer on the Amber Alert system, you're wrong. She is. I checked. Okay, hold on.
Daughter, so you can make money, because you don't give a damn. Actually, you don't care. You sit there running my daughter's name in the ground and me and my wife's name in the ground 24/7. You don't give a fuck because you.
I'll rewind and listen to what I said, but I don't think I said that you abducted her. I don't think that I said you abducted her.
Bitch out there.
I was just watching the freaking live or the video. I hadn't seen it.
You have that little bitch on your channel.
No, I don't. It's not. It's a video. I didn't even. I was watching the News Nation videos from today.
Well, whatever. You still have the little bitch on your channel.
Well, I didn't. I mean, I could see that he was on the. I mean, yeah, we're watching. It's about Summer. I mean.
It's not about Summer. It's about you. It's about Chris Sam. It's about
Well, Chris McDonough was talking about.
It's not about Summer at all. We're sick of y'all. one of you can just, it doesn't matter.
What is it? I don't understand what upset you because I haven't. This wasn't even that bad. I don't understand.
Everyone of you know that Summer was abducted, but you got to keep running her name in the ground and keep running us in the ground because y'all don't give a fuck about nobody but
She was
yourself.
abducted by somebody she knows. I don't think there's any way that she just randomly.
Just because you can run your mouth, just like
You know she was abducted by somebody she knows. You know she was abducted by somebody she knows. You know.
Who cares?
You know she was abducted by somebody that you guys know. You even said that Candace made the wrong friend. So you're thinking it too.
Candace has told the truth from the beginning, but y'all too good to listen to the truth.
Oh my gosh, I'm just repeating what you said earlier. I'm just repeating what you just said.
Listen, my story hasn't changed from day one, and it never will because I told the truth from day one, and so is Candace, and it never will change. It will always be the same because we've always told the truth. We have nothing to lie about. So listen, the story from day one. Summer was abducted. Why don't you all help find her instead of being
That's what we're trying to figure out. We're playing the news clips that you freaking just. Guys. I don't have to delete this live, guys. I can edit out a freaking 2-second part where he says that word. Yeah. Loveland, yeah, you just missed the craziest shit ever. Whoever said they're just late, I think it was Loveland. Yeah, you missed it.
Okay, so that was the problem the other night that Ziggy had with Dawn. Ziggy did do great. I agree. She did push, which most people wouldn't have done. I appreciate that. Ziggy is actually very talented when it comes to getting people to speak. And I'm not going to lie, she's good at triggering Dawn a little bit. So, you know, if I had to listen to that, yeah. I know. Tiff the Lady Sleuth, though, but that's the thing. Those kids had to listen to this shit every single day of their life. Poor Summer and her brothers. No, every household has their issues and couples have their issues. You have disagreements, you have arguments or whatever, but this is domestic abuse. Oh, hey, Lab, hold on. Let me put his wrench back. I took them all. I got to add you. Yeah, Don sucks. So I did not hear what happened with the Lab, but everybody's saying that he had issues with, hey, Mary, how are you? Guys, sub up to the Lab and sub up to Mary, her new channel. She has a cooking channel. If you guys haven't subbed to her, please do. So I don't know what happened with Josh and Don, but apparently it's what everybody's talking about today. I didn't hear it for myself. I kind of been unplugged the last couple days. I've been trying to do stuff in my real life. Okay. Thank you for this and love to all above in the chat. Much love to you, Christine. Don called me screaming the N-word. Wow. I wonder why. Okay, so now, all right, what do you guys think of? Don knows that he's going to get attention now for making these racial comments. And he's getting, okay, that's what it is. I bet you anything. He got a reaction out of the public by making these racial comments. So he's going to probably continue the same behavior because he loves reactions. I do think there's a part of Don that gets off on this. He said the N-word probably 30 to 40 times. Wow. Sick. I think he's doing it just for a response. Josh dealt with DW like a real man. You know what was, I did see, oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember where it was. Josh also, he's here. So the lab, you'll remember where this was. Where was the lab that you were on the phone? I want to say you were on the phone with Don, or he was on the panel or something. It was like a week ago, or maybe 2 weeks ago. I lose track of time. But you were questioning him and he was getting so angry. Was that on Ziggy's or was that on Doug's? I can't remember. So when Allie was on Unmasked, she said they were not allowed to talk about the 2 hours after they picked up Grandma until they left the swimming hole. Why? Is it because Summer wasn't with them? I don't know. The lab, would you put that into like one piece? Would you be willing to put those, the correspondence that you had with Don, would you be willing to put that out in like one piece? Because I would love for that to be somewhere accessible. No pressure. I just don't know where it is. It'd be so much easier if you could like put it into a little package on your channel so we can find it and have easy access to it. Because that was a really great conversation. Yes, it was on Ziggy's, and I wish that I could remember which live stream it was. But I remember thinking, holy shit, Josh is triggering the fuck out of Don. And he did such a good job with it. I want to say it was like 2 weeks ago. Spook show. Nobody cares. Why are you still supporting a reward fund? Is it a joke? No, I do support the reward fund. I always have. And it's not a joke, actually. It's the only legitimate place to send money is Swiss Bank. So it's not a joke. It's a reward fund. Find Summer, dead or alive. Thank you very much. I do support it. I always have and always will. Thank you, Josh. Hold on, let me click on that. Oh, it's already in here. Can I play this, Josh? I would love to. I'll drop the link. So it was 2 weeks ago. Let me see if Josh says yes. Mary says, if you noticed, Donnie gets triggered every time you mention Minor Jeannie's name. Well, yeah, Mary, and also when he's prompted to talk about Summer, he brings up Jeannie. Please do. Okay, I would love to play it. Thank you. So, Mary, that's why I feel so strongly about, I really hate even talking about this, but okay, so before I play Josh's clip, okay, I don't know how many times this has happened, but it would take me going back and listening to everything from Jeannie to present. So July 2nd, when Trish came up on my channel, I think it was July 2nd. Oh, welcome, Mayflower. Welcome to my membership. I'm happy to have you here. And Donnie, oh, you got it to work. Thank you. So, if I was to go back, will you hear the phone call from last night? LOL, Don's wild. I know he is. No, he's out of control. He's off the rails. The train has gone off the rails with Don. God. I think he's going to put it out at some point. Okay, so let me go back to what Mary just said. Let me find the comment. Shoot, where did it go now? Because I think I need to say this. Or Chris M. Yeah, Chris definitely triggers Don. He always has. But that's because it's all relevant and it all matters. And that tells you everything. His reaction, Don's reaction, tells everybody what they need to know. Reactions tell so much. Welcome, Kara. Kara Novastar, thank you for joining. Truth Seeker, thank you. Welcome to my memberships that it took me a month to set up. As you can see, I'm a little slow on memberships. Okay. Where did Mary's comment go? Because this is just want to like reiterate this. I have to find it. Jody Sue, my vid sent him off last night and he went and yelled at Josh. One of his comments to Josh lets me know that. So Jody Sue, keep track of that. If you notice, is Don with the KKK by chance? I don't know. Who knows? I mean, I don't think that, I can't answer that question. I wish I could tell you. I don't know. Now I lost Mary's comment. Let me remember what it said. It said, hold on. Never mind. It doesn't matter. I already know what I was going to talk about. So she discussed how Don gets really triggered and he's constantly triggered by her and Jeannie and Chris M. What I notice the most is that when Don has been asked about Summer, he always turns the conversation to Jeannie and Mary. Every time. Why does he associate his 5-year-old daughter to Jeannie? Every friggin' time. Psychology tells me there's something about Jeannie and Summer. And that scares the shit out of me because for his mind to go from Jeannie, his stepsister, or Mary to Summer is so bizarre. And it tells me a lot more. I mean, it might not be everybody's opinion. He does get triggered every time somebody mentions yours or Jeannie's name. Yes, he does. But Mary, what I'm trying to say is every time he's asked about Summer, well, not every time, but the majority of the time he's asked about Summer, he turns it into Jeannie, 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 Jeannie. It's constant. Why does he associate Jeannie and Summer? Why, when asked and prompted about his daughter who's missing, does he talk about Jeannie? And he does it without even noticing. So we know what he's done to Jeannie, okay, what the allegations are and what yours are, Mary and Trish. So we already know that makes him tick. And then if you go back and if you not listen, but if you go back and you watch, I gotta send this to myself. If you go back and you look at all of the photos of Summer, and maybe I should do this. Maybe I should make a video of Summer's photos, like I could go back to the beginning, like, you know, May or like 2020 or 2019 to current and just go through all her photos and make a basically a transgression of all of the, like, I could put a whole video together. If you look at Summer's photos, she's constantly standing in a self-protective way. She's always got her hands cupped in front of her private area. Like she's covering herself, or she'll be grabbing herself. And those photos, I would say that's probably like the top 3 things that drew me in to Summer's disappearance. It was her hair, her head being completely shaved. I remember that was one of the first photos I ever saw was Summer's head completely bald, like as if a razor blade had been taken to her head. And that with the photos of her, it just completely pulled me in. His fascination with Jeannie Mary is his abuse of her, in my opinion. And he's still abusing all of you. And he loves it. And from where I'm sitting, Don loves putting fear in anyone he possibly can. It's almost like a sick game that he gets off to. And Carlos, I don't like that word. Let me just pluck that out of my chat. You don't need to time him out or anything. Los is good, but I don't know. I don't like that word, and I don't like it in conjunction with Summer. So, okay, let me pull this up. Let me pull up this call from Josh, or whatever it was, live streams. He had already put it into a nice little neat package before I asked. Perfect. Okay. Let's see. Thank you to Lab. I'll pin this too to the chat. Hold on. You take this down. Guys, if you're not subbed to the Lab, make sure you do. Okay.
Hi, Don. My name is Josh. It's nice to talk to you. I've never talked to you before, but I've been following the case.
You too, bud.
Now, I've been critical of you.
Right.
And
Okay.
I'm suspicious of the entire
Well,
situation.
most people have, bro.
Yeah. Hey, you know, it is what it is. Now, my question, that I've always wanted to ask you is, do you understand why people think that you guys aren't being fully transparent? I mean, does that make sense to you in the public?
Well, yeah.
Because when I ask that question, it just seems that as though it almost seems just impossible that nobody knows anything more than she was just taken.
Yeah, it does. It does, and I've heard that from so many people, and I get it. I really do. It just seems it does. It seems that way. The only difference is, I mean, I know my wife. I know where I was, and we definitely know for a fact she was abducted because she's not here. I know that, and my wife knows that. To prove that to y'all, that's a whole nother ball game.
When was the last time that you spoke to law enforcement?
It's probably been a couple weeks ago, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about them. I mean, they have their job to do. I've blown up on them a few times. I get frustrated. I get mad. I say stuff I don't mean. I'm so upset. I say bad stuff. I cuss. I don't mean to, but at least I'm being real. I'm telling you how my feelings. I freaked out a few times, and I say stuff about law enforcement because I'm upset, but I don't know what they're doing exactly, No, I'm listening to you.
No, well, I was just going to ask another question, but I want you to finish your answer. I do.
Okay. Well, so I'm not sure how to answer that. What was the question again? Sorry.
Well, let's just, because I don't have a lot. I don't want to take up too much of Ziggy's time, but I do want to ask.
You're fine.
Well,
You're
no,
fine.
Are you related to Ronnie Lawson? Is he your cousin?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean,
Have you heard that
I was
rumor?
saying earlier, my dad, I have heard that. As far as I know, I'm not related to him.
So you have no
But my
relationship.
dad run away. No.
And also, a couple weeks ago, you did an interview that with one of the local stations around there, and Ronnie Lawson also chimed in, and he did refute almost everything that you claim. How do you feel about that? I don't know if you saw that.
Well,
He said there
there's
were no
nothing
other
I
missing
can do about
children.
that. Yeah,
Yeah.
there
Well,
ain't
he said
nothing
there
I
was
can
no
do
other
about
missing
that.
children. He said the scream was unfounded. He said that the dogs did find the trail. And that,
Yeah,
so I'm just
right.
wondering, what is your response to that? I mean, he's saying, everything,
Well,
each key point, he's saying people aren't missing there.
yeah,
Nobody else is missing.
yeah,
What do you say?
not from this area. That's true. That's true. There hasn't been any other kids come up missing from this area, and that bothers me. But I know that there are a lot of missing kids from Eastern Tennessee in this area, not in particular Beach Creek area. But I do know what happens on our street, and I do know what kind of stuff happens. Ronnie Lawson doesn't live on our street. He don't know what happens around here on a day-to-day basis. I do. I mean, we live here. We see what goes on down the road. And
Well, Ronnie Lawson's been the
that's
sheriff
in
there
and
a
out of
really
here.
long time. Really long time.
He's what?
And
He's
been the
what?
sheriff there for quite some time.
I didn't.
Ronnie?
I misunderstood you, buddy.
I said Ronnie Lawson, the
Ronnie
sheriff,
Lawson.
has been the sheriff there for a really long time.
No,
And
he really hasn't.
well,
When he come into power, when he first come into power here, he busted a lot of drug stuff around here. He shut a lot of stuff down when he first come into power. I remember I was here. But since he's been in power, I mean, I don't know what all they've done, but I mean, I try not to get involved with what's going on around here. I just try to stay out of the drug scene and everything. But I'll say this. Last 7 people I've hired in a row, I've fired for being on dope. If that tells you any damn thing.
Well,
okay, I don't
yeah.
have nobody working with me currently because I can't find nobody that doesn't do dope. Okay. I can't have that kind of crap on my job, or you can't use somebody like that.
Okay.
All
Ain't
right.
like the cop calling the kid
So
old
I'm kinda-
black. You guys use drugs. You ain't gonna hire somebody that's doing drugs, but you do them yourself.
I don't
That's
use
kind of
drugs.
right.
Wait, Prairie Guard. No, I'll let you get back to it. Let me just streamline this really fast because I'll let you guys have a history and
Yeah.
I don't, and I want to just get out of the way. But I do have a couple more questions. So
Okay. Where are you from, brother?
I'm
Let me
from
ask you that.
California.
Where are you from? Are you from? Okay, you live in California, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Certainly.
All right.
And
you don't live here in Tennessee. Okay. That's
but,
good.
but we have drugs here too. That's not.
Well, I
just
know. I
a
just
Tennessee
left
thing.
LA. I just left LA. I know all
It's-
about
it-
it. I seen
yeah,
it
it's
all.
not-
I couldn't wait to
it's
get that
not-
hell out of there.
It's not just an Eastern Tennessee thing. It's a United States thing. And I mean, I would
is.
venture myself to be
Thank you.
somewhat cultured and do understand certain areas. And I'm not saying that you don't have a drug problem. But the fact is that Ronnie Lawson did say that you have little to no traffic going up your road. What do you say to that?
He don't live on my road.
I
He don't
understand
live
that.
on our road, brother.
Well, I
He does
understand
not
that,
live
Don.
on my damn road. He lives
he
in
wouldn't
town
have-
in some nice house somewhere. Okay, he don't live on my
But he
road.
wouldn't have an idea of it. Just has
I
no
know
clue.
my road. I know my road better than Ronnie Lawson does. I'll tell you like that. I'm
I
not
would
trying to
agree
be
with
against him or whatever. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm the
So
one that
that's
took the
just not
pictures
true.
of that red truck.
Okay, guys, I really want to listen to this, and I want you guys to listen to it too. I understand people are saying that the cops are up there and blah blah. We hear about this all the time. I just pull up the scanner. I will listen, but sometimes people will come into chat and say these things. Kara, thank you very much. I appreciate your super sticker. A lot of times, and that's all it takes really to throw off the chat and to throw off the live stream as they're listening to this. And I'm not saying that the person's not being truthful, but why do people have to come in here while I'm trying to do something and throw off the whole live stream by saying that the cops are up there. Hold on a minute. Let me see. I'm going to stop this doing what I'm doing to listen because, you know, it's got to like throw off the whole entire situation. Hold on a minute. Let me go listen. Yeah, it does. And it's rude. It's rude as fuck. It pisses me off, honestly. It's like, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but really, like, have some respect here. If they're up there, they're up there. Nothing is going to go on the scanner. They're not going to put anything about Summer on the scanner anyhow. And if the cops are up there with search warrants, you need to wait until that comes out from the news. That's why all these rumors get started. Next thing you know, everybody was saying that the cops are up there. Who knows? Maybe it's true. If it is, I hope it is. I hope they have search warrants or whatever, but we don't even know if that's true. So Autumn Love, do you have verification of this? Do you have proof of this? Before coming into my chat and saying that the police are up on Ben Hill Road with search warrants, because I don't appreciate that at all. I really don't. Unless you have proof, please don't put it in my chat. Or send me proof first before you write it in my chat, because this whole entire situation is to the point where every other day we get these people that come into chats, and I'm sorry, I'm not just specifically saying this towards Autumn, and I'm not yelling at you, Autumn. I'm just literally in the middle of playing this, and we have some, I'm going to start it all over again because now I'm irritated. Yes, Jody Sue, you can come up. Yes, you can. Hold on, I'll drop the link right in the chat for you. I'm just sick of the, distractions all the time. Here we go, Jody Sue. I'm trying to play something. It's ridiculous. You got no proof of that. And I pull up the scanner, all right, and I'll listen. But you're irritating me coming in here with, they're up on the hill, they're doing this, they're doing that. You are being rude, Autumn. You have proof? Just send it to me. Send me proof that Hawkins County Sheriff's Office is up there with search warrants, please. No, it's not bothering me. I don't want rumors in my chat, because what happens is they'll call from my channel to everyone else's and say, oh, Tiffany said, or in Tiffany's stream, and that's what irritates me. It's not directed at you. Okay, well, if you think I'm rude, unsubscribe for me. I'm sick and tired of it. If you have proof, put it in my chat. Don't come in my chat and say, oh, they're up there. They've got search warrant, this, that, and the other. I'm not rude. You're rude coming in my chat with no proof. Send it to my email. And if this is the one and only time that I'm bugging out over this and they're really up there, so be it. People really need to stop. It's bullshit. No, Summer wasn't found today. Not that I know of. Unless Autumn Love has some kind of information that I don't. You have to wait for that. Oh, Jody Sue, I didn't even send it yet. Hold on. Here it is. Sorry. I got so distracted. I am sick of the rumors. I'm sick of going into chats and saying all this shit that's not even true. There's no proof whatsoever. And you come here, throw off my whole live stream to tell me that the cops are up there. If that's true, we'll hear about it. Yeah, Bridget, I'm playing things that need to be heard. And because I'm doing that, Autumn Love shows up in the chat telling me that the cops are up there. I haven't received anything in my email. Autumn Love, you want to throw off my live stream, show me the proof in my email, send it to me. Or just don't come back if you think I'm rude. I don't care if you like me or you don't. A lot of people don't like me. That's fine with me. I'm sick of the rumors.
Hey, Tiffany.
Jody Sue.
My voice is pretty bad and slurry right now. You know,
You're
I know.
fine. Don't worry about it. How are you doing today?
I'm, working out the kinks.
What's
So it
going
is
on?
still,
Are you all
um,
right? You feeling okay?
yeah, typical day so far. But my inbox has been filled the past few minutes too, suddenly with the whole they found remains. And here's the thing, it seems to be coming
Jesus,
from
like
Cher's
grow up.
channel, and Cher is currently like, oh, it's got to do with Jody Sue. And so there you go.
Well, it's not.
I'm
You're up
sure
here.
my,
Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm just saying that my video last night seems to have ticked some people off and more targeting.
Okay.
But look, let me tell you, they're saying, including in my messenger here in the past few minutes, that it was a neighbor that refused to let them search, right? Now, like I've repeated and repeated for months now, people have not got, there is not one in that road. And I mean, we were told this. Matter of fact, Lawson got on the news and said this. Not one of us refused to be searched. We all gave open access. Nobody had to have a warrant served to do so. These searchers were in there like from daylight till dark and then some. And now I can name 2 spots on our property they never like touched. I mean, I've said that in video prior and several when I was complaining about some of the ways the searching was being done. But I have those marks, and I've tried the last few days we were living there to have other crews brought in to clear them, just so I could be sure. But by that point, you would have seen activity on them had she been there. Yeah, the bullshit coming in Messenger today in the past few minutes, since it seems to be Cher over there talking about it and where these rumors are coming from. It seems targeted at Jody Sue again. Oh, it's Jody Sue's property,
Well, you're not even on that property, right, Jody Sue? I mean, you don't have to answer that.
No,
You're not
I've
even
not been
up
there
there.
in how long?
So
I
it
think
wouldn't even have anything to do with you. You're not even up there.
We had
Well, it was like middle of September, I think, was the last time I was there.
It's ridiculous.
But and I mean, we live there, so I could get that, and I don't care if they're there or not. You get what I'm saying? And I don't care if they're Candace's. I don't care where they're at. If they found her, so be it. But it seems to be only, it's not coming from my neighbors or friends in my messenger. You see, it's coming from everybody coming from shares.
Okay. So
And
is
I
that
would
what's going?
literally be told.
All right, so your inbox has been blown. I have the scanner right here. I'm so irritated that I'm trying to
You all
play
keep
this.
listening to the scanner, but I've known for a while that they've cut off. Like, we were making calls,
They're not going to put
and you all
anything
didn't
out.
hear them. They're not putting them on scanner. They're keeping stuff off scanner.
There's 21 people listening to Hawkins County Public Safety. Listen, whoever does Autumn Love, you can stay wherever you want to stay. I wasn't really even specifically speaking straight to her. I'm speaking to all of the people that do this non-stop in people's chats. It's all the time. See it all the time. And it throws off everything. So what do? You got to shut everything down, turn on the scanner. Everyone's rushing to listen to the scanner and nothing's there. Nothing's ever there. They're never going to put anything about Summer over the airway, ever. If they found Summer right now, do you think they'd fire up their walkie-talkies and put it out over the scanner? No, never.
And I think my neighbors would have immediately, and other people I know in this community, since I'm close to the ground, because they kind of let me know everything else going on in the road way before you all have any clue. I mean, I'm pretty sure that I would have known by them, not Cher's channel.
I feel bad like yelling at Autumn. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I just see it's a constant. Maybe it's just the wrong timing, but it's frustrating. It's really frustrating.
Yeah, but It is
It's hard,
frustrating.
Jody
And
Sue, because people are also saying it's at your house. You don't even live there anymore.
no, I don't live there anymore and never will again. But that's the thing. They don't understand how, like, to somebody like me that's there and knows her, it's kind of upsetting to hear. It's like, okay, so here's hope if they found her. Is this today? That's how shitty it is for me.
Yeah, and it
You
makes
know,
your
that,
stomach drop, and then you're going to like scramble to look and to listen for it, and you can't find anything because. All right, so let me pull up True Crime Sisters really quick. I'm keeping this right where it is. Hold on, because True Crime Sisters posted about it. Let me go to Facebook real quick. Nothing's going on the scanner, you guys. And Autumn Love, sorry if I snapped at you. You got me at the wrong time. All right, I just don't get it. If you
to me,
don't
it seems like more targeting.
or at least come in and say where you heard the information from. Like, hey, I heard on Facebook in such and such group that instead of coming in and saying they're up there and they've got search warrants and this that is a rumor in my chat, and I don't want it. I don't want it in there. So enough is enough already with this bullshit. And I'm right in the middle of trying to do something, so it was bad timing. So I apologize to everybody.
Well, it
for being
seems targeted to me, and I'll be honest with you here, because there's been days and days of this. We had a call out 3 days prior to Candace pulling that "will you change your story for me and money" thing that I know from slips in her conversation was her and probably Keys and maybe Chase involved in that. They were digging for information. Stuff didn't make sense. You know, I touched on it in my video. But then I had the feds here, and it was the same one I talked to throughout this one of them. And I, you know, and in Hawkins County, we all knew what had been said when it got called into them and a DCS call that it was bullshit. It was supposedly that Andy was living back with us. We had Summer's dead body in here with the children in this camper. And it was basically, you know, we're going to call off DCS. And we know this is BS. But they called them to an address that Candace knows I'm not at, which tells me that it had to be one of the watchers, this and the other. And let me tell you, other people watched when we were doing that interview for WJHL. Because I kept quiet about it for weeks, because we did an interview weeks ago, and the only reason we agreed to it was not for attention or anything else. It was because it was promised to us it would solely remain on Summer and to bring light back to her.
Yeah.
Even my youngest agreed to do the interview. I just didn't get to her because I stood out there for 3 hours. My son was like another hour, and it was so cold and dark by the time we finished. But people stood there and were filming us. Specific people. Even the news crews were followed in by these watchers, and it was noticed. And then we were tailgated and followed out back almost to the camper in a way that didn't make sense, and they turned back onto a road they already had a way to cut off on prior to that. There are people out here filming my daughter at about the time she goes to school in the mornings in the dark that she's come face to face with twice. And I mean, we've been having some serious problems to the point to where, you know, we're even, you'll hear me talk about stuff on lives with her, but it's not actually what our plans are with her because we feel she's in so much danger. Because after the interview, immediately within minutes, what happened is I got back here and people started mentioning WJHL in my messenger, which was a little odd. And there was threats in a way that was kidnapping children, feeding us to hogs, that we couldn't actually report. You get what I'm saying? They were done in a way where it was like they were afraid for themselves and stuff. But it was definitely Keys or somebody related. And then I said last night about the dealer in my video that Dawn made up. And you have no idea if the cops' faces and the neighbors' faces when that was asked of us. And I didn't want to really, if you noticed, I was not very specific about that. And I really still don't want to be, but that was asked of us about Dawn saying these dealers in this big black, like Explorer, you know, like gangster style car were coming in and out of Ben Hill. And we all just kind of slow blinked the cop. And of course they were all black, right? And we're like, are you kidding us? And that's something that would be noted in Beach Creek, sadly enough. But it would
Say
stand
that again,
out.
Jody. Oh, wait a
Nobody
minute.
would have missed it. But
Did you
here's
say that
Dawn
there was-
saying that.
Oh, say
And
that
I
one more
touched
time.
on it.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, wait a minute, actually, because I want to get this off my screen. Hold that thought. You said that there was a car that come through Beach Creek, and you saw it, and you're talking about the individuals in the car. Is that correct?
No, Dawn, and I really don't want to say this because I know it's part of the thing.
Okay.
Dawn, a couple days in at some point, had mentioned when his slinging of bullshit anybody that would stick, including imaginary people, had told, I guess, somebody that there were supposedly like these big black, Navigator, like Cadillacs, whatever,
Okay.
that they were full of black men and they were drug dealers coming in and out of Ben Hill. Now look.
Have you ever witnessed that?
Nobody witnessed it. It never happened.
You've
It
never
wasn't
seen
real.
like black vehicles coming through, or like they look like the feds or something?
Oh, well, yeah, but no, this was Don trying to tell the police that he's
Okay.
trying to make the road seem like there's this type of activity on it, right?
Welcome, Puss in Boots. Sorry,
And
Jody. Go ahead.
it wasn't real. The cops even looked us all in the face because they're like, have you ever seen these like vehicles come in and out filled with black men? And we slow blinked at them because in Beach Creek that would be noticed, unfortunately.
So when did
you would
Don
kind of
tell the
consider us
story?
sundown. Huh?
When did Don tell this story?
Early on after
Early. Huh.
Yeah,
Interesting.
but he had also, by his point, and what he's trying to say today is, and he keeps trying to pinpoint, and I know who he's trying to pinpoint it back at, is one of Andy's family members that he has close association with. And we've all thought he's trying to set him up from the beginning. It's laughable, but he keeps trying to bring it back there, and we all know better. And then that wouldn't fit. And then his work buddy thing, that was the first one he came out with that night. That guy he fired must have been it. And then it was trying to push it back on the person in Ben Hill. And then it was the imaginary black POC drug dealers and these like blacked out Navigator Explorer, Cadillacs coming in and out. And that is just absurd. Even the cops laughed with us. Like, that's how, like, Beach Creek as a whole would have noticed that. And I know people further down were asked about it, and even they laughed. Like, it was a joke. It's something Dawn's made up. And then last night I touched on it in my video on Facebook. Well, when I did, here he is calling Josh within enough time to watch my video. And he mentions exactly that. He says it in a way, he says the N-word, dealer took Summer. And then here he goes using the N-word 40 times on Josh last night. So apparently
I think
that
it's to
part
get
is what
a
it hinted.
reaction. Welcome, Gritty Gabby.
And
Thank you
so
for joining. And Pam, thank you for joining. Sorry, Jody Sue.
half of these things that are being done to the kids are targeted from the Hill at this point itself. Keys, several others, some of this YouTube group fundraising thing. And I'm still not saying all of it. I mean, we're terrified at this point to even let her out of our sight. And that's sad. I mean, we already have enough going on, but they know that. And then they're pissed today, so there's going to be more targeting, and it's going to be, look, Jody Sue's whatever, and it's Summer's on her property and whatever, blah, 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 And I mean, either way, that's the thing. I know I didn't do anything this summer. I would never do anything to a child. But they're trying real hard, just like they did right after I started calling out the marathon and fundraiser. That was part of the thing with like hitting them. It was, oh, look, they're making you look like a suspect. But Squall had already started that endeavor just a couple days before. But it went full tilt after I wouldn't cooperate, and I called it straight out in the open. And then that whole chase going, but stay off YouTube until next Friday, Jody Sue, because Candace and Summer's coming home. I mean, I knew about that long before you all did, because, So all of it's a setup in a way. But when they're pissed, they target me, and I suddenly become, look, Jody, she's a suspect somehow. I'm like, man, bite me, you know? But it's always targeting after I've pissed them off, especially. And it's like, you know, I expect cops visiting today again. Wasting time. And that's the thing. They're out here, and even the feds and them, when they were out here last week or whatever it was now. I mean, even they're mentioning how YouTube and all this stuff, I mean, it's wasting Summer's time. I mean, they're concerned about the case, and this is wasting Summer's time and their time because of the calls coming in like that. And it's stuff they know better than, you know what I mean? But they have to check it out, and it takes them off Summer's case. But the Keys and all of them care about that. Do they care or even share? If she's overturning people and make it think it's me, that way crazies and nutters in chat go and make up some BS call, and then hear the same agents pulled off Summer's case. Because these aren't just regular cops on it. These are the actual agents that have been there since day one, interviewed us, have a handwritten statement. They have all of the things we've said over all of the months, you know, and they are working on this. But here's sharing them, if they actually cared about Summer, they would stop doing that, because it makes crazies on there believe things that aren't true. And then they make bullshit calls thinking my kids are this or that or the other. And then you've got Keys and them using that system too in order to target us. And it's wasting Summer's real time. If she's out there and still alive, y'all, it is wasting her time. It can cost her her life.
It is wasting time from Summer. I just typed in the wrong chat because somebody said, welcome, Marissa. Good to see you. I told everybody you helped me with the names of all those levels. I couldn't have done it without her yesterday. So, Jody Sue, when you heard this story about all the black vehicles, like the black SUVs and everything, around when do you think Don said that? Would you say it was like a weekend?
No, it was the first few days that Summer
First few days. And
yeah, but it wasn't the necessarily black vehicles that was odd. It was, he said it was all black men in the black vehicles. I mean, it looked like a movie
he would say that.
And that is what, I mean, the cops and I all slew blinked at each other, and I couldn't even respond because it's laughable in the way that everybody, it's not something you would have even had to ask us as police, because all of Beach Creek would have taken note of that. That's not something that would, look, until recently, there wasn't even POC really allowed in there.
You would notice a regular car probably in your neighborhood, right? That didn't really come through a lot. Like, I know more so in the summer, like I know who is around and who isn't, or, so you become very aware of your surroundings and the noises, I get what you mean. So with Don saying this, you feel pretty confident that if it were true, you would have seen these black vehicles coming through and you would have
brand
noticed.
New shiny drug dealer, like what you would call off of, you know what I mean? Like you would think of if it was a movie. Absolutely. The whole of Beach Creek would have noticed that, not just Ben Hill. So it was laughable. It was a joke. And from the beginning, what I don't get, and I don't know, I think I mentioned it to the cops at some point, but Don, the guy he keeps going on, he fired.
He got fired? Don got fired?
The guy
he fired, yes.
Yeah, sorry, like I said, my voice is real bad right now still.
Okay.
But the guy he fired, and he keeps maintaining whatever. It wouldn't stick to that guy. But I don't know, within 36 hours, maybe 48, we had went to the top of the hill over there to visit after Summer went missing. And Dawn mentioned something to the effect of he had even tried to pay that guy to shut up, and it was like $700 or $800 he had in his pocket. But he even tried to give him that to shut up. Otherwise, they both still have a job. His boss wouldn't have called him with stuff. So even his story to me changed about that. I'm like, what the hell would you have to pay this guy for to shut up that you supposedly fired? And then he's like, then he went to the boss anyway. So that story behind that doesn't add up to me. Dawn tried to pay that guy for some reason to shut up about something. And then here he is, because he had done said by his point he had fired the guy. That's what he told us the first hours Summer was missing. And then within 48 hours, he accidentally slips up, and I could tell he caught himself saying it to us and shut down real quick. And he was like, well, I tried to pay him just to shut up. What I had in my pocket was like $700 or $800. But he wouldn't shut up. Instead, he went to the boss, and here we are. We could have made a really good paycheck if he just shut his mouth. And then he kind of catches himself and stops talking. But then here he is still maintaining the guy was just fired for using meth. And this here. Look, most construction guys around here are on something. That's not a reason to really fire them unless they're really tweaked out. So it never made sense to me. There's something definitely up with that whole thing. But Dawn has tried continually from the get-go to sling this on anybody it will stick on. And there is drug traffic, here and there. And that road does light up off and on, but nothing like extreme. People do pull into it in the curve part where, it's below the bank. I can hear them, can't see them. But they'll pull in at night, shoot up, and then leave. That type of thing, it's a good turnoff. But it's not what Dawn is making it out to be either. And then also Lawson say it's not. I mean, either way. But Dawn keeps trying to sling it back on people it doesn't belong on. And he never mentions his own drug people. And he says, we try to stay away from that lifestyle. Dude, they are that lifestyle. Like, when his trips are to a bigger city, they're down here in Knoxville. And that's where he runs off to for 3 to 7 days at a time, smokes crack and comes back and finds religion and starves 3 days, rinse, repeat.
So you're saying that Dawn will go on crack benders for like a couple days, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think that might have been what happened when he took off for a couple days in the beginning of this and nobody could find him and Robin had to call him back? Do you think that's particularly what was going on with that situation? Like, did you notice he had a pattern? Would he do it like every weekend? Was it like once a month? Was it every once in a while he would do this?
See, I don't know which incident you're talking about because there were so many. I know online.
He took off a lot. Like, did he take off a lot?
After summer, not so much. But I know there was quite a few times you all online had thought he had disappeared or thought he wasn't there, and he absolutely was. And that was, I was still there, living there in person, and I'd hear Keys on the phone with him and Cher on the phone with him, and this and other for months. But I didn't touch online. I couldn't bear to look at it, other than to like troll Juanita. That was my one caveat. I was like, oh, I'm going to go troll her. But other than that, I stayed offline mostly. I couldn't bear to look at it. I'd post on my own Facebook, lock it down to where public couldn't get it, and then, other than that, stayed offline. But I knew you all around. But since I've been online, there have been, and I was still there, living at that time. There was at least once that he did take off, I know of, because you can always kind of tell if they kind of leave out of there after a certain time at night, especially him, that it's for a takeoff thing, And there was one point there he was gone for a couple days, but I don't know which particular.
Well, Cher had said on a stream that Dawn had gone to Kentucky, and welcome, Emergency Me. Good to see you, hun. So she had let it slip out that he had gone to Kentucky and that it was Robin that got him to come back. Now, Dawn acted like she didn't know what she was talking about, but she definitely said Kentucky. And it was never brought up again.
Coincided with him pissing positive. and losing the boys. So
I don't know if he was ever really there or not, but I know that it just came right out of Cher's mouth. And Don was like a deer in headlights. I remember that. And then it was never brought up again. And I would be very curious for Cher to release that information that she might know about Kentucky. Like, what was it? Because we all want to know. Everybody has the same question about Kentucky. So if Cher knows something about Kentucky, I say, please put it out. I mean, I respect when people do speak up and they, you know, they tell what they know, regardless of, you know, bullshit on YouTube. If she has information that she feels is pertinent to Summer and people getting the full, you know, effect, then she should definitely say so. What was it with Kentucky? Why would Don have got, she never mentioned it again. And Don was like, I wish I could explain like the look on his face because he was on the stream when it happened.
yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like I've told him from the beginning. I'm like, you know, it's like they have this assumption that phones aren't tapped and it's there. And it's like, I'm sure mine itself. You get what I'm saying? Like, we're in the middle of, people forget that we're actually parts of this. Like, we're not distant like online is. So I've never doubted once, like my phones are live and going, and I don't doubt being watched. I know everything online has to be. I know that, I mean, but Dawn and them seem to be overtly surprised over and over again that the cops could potentially be watching them or following her. To think that they're not would be insane. There's no way you're.
I hope they've got
I mean,
drones in the trees.
you know?
I've always said that. I hope they are watching their every friggin' move. I hope every single inch of that property is covered and they can see everything. That's what I hope. But that's in a perfect world, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I know Lawson's in charge of it, but the Fed, I mean, I have all the faith in the world, and I think that you know, there are definitely things afoot, and I have faith that they're gonna find Summer or who did this, and you know, you just gotta give them time. But in the meantime, it doesn't keep the rest of us. It's like me, you know. Like I said, I fall asleep and wake up with the same image in my head every day. And the puzzle's there, you know, and I keep trying to just put it together. And, you know, I wonder every day, it's like, and for me personally, like, I've always thought there was maybe some sort of Dawn link, and I can't make it add up. You know, the dogs should have barked. They even bark at dawn though, like at night. I'd be out on the banks and you'd hear the two kind of like little chuffs from him if it was him, because I could hear the rocks below his feet because he was moving around in the dark for some reason. And there was a certain board lifting up on their property at a certain time at night when they think all the traffic cleared and everybody was in. And there were certain other things I'd hear, you know, but.
Hold on a second, James O'Brien. Hold on. Actually, let me just say this. I don't want anybody coming into my chat talking about human remains being found. If there were human remains found, they wouldn't be Summers, because I doubt they would ever let that out so quickly, right? Let's actually use our logical thinkers. Logical, not even critical, just logical. All right. I highly doubt if they found human remains that it would be Summer. This is the shit that pisses me off. I'm like, it totally pissed me off. Now I'm in a bad mood. I wasn't even in a bad mood. This totally turns everything over into annoyance. But so, and it's not anything that like anybody did wrong or anything. It's just like, if they found human remains, they could have very well found human remains, but it doesn't mean that it's Summer. They're not going to put that out there like that. I highly doubt if Summer
Yeah,
was
that's
found
gonna be
right
true.
now, they would keep that so quiet.
Yeah.
I would think. Listen, if I'm wrong, well, fine, so be it. But no, unless you have proof, which we don't. I just shared the post from Two Crime Sisters. They even said it's not confirmed. This is not confirmed. If people want to say they found human remains because someone's listening to a scammer, let's be scammers around, a scanner, then
Go ahead and keep an eye on her screen. Tell her she's going.
it could very well be a dead body that was found. If it had to do with Summer, trust me. I never tell people to trust me, but I highly doubt they would put that out so quickly. They're not going to do that. This is a 5-year-old baby. So that's why I say put proof, come in here with proof, or give me a link. Hey, Tiffany, I just sent you a link. Can you check it out? Instead of sending mass hysteria through my chat into other people's chats because other people are irresponsible and they're not reporting things as they should. It's disgusting. Thanks for being an advocate for Summer. Thank you, Bobby Cat.
And can somebody let James O'Brien know Lawson didn't report a screen? Because I promise you I have proof, and I'll give it to Tiffany so she can post them later. That I reported that second or third police car in that day. That scream was reported immediately. And Candace knew about it before police even arrived. But I have messages after messages between I and family, between I and other cops. I have my handwritten statement. Lawson never said I didn't report the scream. He's saying it's unfounded, which means they can't prove it, basically. They can't prove that there was a scream, I guess. And that's the thing. People keep thinking, well, that I'm dead set on it. I mean, somehow, some way, maybe we're wrong on what we heard. But everybody's like, oh, she probably heard a link. She probably heard a bobcat. I know what those sound like. And trust me, it wasn't. I mean, I was raised in the woods, and people forget this. I know what these critters sound like. This was not that. But I'm open to the idea that somehow, some way, we didn't hear what we heard. Somehow, right? I don't know how. But or that maybe somehow it was something else.
Well, okay, so think about it from a police perspective. So unfounded doesn't necessarily mean that it didn't happen, right? Yeah. So Jody Sue, in a way, emergency me, you're welcome. I don't know if I'm always keeping it classy because sometimes I'm really not, but I try to be for the most part. So just because it was unfounded, Jody Sue, I was thinking about this. A lot of people will kind of use that. I see sometimes they will use that against you, and they wanted to speak to your credibility. And
well, that's the thing. I don't care. I've never cared. Even if you take that scream out of the equation, even if I'm wrong, and I'm open to being wrong. I have no problem being wrong, Tiffany.
But it's not about you being wrong. I truly believe it's because so you heard it. Your daughter heard it, correct?
And my son, yeah.
And your son. Okay, so because you've got 3 people who heard something. So for them to say it's unfounded, it does bother me. But they weren't there, so they can't substantiate it, right? So there's no Jody Sue, were there any trail cams that would have picked up noise around there? Are there any? Do you know of any cameras or surveillance?
There are cameras in the area.
So could they get sound from them? If you heard this scream, my cameras pick up sound anytime someone's talking outside my house. Anytime there's
connected to the internet, though, right?
Huh?
Yours are connected to internet, though, right?
Yeah. So my cameras hook up.
We're not down there. Our cameras are too far away. It's all satellite internet. If you could even get satellite internet in there, because some households in the valley can't get it. But we're like, I live on a hill, I could have it. But the cameras are still too far away. and like my cameras were hardwired, right? But I had moved them and had not hooked them back up yet because I was changing their positions. And that's something else like you kick yourself in the ass for every day. Had I just, gotten more cord, had I just done this, it's like there was no way those would have missed anything. And if it hadn't been for Jackie Dobbs, cameras wouldn't be moved anyway. So I'm like, thanks a lot, guy. But yeah, there were cameras, and that's the thing. There were cameras that would have, and I'm not going to give locations, but there were a couple in there. However, but they were honestly maybe not hidden so well. And I think anybody who had been watching or targeting Summer would have easily picked them out and known not to go past where they were. I think. Whoever, if it was somebody that took Summer, I think they had watched. Because to me, if it was just a random, they had to be the luckiest person on earth to avoid me, the kids, the other neighbors coming. You would have had to been so lucky. On so many fronts, on where you parked, the noise, the dogs, all these things. There's no way. It had to be somebody that had either, and to me, like the Wood Crews and Tree Crews, they stayed on Candace and Dawn's for like 2.5 weeks. And with Summer the way she was, it'd been easy to make friends with her. And it never made sense to me. They clear cut over there. They weren't supposed to cut anything except around like where the power lines went. But they clear cut that whole area all the way out to the main road in a way I've never seen done before. So easy access from the backside too. But that noise, if there was a scream coming off of it, would have also come to us the same way that day. But it was long enough to make friends with, to lure her in with, 2.5 weeks on that property. And there's all kind, and to see the cameras and to see where you would turn and where you'd have to park. That's the thing. But the dogs would still bark, I think. And the dogs, for me, that's what I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Jody Sue, hold on. Let me just read this. Someone just said, hey, TMJS, can the governor request help for their, I think it was a spelling error, have the guards come in and search? You talk about the National Guard. They're not going to. I believe if they would have done anything like that, it would have been very early on in the case. And I can't say for sure. I'm not like an expert of it, any sort. Could they send the National Guard in? The National Guard is usually deployed when you've got state of emergency type situations where, there's going to be loss of life. And has anyone ever seen the National Guard come in to search for a child? I'm wondering if I can remember anything like that. I don't know. Jody Sue doesn't live up on the hill anymore, so she can't go see if law enforcement is at the wells. And as far as I know, it's just a rumor, because this is what people do. They spread all this stuff, and it might be.
Beef Creek would have done. Let me know. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. It's just, this happens all the time. And that's why I'm so fed up with it. I'm just so sick of it. There's only 90 people listening to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office on the scanner. So I guarantee it's not Summer. And if it was, like I said, they would never put it on the radio. They're not going to. They're not going to put anything about Summer on the airway. I don't believe that for a second. They're going to keep it so wrapped up tight. I don't believe it. Welcome, Heather. Happy to have you, hon. So to clear the air, Jody Sue is not the neighbor who has the police at her house, if that's even true. I don't believe that they are.
They could potentially be there at 125, but I'm not there.
Mm-hmm. And you don't know anything about it. So you're just clearing your own space right now. I get it. And I'm glad that you came up to say that, Jody Sue. because
I mean, if
it'll
they're there,
it'll
they're
clear
there.
up.
But I promise you, Beach Creek and this small community would have messaged me a long time before they would have messaged
I think it was
you.
really smart of you to jump up here and say it, because it's gonna nip all the rumors right in the bud. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. I mean, if they are and they found Summer, that's great. No matter where
Absolutely.
she, like, I mean,
And I'm
I'm
tired
down
of getting
for
my
it. Like,
hopes up that they're gonna find her. And every time you hear these, oh, the cops are here, the cops are there, a body was found, and you get this like pit in your stomach, and you get your adrenaline starts rushing, and you're trying to scramble to find. Just wait for law enforcement to put it out. It's not helping anything.
and it
There's
kind of hurts.
nothing
It's just like
anyone
when
can
Chase
do.
said all that, and then tried to direct it at me with the whole Jody Sue say something if you know something BS. I mean, that hurts. You know, it's like, and there. I mean, here's a fairy tale that she's alive and fine, and we all like, man. And then here it is the opposite. It's like, oh, here remains, and it's right in my face, right? And I mean, look, every day that's the worst nightmare, right? It's like I have no idea if that call ever comes, how I'm going to handle it.
I know.
And so when it said, like today, I mean, I get the first messages popping up, and all I see are remains is Summer's remains. I mean, that hits you like, a baseball bat in the face. And people don't care. They don't realize that I'm not distant from this like they are online. I know this little girl. It's not distant to me. It's not distant.
You
to my
guys want
children.
to talk about finding a dead body? Go to Marissa's channel. She's live talking about whether or not they found Summer or not. I don't want it in here. Get it out of here. Go to Marissa's chat. Molly Golightly is live talking about if Summer was found. Go over there. I don't want any more of it in my chat till they say something about it on the news. It's irrelevant here. I'm sorry. I've had enough. Like, I'm ready to log off right now. I'm over it. It's disgusting. Because people just start these rumors and they don't care about Summer. They would wait.
They also don't realize, I think, that they're being used today to target I and others. And that's exactly, I'd say, what this is. It's a way to target and to turn it to where Jody Sue is once again a suspect. Jody Sue's done something. Andy's done something, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, he's the last dude on earth I would protect from anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But here I am constantly having to defend somebody that I know is a monster, but I know for a fact, was on camera all day at his job inside the bays, inside the office, and over there with the hoe next door at the gas station. I know he was on camera. I know what time he got in. I know what time Dawn pulled in at Ben Hill that day. I know what time the calls were made. And these people want to stand here and still continue to do this because they're misinformed. And so it's easy to target when you have people that aren't keeping up,
Could you answer a question for me, Jody Sue? If you feel comfortable, would you tell me exactly what time? Because I could have sworn that you said between 3:30 and 4:45 that you no, what was it? 4:30. What time was it that you heard the scream?
It had to be between 4:30 and 4:42. And the reason I'm so exact on that time is because of my phone and messages that the FBI and TBI and every agency on earth do have and have had since day one.
12 minutes.
Because Andy and I had messaged back and forth. And when I heard the scream, they heard the scream. We all went out on the bank. We weren't out there too long, but we were just kind of, went around looking, and everything. And we were out there for a few minutes. And when I come back in, there was a message from Andy, and he was asking what we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I replied to it at a certain time, and I told him I was hanging out with the kids, doing whatever. And that was at 4:52. So, because I don't know how many minutes exactly we're out there, it had to fall somewhere between 4:30, but I know we were out there for at least 10 minutes. So it had to fall between 4:30, 4:42, because, the message to him's at 4:52, right? So that's why I'm so exact on that time frame there for that. But the woodcutters cut out at 3:00, so there's no noise in there after that. That's how we heard the door slam. and we're out there for it before the scream. And then you have the flash of whatever it was going up their driveway at a certain point. And it's like, you know, all these things, the internet, they have confused, but it's like, you know, all these things were reported to police. And everybody they're like, why is she just now coming out? Blah, 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 right? Must mean she's a liar. She's after attention or money. No, I just didn't run to the internet first. I'm so sorry. Like, you know, but the cops have had all this since day one, second one. You know, we even had camera footage ready for them before they even asked for it. Like, here are the cameras that match up the timeline, the scream. The neighbors knew about the scream. So we were matching up camera footage for them. Like, here's that timeline, and handed it to them, you know. And so we're not a dumb bunch. We already had our properties, like, kind of searched in the main places before cops even really started filling up in there that day. And the search crews, from the time they started coming in, already had the wrong timeline searching for Summer. All the neighbors, we were standing there, and they were like, oh, it's 6:30. She's been reported since 6:30. We're like, no. She's been missing since before 6, and possibly as long as, like, 4:30. And they wouldn't listen to us, you know. So, you know, they kept on with the 6:30 timeline.
Okay, so you seem pretty positive about the time. So you had text messages that came through that tell you that you heard that scream right around a specific time, which would be between 4:30 and 4:42. So that's 12 minutes. So within 12 minutes, you think you were outside for less than that, Jody Sue? Do you think maybe it seemed longer? Or
Well, the message to Andy that day, the one I replied back to him, was 4:52. So, and we were out there for a few minutes. I think at that point we'd actually took a pretty lengthy period outside, and I think that's when the survey line was down and all that. But so we were out there for quite a few minutes, and so that's why I judged like a 10 or 15 minute period. But you know, it had to be somewhere between 4:30, 4:42 that scream, you know. And that's the thing. It's like, I can't say it was, you'll rarely or ever, unless it's just because of, you know, my brain doing stuff where I hear you all say Summer scream in reference to it. I've never really said Summer scream because
I just heard a scream. Yeah.
I know it was an adult scream. I know it wasn't Candace's scream because I'm used to hearing Candace scream, right? I'm used to hearing the boys scream. My daughter made it to the door first that day because she was sitting at the bottom of my bed because the cabin I was in was used for my cancer treatment. And so they were hanging out with me. And the cabin was separate from the main house. And they were hanging out with me. And she was sitting at the bottom. So she gets to the door of the cabin first. And she puts her head out. And she was like, no. I was like, what is it? Just stop this dead cold. And she was like, that's the kids. And to me, when somebody says the kids, I immediately think the boys, because you don't hear Summer in the same way that you do the boys, because she doesn't come out as far. Her noises are different, never as clear as theirs, unless she's mad or, you know, she's upset or something, or it's a really, really loud day. But her noises are different, but the boys I'm more used to. Every scream and thing you think, I've heard from them over the years. Summer's younger, less attuned to hers, but still I can pick her up. But so to me, when she said the kids, I immediately thought the boys. I was like, well, that's none of theirs. I was like, no, it's not. And then she was like, no, I can still hear it. And then she could hear it like muffled. At that point, I couldn't pick it up any longer, but she was picking it up as muffled and like it was leaving the roadway. And she says that she can hear a car leaving, you know, at a Ben Hill, as the sound was muffled, you know. But my son, he picked up, you know, and it just, I immediately, that's why you hear me say, you know, at first I tried to dismiss that sound as like a dog kick, but I knew it wasn't a dog being kicked. And for me, it was like, oh, well, that door slam we heard earlier.
And I don't want to interrupt you because what you're saying is really important. Okay, so I don't care what's going on another channel, and I'd really appreciate it if my chat could put Summer first. Okay? Please. I don't care what anybody is saying about me. I literally am in the middle of trying to do something, got sidetracked. I am listening to Jody, and then when I'm done listening to Jody, I'm going right back to playing what I was intending on playing, and then it's going to be over because this was a great live stream. I'm very pleased with all that's been accomplished, but I'm also getting tired because I've been up here for a while. But the thing is, I don't want to hear about what is going on anybody's channel. And it's not because I don't want to say their name or I don't want. If you want to go to those channels, go. Share Prairie Boy, whatever his name is. Go over there. If you want to speculate on dead bodies being found.
So Candace is apparently talking to Cher. This is the message I just got. It says that they're asking if I'm hearing about searching in the water area behind Andy's, which is the 125 property. There is no water area back there, y'all.
So
there's like a creek they change when they're right.
Coming in the chat
There's no
saying
water.
that they're searching
There's
a
no-
pond next to the property, so there isn't one.
There's no pond there.
Okay.
Behind, like if you're looking at 125, if you come into Ben Hill,
Mm-hmm.
110 and 125 are basically like sentinels. They're the tallest pieces as you come in. The only water is the main creek, and right now it's dry. I know this to be true as of the other day because I know that they were talking about it. It stays that way mostly. Now, at the time I was looking for summer, it was dammed up because the tree crews had just been on it, and it was weird. But that main creek goes under the tunnel, under the roadway, around Candace's Hill, and then through another neighboring property. But a dive team for it is ridiculous. Like, you know what I mean? But right now that's dry. There is a right-of-way that cuts through the 125 property and cuts that piece, which is like 18 acres, in half that belongs to another neighbor. But they cut a right-of-way through the 125 property. The creek used to run back through there, but that cut it, and so it no longer really does. But there's no real pond on the 125 or anywhere else there to search. There's no water area behind the 125 property. Now, there's a waterfall feature way up in the mountains on what is at the very end, the dead end of Ben Hill, that used to be Andy's great-grandmother's until it was all pieced and parted and sold off recently. It reaches all the way to the fire tower, and it connects with my family's land because between my family and his, we owned all the land on Greene County, Washington County, Sullivan and Hawkins side that reached up to the fire tower. And so there's a waterfall feature back there, but it's small. It's on that, but it is so hard remote to reach to. And I know that Petito case people that are in my inbox keep wanting to bring scuba gear. And I know y'all seen pieces on the news of them in scuba gear at one point. There's a pond further down, like towards Fields, and this, there's a couple here and there that are man-made ponds. But they, man, just to fit one person in them is a feat. Like, you didn't even need scuba gear to get in them. You know, they're small. And so I don't know what the hell they're talking about with, they're searching a water area behind Andy's, which would be the 125 property. But Candace is apparently talking to Cher, supposedly, saying Lost and detectives are at Ben Hill. And, but a local says the scanner is talking about a dive search. But, you know, that's the thing. Like, I know that these teams were coming in. I know one of the Petito people, there was somebody else coming in with dive teams this week that were already planned to be in there. Why, how, I don't know what they're planning on, honestly, with the water, because there really are no water features in Beach Creek other than like man-made ponds that are really not that deep. And, you know, the creek that's dry right now, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. But whatever, like I said, I don't care if they are there. You know what I'm saying? If they found something, if Summer's in there somewhere, so be it. You know? Um, but yeah, that's the word. And then I've got people in here asking me if I'm okay. So I don't know what's supposedly being said about.
Well, Jody Sue, can I ask something Mary wanted to know? And then I know a lot of people ended up asking after Mary, but could you maybe clear up, if it's okay with you, what time Don actually got home? I know that you said that Andy and Don had gotten home pretty close to one another. Did Don get home first? Like what? I'm just trying to get an idea. Do you have like an
Andy
exact
showed up
time?
first. Andy showed up first.
Okay, so he got home from work and then Don. So what time do you think? You probably know.
I can pinpoint the exact time that Candace started yelling for Summer, and I heard her because
Okay.
at that time, at that exact time, I was walking down the driveway because most days I met Andy at the bottom because he'd started taking my Kia Soul, just like Dawn had started taking the Subaru because that's just what their types do. But he had started taking it because New Girl liked my car. Anyway, so yeah. And so I had no way. That car was meant for my cancer treatments to get me in and out of state this year, but here he was.
Yeah.
And it was done, you know, regardless. So most days I was having, and he would tell me the transmission was going bad, so I couldn't drive it. But yeah, here he is driving it, right? So it was to keep me in the box. So I would meet him at the bottom of the driveway and I'd walk off. And that day, I was like, well, and I got ready after one of the last incidents. I started getting ready after I'd come back in from the scream, the flashes, all that. And so I was walking down the hill, and before I could lose Wi-Fi signal at a certain point after my big Mastiff, I sent the last message where I was like, well, if you're going to be late or whatever, and I've got it, I can give them to you, and you can air them all you want. But the last message is me going, well, I'm going to head down early and mess with my flowers. And I know a lot of people are like, oh, there's a whole lot of flower stuff going on Ben Hill that day. That's weird. Well, the difference is I actually had real flowers that I have thousands and thousands of pictures of on my Facebook because it's one of my favorite things to take pictures of. But anyway, so I sent a message at an exact time as I was going down right before I lost Wi-Fi signal, and I expected to be down there for about half an hour before he showed up. And so I know that Andy showed up around the 6:30 mark. And so because I knew he was getting close, and so then I get to the bottom, obviously here by that point, well, at that time, at the top of the hill when I sent that message, Candace had started yelling for Summer. And my driveway's longer, steeper than theirs is. By the time I reached the bottom, there's been too many calls for Summer. I know something's wrong. But I wait a second, you know, and then I kind of like casually look over to the left and down the bottom towards another neighbor's property where the creek is, you know, and then I know things are picking up. I start to walk down to the right and towards that section of the creek and whatever. And then I hear Candace and the boys meet up at the top because you can kind of tell they've circled back to one another. And that's when she says, what did you do? What did you do? And the oldest answers back, nothing, Mama, nothing, Mama. I swear, I swear. And then the boys, they aren't told by Candace to go off anywhere, but I could hear them hitting the brush and going down to the left side where I had just looked. So I knew they were going to cover that part of the creek. That's when I knew stuff was exceptionally bad. Something was very much wrong. And I start picking it up. I'm yelling for Candace during this point at the bottom in the roadway, like, Candace, I'm already looking. You know, but she couldn't hear me. And I carry on over to the tunnel. Under the roadway, I get on my knees. I look for Summer inside that tunnel. I kind of look to the right, but I know that if she was out somewhere, she wouldn't be there. It's not the side they play on or in the creek on that side. So I crossed back over to the left. I started into that piece and look into the creek there. When I do, I start hearing her come down from her driveway in a vehicle, and she's talking really loud to somebody. I think that it's, you know, somebody with her in the vehicle in person. And I hop back out of where I'm at. And when I do, there she is. And I stop her and I'm like, I heard her scream. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Because to me, it's an immediate, somebody's, by this point, as a mom, you think the worst, right? You think I heard her scream. Somebody's took her. But then there she is on the phone. And it's Don on the phone. And I hear Don pop up and he's on speaker and he goes, so you're telling me somebody took my baby girl? Kind of in a flat tone. Meanwhile, Candace is flipping out. Her face is a different kind of color. I ask her where the last place she is that she's seen Summer, and I'm not going to say it openly, just like I won't say where the boys said the
Yeah,
last.
no. If you feel that there's something that would, please don't, and refrain from saying it. I know that some people get upset about that, but that's part of the investigation. I'm sure that you feel or you've been told not to discuss for
Well,
the
I've not really
integrity
been
of
told not to discuss anything. At one point, I
You
asked if I
haven't?
could
All
mention
right.
scream out loud if it would help, maybe break a storyline somewhere if I come out in the open, and I was told they preferred if I really didn't, but I could do whatever I really pleased.
Use your best judgment. I think you do a good job,
Yeah.
Jody. Just,
I'm not
really
trying to be
don't
prayer
need-
garden over there, and I'm not trying to spit out bullshit either. Because on a good day, I mean, if I really wanted to make prayer garden look like exactly what she is, that's a fact.
Yeah.
So, but I'm not trying to spit everything, and I'm not trying to hurt the investigation. I'm sure they're pissed at me.
No,
for
I don't
speaking,
believe you are.
especially on YouTube and everywhere else. But that's the truth. I want to do my best by Summer and do what's right by everybody else, including, I just. But yeah, so Candace then proceeds to.
Jody, I'm going to step away for literally 2 minutes, but I'm going to be listening to you the whole time. Please do keep continuing on. Jackie, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that so very much. And go ahead, Jody.
But yeah, so Candace carries on. By this point, I'm back into the Woodline and Creek area, going into the creek. And I'm in the creek and I hear her stop. And she's talking to what I recognize as another neighbor. And I don't know if they were already outside and picked up the commotion from us, or if she actually went up and got them. But I think they had heard the commotion were already out, is my speculation there. Because it was a normal time of day for them to be outside anyway. And so she's talking to them, and then they make their way to me, and I see them on the roadway, and they're like, well, which part do you want to get? And it made more sense for me to stay in the creek because I had on sandals, and they had on, like boots and sneakers, whatever. So they took the hillside, and I took the creek, and we looked for Summer, thinking at that point maybe she was still in there and had fallen or hurt herself, or been playing with the boys or something, or something had just an accident had happened. But everything. But at a certain point, I'm making my way around. I'm at the main road, but still in the creek. And then I hear, because at this point, Candace is at the bottom of Ben Hill. I can see her as it meets the main road in Beach Creek. So I can hear and see her. And I see Andy kind of pull in. I hear voices. I know it to be him. I know he kind of already knows. But then he starts coming down the main road. And I holler at him. He stops. And I'm like, Summer's missing. And he's like, I know. And I was like, well, I thought that was you, but I just wanted to be sure. And he starts going up and down the main road towards Mount Carmel. Freewheel, looking for her. Dawn is seconds behind that. He's done there. So they both arrive somewhere around 6:30. Andy before Dawn. At this same point, the first two responding cops come in. And you could hear them before they get there. We could hear them before they get there. And I could already see the boys at the backside in the field. Towards Simpson and a fence and that sort of thing. And that's eventually where I made my way to and talked to them. But, and then it took a while for the third to respond. So I think it was the third cop I caught that day coming in, and he was in an SUV, and I told him about the scream. But yeah. So, and I didn't really, Candace says she was driving up and down the roads and the other, but I didn't really see her drive up and down the roads. And I know that she was mostly stopping at other neighbors and things when she did leave Ben Hill that day, and talking to them for a second, telling them Summer was missing. But I didn't see her drive up and down the main road or towards the churches or anything. So, I don't know.
I'm right here, Jody. So that's interesting. I've never heard you say that before, that you never saw Candace driving around. So when exactly did you hear her start yelling? Because I don't know, it might have escaped me while I was listening.
It was right around 6, and I can give you the text message, pinpoints an exact time, but it was right around 6.
So right around 6, she started yelling for Summer.
Yeah.
So Don, wait a minute. Okay, so that would give about like 25, 26 minutes or so before she called. What time again did Don get home?
They had to pull in around 6:30.
He got there at 6:30. So 3
I'd say
minutes.
around. That's my estimation, because I know how long it takes Andy to get from where he works and where he was at that day last we talked.
6:30, he and Candace, right, called the
And it
police.
may have been like 6:02, 6:09, because I know it's not like right there at the exact thing, but it was somewhere right there at 6.
Then that would mean he got home before they called the police.
Well, no, because the police come in right at the same time, and there's no way they could have got there. I mean, it usually takes, look, they got there, it was a good response time that day, let me tell you, because sometimes you wait as long as 2 hours.
That doesn't make any sense, Jody Sue. And I'm not questioning you. I'm actually like sitting here listening to you thinking, hey, Janet, welcome to my membership. Thank you for joining, hon. So I thought it was 6:26. Either way, okay, say the call was at 6:23. If Don, oh my goodness. So let's say Don got home. No, because he said he was on the phone with Candace the whole way home.
No, if their signal was cut out, especially, and that never made sense to me, because Blair's Gap, which is, see, you all have a different pattern, thinking he would be coming in a different way that day, hauling ass. And trust me, I can drive those roads at like over 100. Yeah. I can drive those roads, but you have to know them. And I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not the best drivers over there. But we used to race them. We used to shut them down and race on them. So anyway, responsibly, that way we didn't kill other people. And back in the day, they were just that barren, so you could kind of do that. But anyway, I know the route he was taking from where he was at working that day, and you all have the entirely wrong route. I know that Trucking Company has been a player in some of your all series. I just, Anyway, but the thing is that it's possible to get there and that, but I just, either way, but the signal cuts out through there. I don't know how he would stay on the phone with her the whole time.
Well, I'm more wondering, listen, I've always kind of wondered about them being able to keep that phone call running the whole time, right? She said Don got home between 6. Well,
It's just not possible.
Right, without the call dropping. Hazelnut. Yeah. Don, she believes that Don got home between 6 and 6:10 or 6:30 the latest.
No, he had to get there around 6:30, and he arrived just I think a minute or two after Andy did. I mean,
And
they were
Candace
right there
started
talking.
yelling at 6.
Yeah. Like, I
Candace
have the
started
message.
yelling at
I mean,
6
like, I give
o'clock.
you an exact time.
I don't mean to, we might be on a delay, Jody Sue. Like, I might be a little bit delayed because I notice it takes you a few seconds to hear me. So just so you know, I'm not talking over you. So Candace starts yelling for Summer right about 6 o'clock. And then you are saying that you're pretty certain. So Andy got home and then Don came pretty much almost like very
Right
shortly
behind me.
after.
They were both in the roadway at the same place, almost at the exact same time. At the same time, the cops were coming in, the first two. At this point, by the time I talked to Andy in the roadway, right there, and he's still in the car after he talked to Candace, but I made sure that he knew what was going on. One of the first cops was already, I believe, pulled back into Simpson back there, and I had eyes on the boys too. So the cops come in. Right, I mean, it all collided right there. Andy, Dawn, and the first two cops. And it takes Andy on average, and so that's why I kind of have time, but it had to be around 6:30 that, you know, the cops, Andy and Dawn show up.
Okay. Well, that's helpful a little bit in terms of this story about Don and Candace being on the phone the whole way home from work. Summer, okay, so Candace starts yelling for Summer at 6 o'clock. She calls the police, or Don calls the police at 6:23 or 6:26. I could have sworn it was 6:26, but it doesn't matter. It does matter, but
Because she was hanging up with Dawn. When I talked to her, she said she was calling the police, and that's kind of how you know it was super serious.
So she called
because I knew with DCS involved and the risks she was taking and losing the other kids and other, you know, that her calling the police, that meant it was super dire, you know. But she said she was hanging up and she was calling the police, so that wouldn't have been but a minute or two after the Hill. So somewhere around. Yeah, I mean, it didn't take the cops 15, 20 minutes to get in there after the call was made. But if she called them when she told me she was calling them, or if she called them at the top of the hill, like she said, you know, I don't understand, because they always have the call coming in police well after 6. But she says that she called before she ever left the top of the hill. But when she gets to the bottom, she tells me she's calling the police. And there's a discussion between her and Dawn. So who's calling them again? Why? I don't know. I mean, I just know that I hear them say that they called before I left the top of the hill. But yet I heard her hollering for Summer up there and talking to the boys. And then I hear she's obviously on the phone with Dawn coming down. She tells me she's going to get off the phone with Dawn and call the police. So I don't know when the call to police actually transpired. But, I mean, there's no way that the police call would have been made at 6:20 something and them getting there around 6:30. And I know that had to be the time that Andy came in, because I know what it takes him to get there. That's why I went ahead and headed down, you know, like, you know, so, and I know how long it would have taken me kind of to get to that point in the road looking the way I was, you know, and my neighbors. So, you know, it's, for me, it's around a 6:30 where everybody kind of collides at once. I think that call to police had to be made well before it, because there's no way they're getting in there in 5 or 6 minutes, especially not 2 of them. Not going to happen. But there was a good response time no matter when they were called that day. Trust me.
Mary says, Dawn's steps, Mary says, wait, I'm confused. She said she heard Donnie telling Candace on the phone, you're telling me that someone took my baby, then 10, 15 minutes later, Donnie arrives, ? That's what I'm trying to put together too, Jody. So if we could just put our heads together for just a moment, I want to go back through with
I'd
you.
say it took me a good 20 minutes after that point to get there.
20 minutes after, about, like, in your,
At that point, yeah, like, I mean, it was 6:30ish that they all had to collide at that point at the end of Ben Hill. At the same time, it was cops, Andy, Dawn. I mean, it had to be around 6:30ish mark for me in my own head, but
And this is
just
all
'cause
according to her recollection, you guys. This is just Jody Sue's account of what took place. She might be off by a couple minutes. She might be off, on certain things. Your memory can be, the human mind can really mess with somebody. I'm not saying that what she's saying is
the
incredible,
only
but
difference
what I'm
is
saying
that I
is,
have messages showing exact points, to kind of go
yeah,
by. So
is
if I'm
how.
wrong, it's off only by a couple of minutes.
By a couple minutes or so, you would say, all right, well, no, it's helpful. Whatever you have to say, Jody Sue, is helpful. I've always taken into account the things that you are the only person, no matter what anybody wants to believe, whether things are founded or unfounded or whatever, you were right there, like on top of them. So I have always listened pretty intently, regardless of what my beliefs or feelings are. You're the only one on that road who has spoken for Summer and taken a stand. In fact,
And it's like everybody, they're on the grandest thing, it's like, and I get it, but she didn't leave town for like a while after Summer went missing. But Grandis and I mean, we're not tight or anything. Look, if it gives you any, like the day that Candace was setting up the GoFundMe with Robin, I ran into her at another church where they tend to drop off litters of puppies. But it's one of the first places you can get good phone signal. So she was sitting there, and I and the kids stopped, and I was talking to her, and the two oldest boys were in the vehicle with her and Grandis, and Robin and them were trying to help her set up the GoFundMe and shut down the fake ones and whatever else. And everybody was kind of normal, and I'm like, what the hell, But Grandis looked at me and told me something I knew to be a lie because she didn't recognize me. If that tells you anything, but she often did that. Even in the roadway down there in Ben Hill, we'd stop and she'd be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And what's your neighbor mean? Like it was that short-term memory. This woman, no matter every time she's seen me or met me for years, I don't know. But, so I know that at Walker's Fork, where she told me she was, or what she was doing, rather, the day Summer was an outright lie. And because I and other neighbors commented on it that day while we were still on the ground searching for Summer, and it was just he and I looking for Summer still before the rest of the neighborhood came in, before the cops came in. We commented on, where the hell's Grandis? I was like, I don't know. He was like, she's still up there, and I was like, shit, I don't know. So, but then there's Grandis lying to me about what she was doing. Because she doesn't recognize me. And then Candace shuts her up pretty quick because Candace realizes. And then she tells her, oh, this is the neighbor, Jody Sue. Don't you remember, Mom? And then she shuts up. So I assumed at that point, maybe she was just cleaning up like drug material or something, or making sure that when the cops get there to be, honestly, but I don't know, I wonder all kinds of things,
Hold on one second. Dinner. All right, I apologize, Jody Sue. I wanted to I just had to mute for a second. Okay, so
it was a prank. There were cops there, and Dawn told Cam and Chase it wasn't true. So apparently Candace and them somehow were involved in this, and it was another prank.
well, I believe I know exactly where it came from, and I'm not going to call the channel out because I don't believe that this person meant to do any harm. These things happen, but that's why I said,
tell them it's wasting Summer's fucking time.
The second I saw someone come in, I already knew what was going to happen. So there's nothing you can do. It all goes crazy. All I could do is ask people not to do that. I've asked before, do not come in my chat with stuff like that. Please keep it out. thank you to my mods, and I apologize that the stream got thrown off by just someone coming in and saying that. This is the thing people need to realize. If Summer was found right now, like I said before, it would never go on the radio. It would never go on the police scanner. They are not going to put that out there.
Nope.
They're not going to broadcast that, because even if you missed it, you could go back in the archives on Broadcastify. You think that Ronnie Lawson and the TBI and the FBI are going to risk putting that information out, especially with News Nation now in town? So they absolutely not. No way in hell. You could never even tell me. That would all be handled on private cell phones, and they would probably respond to that in such a way no one would even know what was going on. I'm just saying. I don't believe. No. Unless
Do they
it was
understand how much time and effort this takes from Summer's
No.
actual case
They
and it takes
don't
to take
care.
this from?
They don't care.
If she is
care at all.
alive out there, it could mean another day of her life. It could mean that in that 24 hours or all the time they've spent on stupid calls into them, that they don't find her enough time, and somebody eventually gets done with her or whatever and kills her.
God forbid.
They can literally cost Summer her life. This isn't funny.
No, it is upsetting. It really is. And when I see these people come in, it was Autumn Love who came in my chat. I'm not saying that she made up the rumor, because I don't believe that she did. I think I know
I'm
exactly
hearing the
where it
prank
came
was originated by Candace and Dawn themselves, is what I'm hearing right now.
Well, it very well may have originated from Candace and Dawn. That I don't
But I
know for
can't
sure.
prove that either.
But I do know the channel that was live about it, spreading this as fact, because I got it in my email and accidentally typed in the chat as if I was typing in my own, because I was trying to listen to see what was going on while I'm in the middle of doing my own stream, trying to do shit. But anyways, I don't want to say the name of the channel, because again, I don't think that the lady meant any harm by it, but it just causes so many
Well, when
issues.
Cher has a bigger audience and then she's over there repeating it and other channels repeat it, that's a problem when it's a whisper game and it creates. And this, I guarantee you, by the end of the night, will create more
Can you
false
put
calls.
this stupid? Okay, hold on a second, because I usually don't call this out, but I'm going to, because I know where it's coming from. Hold on a minute, I gotta find it. How would I be Lily Marie, you moron? I can't be Lily Marie. I've been in chats moderating with Lily Marie. She's a mod for Marissa. Are you kidding me? So, because Lily Marie left a comment for John Crimes, this is what now Tiffany is Lily Marie. No, I'm not. She's actually a real person. Okay? So, go get a new stock account. Come up with something better. I am not Lily Marie. Lily Marie is a real person. I've been in chats with her before. Has nothing to do with Summer. Your comment has nothing to do with Summer. We're in the middle of all this chaos. And Lee Marie is not Lily Marie. Those are two different people. And if you think that Lee Marie is me and I have magical powers to be on panel and Lee Marie, you're nuts. I'm sorry, Jody. So anyways, I am getting
what
a little.
confuses me most is they call the cops even with the chance of losing the boys, but then lie through their teeth about everything.
There's so
And
many
what are we
lies.
missing? And that's the thing. That's part of the puzzles for me. I've always known them to be liars. Always. Even having to talk to them about what color the sun is like trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. They're always kind of slinky. I've always known to be that way for no real reason. It never makes sense, right? It's just they've got diabetes.
Hey,
And
Jody, can I ask you something? And I don't mean to cut you off. I actually just did cut you off right there, but I have a question. So, do you remember the video that Don did driving through the back roads and showing the shed and everything? He did it on Cher's channel.
I've honestly never tried to watch much of their stuff or things in it.
Okay.
Like right now,
So
I'm looking
there
for
was a
pieces
video.
that I was not privy to early on to try to put some puzzle pieces together for myself. Like I'm looking for any statements from Grandis, the rare ones, that say in her own words for fact what she was doing after. And I'm looking for anything Hunter says about contact with Candace and the boys other than when they talked about the lie detector test. And so I'm looking for anything related to those two things.
So you're Karen, Jody Sue is still talking because she has shit to say. God, just get this person out of there. Stop attacking Jody Sue. She's not doing anything wrong. She is welcome on my panel. In fact, I prefer to speak to her publicly so everybody can hear. Everybody needs to calm down. It's really ridiculous at this point. And it's really also a shame that this live stream has taken such a turn with the chat and all of these people. And I really can't thank my mods enough because this shouldn't be a full-time job for them. I'm going to have to start paying them to mod for me. So, shit, I was going to ask you, see, this is what happens. I'm like getting flustered. So, I was going to ask you a question. Oh, so Don had done, okay, never mind. Hold on. I'll put that on the back burner. You said you're looking for, because I want to write this down. You're looking for anything that Hunter has said. And anything, Grandis hasn't said anything, Jody Sue. She doesn't talk. She has literally
I know
said.
there was the Emma comments and the whatever, the messages that say hun in them. That people are
Yes, what
still
do you
trying
think
to
of that? Let me
decipher.
grab that, actually. Let me get that. Because I want to pull that up now that you, AB, he's probably enjoying his day. So, hold on a sec. I know everybody misses AB when he's not around. Let's see.
But I believe there was something out there early on with Grandis supposedly saying that she was doing XYZ because she searched the house. I do remember her saying that, or somebody saying that's what
Really?
she said. That she
Because the
searched the
only
house
thing
and was
that I've
yelling for
ever
something.
heard Grandis say, sorry, Jody Sue, we have to be on a lag. It must be by a couple seconds. I apologize. The only thing I ever heard Grandis say, well, I didn't even hear her say it. It was, I believe they put out a short little news clip, and it was her saying that she was not going to discuss Summer because she was worried about social media and what people were going to say. Basically, she did not want to discuss anything because she didn't want a social media circus. Either way, don't matter. We all think she's pretty suspect. I myself, I'm not going to lie, I've always been honest about how I feel about Grandis, is that she is she is my number one, number two suspect. She always will be. Until
if Grandis things were calmer over there in the past 2 years, the kids had behaved better. If Grandis is around, the kids behave better.
Even with Grandis being around and things being calmer, let me ask you one thing. If something, you might not know Grandis well or whatever, and you just seen her around, I don't know, I can't remember exactly what you said your relationship was like. I think barely existent. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like.
So if Candace, and this is just hypothetically speaking, this isn't anything I want anybody to run with this or anything. I just want to ask, if Candace had found herself in a situation and now you kind of observe like their behaviors, you're their neighbors, so you might know better than anybody. And it's just your opinion if you decide to answer. But if Candace needed to fix something, or if Candace had made a really bad mistake, or if an accident had happened, do you believe that Grandis would have helped her clean up the mess?
I mean, you got to think it's your mom.
Yeah.
With all of our moms. But also, I've known Grandis to be, that's the reason her and Dawn have problems, is because Grandis is the one that called the police on him for the incident with the black powder, whatever, and, Yeah, the one that ended up in the order of protection. And she's called several other times, and then she'll take off out of town for a few months because it's so volatile over, and Dawn hates her guts. And so she'll call the police in a quick hurry if
But do you think she would? So that's like, so think about that. That's with Dawn, right? She doesn't care for Dawn. So she's going to pick up the phone and she's going to call the cops when it comes to Dawn. But when it comes to her daughter, if God forbid, so God forbid, let's say an accident happened on the property or wherever before they got home. And Candace might have had, right. It's her mother. So, and I'm not passing judgment. Okay. Some families would, some families wouldn't, but I just feel, okay, so Grandis may have a pretty bad relationship with Don. She doesn't trust him, probably doesn't want him, really doesn't want anything to do with him or whatever. But when it comes to Candace,
I don't think her and Candace have a really good. I mean, like it's one of those. Well,
do you think she would try to protect Candace from Don? If Don was to find out that there was an accident that happened on Candace's watch, do you think that Grandis is the type of grandmother or the type of mother to clean up and to fix things to make sure that her daughter didn't get her head chopped off? Like, I'm wondering what your opinion is.
I think because she's taken Candace out of state for months before when Dawn's done stuff. And I know Dawn in one particular incident. We were over there, Andy and I, and Dawn was pissed because he just kept saying it wasn't about the boys for him. He never said she took my kids and boys, it was she took my daughter, she's got my daughter, she's got my daughter, she's got Summer. That's all he cared about. But not the boys, and it's like, I told him in the roadway that first night Summer went missing because they let him off tail pretty quick, which kind of surprised me. But we were all standing there alone, like everything kind of cleared out when they announced food and the command post had been set up. And we were talking, and I was like, Dawn, please don't hurt Candace, Like,
I do remember you saying that back in the beginning.
And he said, I'm not going to. I know it's not her fault. And he immediately, though, from that night, it was past tense that Summer was dead, which I didn't fault him for just because they're more, when you live that low, you have more realistic thoughts. I said, like some in suburbs, it doesn't deal with the worst of society and things that happen. You have more hope, maybe, or whatever, but it didn't seem like a Boswell situation because you could tell that girl was guilty from moment one. But these, it's like trying to nail Jello to the wall, honestly. But and there was a statement made to somebody else that night by him, though, that I just thought was maybe some schizophrenic talk because the person has issues about basically some sort of comment like in a sexual tone, like cleansing. And it was, directly related to Summer about how God takes those to cleanse them of whatever. And it was like, what the hell are you implying that she's been like sexually whatever? And it, but now as months went on, I just thought it was schizophrenic.
So will you say that again? I don't mean to make you repeat it, but can you just reiterate what you just said? Because so it was something that Don had said about Summer being taken to be cleansed. Or can you just back it up real quick and just repeat it? So I want to make sure I hear it correctly.
Well, the neighbor, the bad neighbor, he keeps directing to, which is not what he's trying to make that be. They have mental issues, so you have to kind of speak their language, right? And but I knew Dawn that first night he went super religious and was talking crazy religious stuff, and I was like, oh, here we go again. And Anyway, so I knew that there probably had been religious talk when he talked to this person the same night Summer went missing, because that's where he was headed after us. But he had made it supposedly because I did not hear this with my own ears, and I can't tell you how much of it is schizophrenic versus Dawn actually talking religion that night. But this person does think, that Dawn's responsible and has since the beginning. But they had said that he had made a statement to them. It was some sort of religious thing, and I cannot remember verbatim now. I could probably go back and messages and look, because I did mention it to others. And I believe I mentioned it to cops as well. But it was something to the effect of like some biblical mixed up statement about, cleansing, whatever. It was like almost a sexual type thing, like God takes those or whatever to cleanse them, or and it was like almost a scary religious super zealot statement,
So
but
you think it might have been reference to
like it was something
abuse?
and it almost like maybe she had been thinking back. It's like, well, did they mean like she'd been touched and like God supposedly took her and like she's dead because like you gotta cleanse, the filthy or dirty or whatever, right? And it's like that's but like I said, it wasn't said to me directly. So
Right.
I can attest to the truth of it.
It is something that stands out to you, like just the way I understand
And
what
I'm
you mean.
sure I can go back through messages and actually get what was more accurate.
You know what,
Almost
Jody Sue? That'd probably be a good idea. If and I know that it's a lot of work, but if you have time or maybe just a little bit every day, go through your stuff and maybe try to come up with, you could totally present it on your Facebook or whatever, and I could share it over here. And of course, I won't monetize anything that belongs to you. If you even choose to do it. But I think it would be so helpful, even for yourself, just to go back to that day, go through your text, see if anything stands out to you. Even if you have text messages between you and Candace or you and Andy or anybody really that from
trust me,
days
I've
or
been
even
at that for
weeks
months.
before.
Like trying to put the pieces together,
Yeah,
It's like the other day I was going back through conversations to try to find an exact time period for when we called the cops the second time that we caught the Peep and Tom over there, even though they've been there almost every night that Andy was gone for all those months. Each time he would leave out for the boat thing with his boss. They were there constantly, and they had to know our property. You just don't understand how well they had met, and there's no way. And it really, and now I thought all these years, man, they were targeting me, but now looking back, it's like, here's my daughter. And at that time, she was the only one on the hill. Summer hadn't been born yet. And so she was co-sleeping when Andy was out of town. And here the things happening with the dogs of ours at the time. And what looks like ropes tied to their back legs and them smelling like hay and absolutely clean, but there's no barn around there that kept hay, not even then. And so it never made sense to me. And
hold on, when was that?
The
when
year
did the dogs say it again?
There was, and I talked about it in one of my videos there. Yeah, but it had to be because Sissy had been the same age. So Sissy was 5 or 6. So about 5-6 years ago. And it was the year, because see, we lived there for quite a few years and hadn't met Candace or Dawn. We knew they were over there, but hadn't met them. And look, here's how weird Miss Code was. And Fleta, which is Andy's mama who lived on the property.
Oh, it's Cleta, not Clyda. I thought it was Clyda. So her
No.
name was Cleta. Okay.
No, Andy's mama's name, she was Anna Fleta.
Okay.
But Miss Code lived on the opposite hill, obviously. Same properties. And anyway, Miss Code was very strange. I don't ever recall meeting the lady, but like maybe once in almost 3 decades. Like, or rarely seeing her come off the hill. There were CDs hanging from the tree. I mean, just strange things. But and then there was never a man over there. I know she was supposedly married and things at this point, but I never, like, yeah, it was bizarre. But we didn't even know she had a son. He was never mentioned. And so anyway, but we lived there for years by this point and had not met Candace and Dawn. Didn't know who they were. Didn't even really see anything from them. And then as soon as we almost catch this peeping Tom, I mean, arms length from there's Candace at the mailbox the next day. And then there's Dawn. And now I wonder in my head, it's like, man, is somebody checking in to see if they've been recognized or caught? But Andy always, and we told the cops at this time, always maintained it was Dawn he almost caught and recognized him.
Okay, I remember this. So way back when, and I believe you were talking about, Ann B, welcome to my membership. Thank you so much for joining. I hope that you enjoy it here. It gets a little crazy sometimes, but try to keep it as normal as possible. So,
but I was going back looking for those messages the other night, and
wasn't that your daughter's side of? Was it your daughter's corner of the house, Jody Sue? Did you say that someone was lurking around your daughter's bedroom outside the window?
At the time, it was my bedroom. But
it was
she
yours.
Co-slept.
Okay.
When Andy was going out of town, especially, she co-slept because she was still little then, right?
Yeah.
And but this is an older house built in exactly 1900, and the window was pretty low, and it was only about an arm's length away from the bed. But this person was able to come up on our property, and I mean, at that time, y'all think I got PTSD now? It was really, really extraordinarily bad at that point. But I felt so bad from the meds I was taking that I was like, man, I'm like, no. So with this person, I had the window open and you could not even hear them creep up. And I'm not a big fan of raking or anything. Mm-hmm. So around the side of that window, there was all kinds of leaves and debris. But they were good enough to come directly up to that window and kind of lean against the house at an angle. And the window be open, and I still doubt like whether they were actually there or not. I could see the shape and the shadow of them as they crept up. That was it. And they would stay absolutely still. And then they'd move off at a certain point. But my dogs never made a noise. But at that point, we were finding signs of the dogs being messed with as far as lures at the bottom of the driveway, things like that. They would disappear, which was not normal. They would come back hurt and injured, which was not normal. They come back looking like they had rope burns around their legs, and I kept thinking they were trapped in snares or something. But they would smell like hay, and there's no barn, not at that time or now, that kept hay in it. So and I mean, we drove up and down looking for them half the time, and anything that they would have been kept in like that would have been close enough for them to hear us and to yell back, to bark back, to whine for us to hear them. And we never did during those incidents. So, I was trying to pinpoint a time for that. But at that time, because the timeline is like basically one boating season, the close of it, and then the opening and shut down another. So even though it went over like a 2-year period, it was actually on like a year's worth of timeline, but they would only really show up when Andy was working on town like that during the boating season at Norris Lake and was going out of town for several days at a time. And they were also sending me gifts anonymously through Amazon. Amazon would never tell me who would send them, would give me the information of stuff I'd only talked about inside that house that was stupid stuff like softener for my clay, for my sculpting and things. And it was a power move. Even then, I knew that. It was like, okay, I've got some predator out here that thinks it's cute what they're doing. Like, that's a type of super predator. That's not just a peeping Tom. They're sending you gifts to go, look, bitch, I hear you. I'm that close. And all this time, I thought they were targeting me. But there's my daughter in the same bed with me at night. you know, and she's the same age as Summer's disappeared now, you know, and then here's Jeannie and them obviously being molested at the same ages. And, you know, I mean, like molested, raped, sexually, you know, essayed, whatever. But, and now it's like, man, here's, and then it stopped after Summer was born. Never happened again.
So, and if I recall correctly, Andy had told you he was certain of who he saw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After, because I think we didn't meet them till after. But once we met them, he was like, that's the guy. That's the guy. And he has maintained it. He even told the feds at this time, you know, that's the guy.
So, did you ever have problems with anybody snooping around your house? Sheila Sunshine, welcome to my membership. Thanks so much for joining. Happy to have you. So,
and see, I was an arm's length away from him too. Because
did you ever have issues after that, or was it the only time?
After that, not really. I mean, there was obviously people, they'd come up here and there trying to steal stuff, or, you know, but rarely. Mostly what you had on our property was you'd have people run up on it, running from the police. You know, we know who they were because then they could make back, man, we had to leave our boots up there as we crossed across or did whatever. We left this and that and the other. And I know who those people are, but, you know, and they'd run up on the property, just hide from the cops and things like that. But, you know, there's a couple that can cross that property without being heard, but, you know, mostly, no, you don't really have, you know, issues like that. You have trespassing hunters, things like that, you know, but nothing like peeping Tom and heard of. That's like, you don't call the cops in there, like, you know, you kill somebody first and the cops come and clean it up, you know. But the thing is, like, that was so bizarre. And you know, this person, the thing is, they had to have eyes on Andy enough to, or the property, because the way that Andy, he thought I was, you know, it's always, especially with an abuser, at that point, he was making me take a medicine. He knew he was messing with me. So he could keep his own little dirty secrets.
Right.
But he kept calling me crazy, this and that, even though the kids and I knew by this point I was not. And I had chased him down at one point, was an arm's length away from grabbing him down the driveway, and realized, wait a minute, Jody, so you've left the kids alone. If something happens to you, you know, stop, just stop. And so I stopped, and I didn't reach out, didn't grab him. And then Andy, the way we got him back in, somebody had close enough eyes on the property to know, not just when he was gone, because they weren't all the same. Like, he would leave sometimes for 2 or 3 days at times, sometimes for a week. But we had taken his Jeep and everything out, like he was going to go on his regular out of town. And then we covered him back up and brought him back in my Jeep later on, and then snuck him into the house. And then that's how he almost caught these people, when he chased them and realized, wait a minute, Jody, she was not, you know, and he got closer than I did. Plus there was a truck waiting, and I still to this day have no idea how this truck, and I can't remember if he said there was another person in the truck or not. That's something he would have to answer, and I believe he might have told the cops. I know he, you know, has, but either way, I still don't know how this truck got in there quiet enough for me not to hear either, because it was pretty loud when it was going out, and then it turned to Sullivan County side. But he had to come back up the hill, get the Jeep, and chase them. And I remember it being a point of contention. That's why we often say it takes up to 2 hours, because that night when we called the police, it did. It took about 2 hours to get a response. You know, and it depends on where they're at. It's not their fault. It's not because they're, you know, it's just because of the way that, I mean, you know, they can kill themselves, somebody else trying to come in there hauling, you know, or where they're placed at inside of the county and Rogers, you know, how long it takes them to get there. But, yeah, I mean, like, somebody had to have eyes on the property to know when he actually was leaving and out, because that was anybody's guess, you know. It was never the same pattern with Andy. So somebody had to be watching close enough to know when he was actually leaving out to come do what they were doing and peeping and standing beside the window every night for hours And to me, it also coincides with times like, for years, I knew of, a jug of liquor brought in and a case of beer, and Candace to be passed out by dark. You didn't really hear or see movement over there. And it kind of coincides with, after you putting it together through years, it's like, after a certain time, Don can kind of get up to whatever he wants to because Candace passed hell out.
Right. So, Jody, let me ask you this. I don't know if Kelly is here anymore, but she had asked a question way back, and I know she had asked a couple more times, but I wrote it down. Kelly said, does Jody remember what time Don went to the neighbors on the day Summer disappeared? Cops didn't let them leave, correct? So do you remember when Don said that he couldn't get out of the driveway, he couldn't leave because he was blocked in and whatnot?
Oh, we were all blocked in. That was hours and hours of that. It was pretty late. It was whatever time they opened up the command post.
Okay. So when they opened up the command post was when he went and spoke to that neighbor?
Yeah,
okay.
And he talked to him several times, and I think that, that could have been, I don't really want to get into that too much, quite frankly, but
that's fine.
It was pretty late, but either way,
I know you don't have to answer if you feel like something is
knew about that, and there were still cops on the hill. Make no mistake about that. There were cops on the hill when he came off. It wasn't like all the cops had cleared out, because trust me, they hadn't. And there's a video I have when they cleared out like that, and after he talked to Dawn, we finally left, and we're getting something to eat that night. And we got the call, because you got to think, throughout the night, it was local police, it was state, it was every agency you can think of, and it took feds a while to get in there. And by the time they gave us a few minutes clearance to leave to get food finally, because we were all starving, the kids were really hungry by that point. It had been a long day. We were running out to get food and got the call. We needed to come right back, turn around, and come right back in there. So we grabbed Taco Bell and jetted right back in to do interviews with the feds and all that, and so it was a full night, and then it's from there was no sleep that night ever for honestly weeks after that. I mean, I don't think people understand when they're like, did you tell cops this? Did you do that? Look, the interviews were endless. And it wasn't just like once you talked to TBI, or once you talked to FBI, or once you talked to cartoons. This was repeatedly over and over and over and over again. And this was repeatedly talking to every agency you think of. And in between there, it wasn't just like one search team come up a property. This was weeks of search team after search team, one after the next coming up on the property all day. And then it was helicopters on top of it, and the massive federal drones on top of that. This was not a joke. This was not playtime. Trust me, everybody in there, top police, everything we know has been reported and said. And, the helicopter day in and day out was close enough to like the cabin. I mean, I could have literally thrown this guy lunch every day and had a conversation. Like, I could see the color of his eyes. And then at night it was the massive drones coming out, and these are not little baby drones, these are massive ones. And it's to think that we weren't questioned, or that and it's like the nonsense, well, why do these neighbors not let them search, or why this, or what? Look, and I think Lawson even said it in his conferences, there's not one neighbor that didn't openly say, here, search. As far as I know, there's not one neighbor that refused. There was not one warrant needed. I believe Lawson stated that as well. Even the sketchy people in Beach Creek were like, nope, go ahead and search. We don't care. Like, go ahead. Because, I mean, if there's one thing in that community, they might bar somebody from the house. If it was like, oh, we're looking for somebody that was wanted on car theft, they're going to be like, screw you, get off my property. But for a child, the first missing child in Beach Creek, there was no way nobody in there is not going to open their doors. I don't care what kind of sketch they're up to. And that's the truth. That's the thing that doesn't make sense. Nobody would have dared take it. If you had asked me 5 minutes before that day. I mean, just 5 minutes before somebody could have gotten to either of our children, our girls, or taken a kid out of there, I would have laughed at you. Walmart, somewhere like that, sure, because we've all been keeping a closer eye on them. Because trafficking, sex crimes, they have picked up. They're hitting from bigger cities because this area is more trusting. It has been happening for a couple years now. It's like, it's just now hitting down here where the fake leg, give me money at the store thing, people aren't used to it. They're more gullible. And the sex trafficking seems to have followed big city crime as new people have pushed into the area, honestly, after hurricanes, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, and seeing how vulnerable the area is, it seems like the more displacement that's happened around the country because of people being unhappy with bigger cities, and displacement from natural disasters, it's picked up around here. But yeah, we've been keeping a closer eye on our kids. I mean, I've had guys follow her around, in Walmart, like literally masturbating behind racks. And I'm like, are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Yeah. And we've
Hey,
had,
Bless. I just wanted to say hi to Bless. I haven't seen her around. I was just thinking about you, Bless This Mess, the other day. Go ahead. Anna, Lissa, have a great time with your friend at lunch. Thanks for being here. Go ahead, Jody Sue. So yeah, there's a lot of
we're all kind of onto it, and we're all paying attention, including at Warriors. That's the thing. In Warriors, we had all kind of stopped going there because there's a really nice playground there, and I had even been taking mine there. And it has a really wonderful, part of it. It's for special needs children. It's amazing. But
yeah, I think I've seen that. I was looking at that. Also, Jody, why do you this probably is a dumb question. I think I already know the answer to it, but would you tell me, I'll just ask like this. Would you take your kids to the horse pond, or would you take them to the actual state park, like the clean, well-kept?
We're not that far removed from each other. It's not that much of a jump. But most people that go, you'll go to like what we call Duck Island or around that area, and honestly, the banks kind of suck.
Brought up. Duck Island has been brought up by, I believe, Don.
Honestly, the horse pond is cleaner than the rest and easier access. Less people around. Would be a more pleasant area to probably take someone, in my opinion, just because of how crowded it is, and it's kind of confusing once you're inside of Warriors.
There's more privacy at the horse pond, right? Like no one's really around. So if you want to just smoke a blunt or whatever, have a drink, no one would notice.
Yeah. Right. And it's not something most know about that visit. So it's one of those, and it's so confusing once you get to the lake area. It's more of a, I don't know, they have signs up over 6 feet, like, do not enter here, do not do this. The banks are steep. The access points are kind of garbage. It's, it's not really honestly that pleasant, in my opinion. But I don't even like swimming in the water here locally because it's just so, and especially with Eastman runoff, I don't, I'm a beach girl. Getting me in the waters right here is like,
All right. Well, so today, like, has anything changed for you, Jody Sue? Have you looked
after that
back
phone
and
call with
thought,
Candace the other night? I think a lot of things have changed for me.
So can you explain to me what exactly happened? I know I listened to what you had said. I listened to your videos, and I try to I do have a little bit of like ADD. So if I try to focus, usually I'll like drift off while I'm listening. If I'm listening for long enough, it's easy for me to zone out. And I try really hard to like listen intently and follow what you're saying. But would you mind just like in a nutshell?
I'm a little long-winded, and
it's all right.
is a picture, and it's a spider web for me to where everything connects.
Right.
So
I totally
it's not
get that.
easily digestible.
You do a great job. You do a great job explaining things. It's me, you know, and I think other people too. You do give a lot of information. You talk about a lot of things. You do jump around, but that's fine. I do too. Everybody does. None of us could ever listen. I have no problem with the way that you present anything. I just want to get from you. What I would like is for you to explain in just a short couple minutes what exactly happened where Candace came to you and asked you to basically take back something that you had said. Will you just start like right from the top and explain over again? Or no, you don't have to. If you don't feel comfortable, it's totally fine.
Well, the thing was, like, we were fine before Dr. Phil. I knew a long time before y'all did the Dr. Phil thing was happening. I never gave out their business online, not anything we were saying personally, not any of the calls, nothing like that. And, but then there started being weirdness around the Dr. Phil time when they were actually gone. I assumed that was because of the keys thing. I even talked to her about the fundraiser stuff. But then stuff started going weird. And it was like one word answer, all kinds of, weirdness. But then all of a sudden the other day, she wants to talk. Now, this is a couple days after the BS phone call and the feds in Hawkins County had visited, right? So I found it a little strange. But we were messaging. And then I was like, well, look, it's easier for me. It's late at night. I'm tired. If you want to video chat, that way, you can make sure for you, because at this point, I still had that exception there by using her and, like all these speaking out that are like, oh, I was her best friend. Here's what she told me. And so I just wanted to make her know that she wasn't being recorded. I wasn't up to anything. And so we could see each other. And we normally did. That's the thing. We would video chat anyway, not just call or just message. So it was not abnormal for us. So we get on video chat and, we were talking and just random things. And I'd kind of known for a while something was up anyway for several weeks, but, because other weird things, but, and I assumed honestly Keith was involved in things. But the other night when we were talking, it was an immediate, well, somebody wants me to ask you where Andy's at. And I'm like, why do they need it? What? And she was like, where's he working at? And stuff. And I was like, man, I was like, who's asking you this stuff? And she was like, oh, it's just somebody trying to help me, sir. But then at some point there, I eventually pressed enough, and she said it was the feds wanting to know. And I'm like, dude, they know where he's at. And she's like, well, no, they called and they're saying he quit or got fired. Now, I had seen Andy and the new supply at the gas station at an unusual time, the same day we had the visit of feds. So something may have happened there. So that clicked for me instantly that he had gotten fired or quit or something had happened. But the feds would still know where he was at, right? They would still know where he was at. They would still have his phone number, addresses, etc.
Mm-hmm.
They're the feds. Come on now. So anyway, they, I was like, girl, and I really wouldn't answer. I was like, that's, the feds would know where he was at, Candace. This makes no sense. She was like, no, they just asked us to ask you. Now, the feds were just 2 or 3 days before if they want to know where he was at, and she had older information that coincided with her or somebody around her being responsible for that call. And it kind of gave it away instantly. So somebody around Candace and Dawn, the ones that made that call, saying Summer's dead body and Andy and all of them are still here. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, well, tell me that the feds want to know, do you have a red truck or a Toyota? I was like, dude, the feds have known this, Candace. You have known this. What are you talking about? No, I didn't know you had a red truck. And I know she knew better, Tiffany. I know she did. So who was she lying for in the background? And it wasn't my red truck, it's my mom's. And she's known this. Like, and so who was she lying for, playing pretend for? You know what I'm saying?
I'm
And
gonna add
then
myself. I'm gonna add myself on my cell phone really quick, Jody, so I can smoke a cigarette. So if you see that I'm on panel twice, that's why you can keep going. I'm listening to you.
and so it didn't make sense. And then she's like, well, you know, she said something else in there about living where the call was actually made to an address that's associated with me, but from eons ago. So somebody made this call to an address that Candace, they might not have known the address here because it's not publicly available. And so they just Googled the quick one, right? Because they thought that's where I'm at. Because they're all family related. But Candace knew exactly where I was because we had just talked, not long before that. And she's like, oh, yeah, I seen you out there. And so, I mean, I see them drive by. You know what I'm saying? So she knows exactly where I'm at, but may not have had an exact address. So that tells me immediately that Watchers, PI, somebody has seen the red truck and whatever, and they have called to what they thought where I was at. But Candace knew exactly where I was at. But on the phone, on video chat, what she was saying was, no, I don't know where you're at. I've never been, and I'm like, why is she playing dumb like this? And then we just kind of talk. Normally the kids say hi to her. She was talking about the yellow shirt, and she's like, well, you keep it. And I was like, look, somebody got robbed for that shirt and a raffle and everything else. I was like, I know it's weird, but you know how true crime weirdos are. And I thought, man, if pennies can help Summer, in her reward fund, and let some weirdo own the shirt, And people are like, oh, she offered to sign it. No, somebody in chat asked me to, and I thought, cringe, but if it helps Summer, right? And anyway, but she was like, well, you keep the shirt for you. You keep it, and crying. I was like, well, whatever. I was like, still, somebody got robbed for that shirt. And it went on for a little while. We were talking. She was like, oh, that was a prank and whatever. With Dawn hitting me, where the cops found us was in bed when they come, ha ha ha. And I'm like, girl, who are you lying to? I know the sound of you really getting hit and your voice when it changes. Like, who are you freaking lying to right now? So you're gonna play that dumb internet bullshit like you did with the Mary phone call on me too. All right, so you're gonna try to call and lie to me too now. All right, got it. And I just, still nice, did my thing. And then we were talking, and it's more questions about Andy that don't make sense, wanting to know this, wanting to know that. She gives a few clues away that it was definitely associated with them. And that tells me that the cops are, didn't tell them, or they didn't get information back about what happened to me or us because of the calls.
So do you feel like she was like fishing for information from you almost?
Yeah, but she also wanted to know what happened basically with that phone call that they had something to do with for DCS, the feds, and Hawkins County being brought out here. And that's kind of bullshit. Somebody that don't take care of the kid. Also, there's stuff wanting to call DCS. I mean, that's some bullshit, Tiffany. So then, what she does at a certain point is she was like, and somebody told me, it's always somebody told me, right, that you're saying the last place you seen Summer was. And I'm like, well, yeah, Candace, I mean, you were there, and she was like, nuh-uh, don't you remember it was me getting out of the shower with Summer? And I'm like, I just kind of stayed quiet. I'm like, what the hell is she up to?
Okay, so you saw, or can you explain what exactly you saw, where you were? Were you in the driveway? Were you in the house?
I was at the top of the driveway, near the top floor of the house.
How could you see? So could you describe what you saw? If you were to describe what you saw while you were sitting at the top of the driveway, how could you see? I'm not questioning your story. I want to get like a visual. Yeah.
You pull up at the top, and you pull up in any car. The glass
Mhm.
door is there. And
Okay.
anyway, Summer had come in, and it was night, so obviously backlit right from the lights in the house, but it was kind of a glowish type of thing, and she was kind of shadowy. At first, I
Okay.
couldn't tell. Candace was standing beside the vehicle. Candace is the one that said, I was like, was that the boys? And she's like, no, it's Summer. I mean, you could tell she was naked. That's why it confused me. But
Okay.
and the backlit and stuff, the backlighting. But
Mhm.
and the hair, that was a new thing. I was like, oh dear. And
Her head being shaved, you mean?
yeah, so I was like,
Okay.
that's
So
not
you hadn't
Josie,
seen
is it?
Summer's hair shaved, so it had been like
Yeah, it'd
what,
been
a month before? Because
it
her
hadn't been
head
that
was
long
shaved
because
in
the hair
May.
was still there when the cops got there. The hair was still there. And they were going to try to use it for scent at one point, but it wasn't usable.
Wait, what do you mean the hair was still there? What do you mean? Sorry.
I mean, the hair was, I guess they cut it outside or cut it somewhere, but the hair was still there.
Oh, so the clippings of Summer's hair
Yeah.
were still on the property outside?
Yeah, but I mean, you can tell by the growth
Okay.
on her hair from the time the pictures were taken. It had been a little bit, you know what I mean? So, either way, I hadn't seen Summer, like, and, since her hair had been cut anyway, I don't think. I can't really recall, honestly, but because of the haircut that night, I was like, is that the boys? And she was like, no, it's Summer. And then Summer popped up, and I was like, oh, okay, it's her. And she was screaming and kind of being a little rude, and she was like, towel and this, and Candace was like, I'll get it, man, whatever. And then, Dawn's shadow comes through, whatever. But Candace is literally the one that said first she's getting out of the shower with Dawn. And this is a widely known thing. I don't know why Candace took exception with me saying it, because others have said openly that Summer and Dawn shower together. This is not like, but for me, it was a moment because I didn't know. That's how little, interaction sometimes there was, I was like, holy shit, you know, kind of skeeved me out at that age. Like, what? But, Summer, kept on and kept on and kept on about the towel. And, but yeah, Candace was like, oh no, don't you remember? It was me getting out of the shower with Summer. The hell it was, dude. She was standing there beside the vehicle at the window talking to Ian, and she was fully clothed, not wet. There comes Dawn. There's Summer standing there naked at the door. The hell, that's how that went down. But here she is trying to change my mind, trying to make me change my story, trying to make me agree openly to whoever's listening that what I saw is not what I saw. But why? Why would you do that? And it's exactly what I've told. I'm not going to go back and change my statement to cops.
Something about that. Obviously, they don't want that out there. That
But it's already out there by others. You know what I mean?
But
why do I matter?
Maybe Candace, why do you matter? Well, Jody Sue, you live right. You did live right on top of them, so of course, they're gonna. Your word does matter. So of course she's gonna come to you and try to get you to say, "Oh no, I must have saw something else then," or it's a form of gaslighting, obviously, when someone's asking you.
Oh, it absolutely was. It really was. And it was a lot of that night on the video chat with her trying to do exactly what Andy did to me on a daily basis. No, you didn't hear what you said. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. And it is. It's gaslighting. And I know it immediately for what it is when people try it on me, and I'm like, what the hell? So what you'll get is no response, which is exactly what she kind of got. I kind of turned my ear, and I'm like, I didn't even know what to say. And then at a certain point, like right there at that, it's, Jody said, I'm going to need lots of support. And I knew what she meant immediately. And she started talking about her teeth, and it was a nod to the money. It didn't have anything to do with care after she has all of her teeth pulled and those veneers that Dr. Phil put on. It had to do with money. And Dr. Phil thing, having national attention will mean more money coming in. And I know they're getting money because every time there, she's like, oh, people sent a ton this week or, whatever. And one of the last times I was there, and I think maybe the ambulance night, they ended up in the ambulance trying to move after that bullshit judge and order protection thing went in. She tried to hand me money. She's like, no, I got weird. And she implied, and I didn't realize the time because I think I was already, with my videos were already out, but people hadn't taken them yet. I can't remember. But she's like, yeah, I got weird things there like domestic violence. I didn't understand it. And now I know it to be that somebody had screwed up and was giving her money they had probably sent somehow for me. Somehow she was getting money that was being sent. You know what I'm saying? But intended for me. It didn't make sense. But, and as of right now, I've literally 0 cents have I made Tiffany. And everybody keeps saying I'm in this, the new rumor is I'm in a $500,000 house and bought a brand new vehicle. That is not true. I've made 0 cents. The money, the bullshit money that Q sent over is still sitting there in my kid's account like it was supposed to be, but it's also evidence now. So it's like, she tried to hand me money that night in the driveway, I think the ambulance night. I was like, I'm not taking that. It's in the area. She's like, no, they're sending tons, and they've always had money. That's the thing. Always. They just don't use it on the right things. Like, yes, thousands drop on a brand new engine, but not food in the house or, and he controls the money. There's bank accounts, but Candace isn't left with and has to buy secondhand, whatever, or church stuff she used or, but there's money there. More than makes sense. When I was figuring there was an inheritance or something somehow, maybe, but the thing is like, it's never made sense. Nothing over there ever has. It's always like trying to piece together something, every interaction with them. But she had also mentioned at one point, I was like, look, Keys is vanished suddenly, with the whole family thing. She was like, oh no, Keys ain't vanished, and is laughing in this weird, like, maniacal way. And it's making it a point to say, no, Keys is still around. Keys is trust me, ha ha ha. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, there's my answer. But then I get a message late at night from PIs apologizing to me for I still don't know what. A couple nights, like a night or two later from that. Like, what the hell are the PIs apologizing to me for? At 3 a.m. I just don't, like, there's so many pieces and stuff here, and so many things intertwined, including this YouTube stuff, fundraising stuff, my own domestic violence stuff, and now being targeted in an extreme manner that makes me, terrified somebody's going to kidnap my own kid or be out here in the yard and hurt her, and, terrified a fake agency is going to go to the school. Like, I still had a call the other day from supposedly CPS after they were called off, DCS, whatever. DCS, and they had the phone number, but looking back, it's like they didn't have the address. Well, if it's the same ones that the feds are talking about calling off, then why didn't they have the address? So here, my dumb ass gave them the address, and they were supposed to show up, then canceled on me, then didn't show up at all, and no call, no show since. So now somebody has our address. I don't know who it is. I don't know how to verify. It could have been somebody just trying to get access, and they asked me specifically what school my daughter went. And so now, because of this fake Fed stuff that's happening with the YouTube thing and all that, knowing how that's being used, and has been used for months now, and I worry that, she goes to school, what happens if somebody's fake credentials shows up? And they don't pay attention or don't realize or can't tell fake from real, and somebody just walks out with her.
You there, Jody?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You cut out. I don't know if you got a phone call, maybe.
No, I think it's probably signal. But yeah, we worry at this point. Like, sending her even to school, it's like, here's this fake FBI stuff happening. Here are other people now. You don't know if this DCS thing is real because it doesn't make sense. I've never known of him not to call and show both. Not heard anything in days from that, but here I am. Now it's like, damn, they've called a phone number, but they didn't have the address. Why wouldn't they have the address since feds have it? and if that's how they're involved, and they were supposed to be called off. And so now it's like I've given an address and my daughter's school to somebody that I can't verify as DCS over the phone that has now no called, no showed. So now I'm terrified to even send her to school because I'm afraid somebody up front's not going to pay attention, and somebody with fake credentials is going to walk in, say they're DCS or cops, and just walk right out the door with my daughter.
Well, Jody Sue, do you feel that your children are safe and that you're safe, or do you feel like you're not? Do you feel well protected?
As long as we're together, I feel like we're safe.
Okay.
Sending her to school, I don't feel like it's safe right now because of these targeted things and the fake agencies being used by some of these YouTubers.
Mhm.
That's what makes me not feel safe right now. And then you've got people like the Hatter guy, right? Where we can't tell if he's actually on the ground here because there's some associations. He's still friends with Dawn. I don't understand any of that. And we're trying to track him down. And you've got crazies like that, but it's the fake agency usage by these YouTubers and people out here watching her in the mornings while it's still dark right before school, filming her that we've caught on video. It's other people with actual credentials watching these watchers follow us and them in, filming us, tailgating us. That's a level of danger, that's not to be taken lightly. And so officials
So does
around
the
us.
school know, have you alerted the school to let them know what's going on? I mean, I'm sure they probably know, but have you let them know that you're dealing with some things and you just want to get it on record in case, anything was to happen?
The last time, and the people I keep talking to there, and look, if somebody come up to you with the breadth and scope because you're here for some of it, right? These people, these normal people, especially around here, they're not big on YouTube, right? And if somebody walked up to you and told you what I'm telling you, Tiffany, what would you think?
Well, I'm not like most people. I tend to.
Yeah, but these
do
people, they
tend
literally
to
look at you
listen.
then like,
But I know what you
Mom,
mean.
crazy.
I know
So
what
at
you
this
mean, and I know
point-
that people are not understanding, and I know that people also tend to, discredit or discount what people are saying. But Jody Sue, if you know your own truth, okay, and if you speak your truth, you can never go wrong. You're always safe with the truth. No matter what it is, there's safety telling the truth.
We do have enough proof.
Don't
to
worry
show
about
things are
what
really
other
happening.
people say about you, okay?
And
Because
officials have enough proof, and people that are absolutely known to be like, the thing is that trying to present that in a form that others can understand in person quickly, that my child is in danger, that they need to call one agency to vet another one if one shows up, and taking the risk on taking her there and knowing that somebody in the office or elsewhere actually got the memo is that's a hell of a risk to take. Somebody doesn't slip up and my child end up gone. And so right now we're just winging it day by day until things calm down a little bit. But it's like she just got some normalcy back because of things that have been done to us for years by Andy. And we had just gotten her into brick and mortar school again. And, this time it was a struggle. She's been having issues because of, obviously last semester, things like that. Dealing with all the emotional stuff that's coming with this final cycle because it seems to be a little bit more, I guess, the breakage. It's one of those, you've held it off for all them years, just like I'm going through. So we're kind of struggling, with that. And then here's this on top of it, and, now they're in danger from several fronts. But as long as we're together, I feel they're safe. It's
okay.
right now, her school, that's the vulnerable point, you know, for us.
Well, you keep on top of that and make sure that you're doing what you need to do. I want to pull something up. Jody, I think that no matter what, okay, I know that you got a lot of hate, and I know that there's people really messing with you, but you do need to know there's got to be something that is triggering these types of responses.
Yeah,
And I
that's
think
why I
that
continue to go at it. I know other people are like, well, if it's presenting that much danger, why don't you just shut up and go back in? And that's
Well,
the
I
same thing they
think-
told me about my domestic violence. It's like, well, why is it domestic violence that you're showing her face and showing this? You should be quiet. And it's like, dang, why don't you and Andy get together and have a chat about it, you know? I won't show my face all I want, but something that is creating this level of response
Yes.
from these people on YouTube shows me there's something there and somebody needs to do something. And the worst thing I could do is shut up and disappear.
Oh, I don't think that you should shut up and disappear at all. Have you been contacted by Brian Enton at all? Has he tried to reach out to you, or has anybody tried to talk to you since the news has been out there?
No, not really, but they don't really have
No.
much of a way. Because, see, I can
Okay.
kind of live without a cell phone. So,
Yeah.
and like I said, DCS, they had
I
a
just
number to
didn't
get
know if
hold of.
maybe he tried to contact you, or, I didn't know if maybe he saw your interview that you had done with WJHL. You look very pretty, by the way, when you were on camera. You did a great job. I think that
Oh, that
what
was a
you
bad day. I couldn't find my setting spray, and I was real powdery, and my eyes were puffy. But I
Aw.
can't even watch it. I can't watch it, and
Yeah.
I'm not. I have no intention. But, they got a
That's
little bit
normal. I don't
scrambled
like
in the
watching
written
myself
article.
or listening to myself either.
And
So
they got my kids' ages wrong. But, yeah, I mean, I hear that it went well. And I hear because I can't watch it.
yeah, no, I thought it was great. And I think that what you're doing, no matter what, anybody says now, I think it's pretty important for Summer. And I think that if Summer is okay out there somewhere, and if she is alive, and if she is rescued at any point in time when she grows up, I would imagine that Summer would be really thankful for you. And I'm sure you probably don't hear that very often, or maybe you do, but
I struggle every day. It's like, man, have I done the right thing speaking out? Just
I
because
think
of the
you have.
response and that the calls that have distracted the police now because of what I'm saying online. And the
yeah,
time
but you cannot blame
that
yourself
bothered
for
me.
that. You can't blame
Well, I
yourself for
kinda
the
can.
calls that they're getting. And I've always said, do not call them, do not call them, do not call them. It has to come from the person that is speaking these things, unless something said that you don't think that the person would report it, or if you asked and it wasn't reported and it's really important, that's a whole nother story. But when you get these situations, you got chats of thousands of people, it's up to the people who are presenting these things to say, don't contact anybody. It has to come from the person who is stating these things. So like you, it would have to come from you, not from me, not from someone in my chat, right? I would encourage you to bring forth whatever you had to Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, because it can't work if it's a third hand or fourth hand account. It should be coming from you. You can't control what people on the internet do. You'll never be able to. And the thing is, if people are calling excessively, it's only going to hurt Summer. People need to ask, hey, has Jody, say for instance, has Jody Sue reported this? If she hasn't, can you encourage her to report it? That's the way to handle it. Not a chat of 1,000 people saying, oh my God, call this, because that's going to completely bog down their phone system. One. Number two, what if there's another phone call coming in that takes precedence over that has to do with Summer, and they miss it because 790 phone calls are coming in on one thing? And I think that's where the frustration comes for law enforcement, where they're like, listen, social media is a problem. social media is a problem because every time something comes out on here, I'm sure their phones are like 120 phone calls at the same time. So I understand that part of it, but it's also really frustrating when I see, you know, chats of people saying, oh, we need to call because
Hold on
only
just a
one
sec.
person needs to call, and it should be the person telling the story. And number two, if you're up on YouTube telling a story, I don't care who you are, you best have already told the police. If you're going to sit on someone's channel or go to somebody's channel, and this goes for anybody, don't bring anything to social media until you bring it to law enforcement first if it's important, you know? But Jody Sue, I wanted to ask you really quick, and I want to do this, and
You
then
don't want to keep talking. I've got a neighbor from Beach Creek on the phone, and I'm trying to
okay,
figure out what's going on.
I'm going to pull up a video I want to show you really quick. So you go ahead. Do you need to go?
No, we're trying to figure out this police situation down there in the creek.
Okay.
Because even they
go
know
ahead
there's not a pond there, and we're like, but there's no pond there. What the hell are they talking about? And I didn't see any.
While you
cops.
do that, let me share this. You do what you have to do there. I'm going to share this because this is where this was released on Facebook. I was doing this before. Now, let me put up a banner so that everybody knows that the screenshot is not confirmed or factual that we know of. All right. Maya, welcome. Is that Mayor Chris? Oh my goodness, you guys, could you please put some hearts in the chat for Maya's Army, please? Send love. Aw. Welcome. It's Carrie Brush. Okay, Carrie Brush. I was going to say, because I'm like, I've never seen Mayor Chris come in my chat, but then I saw Maya's Army and I wasn't sure. Carrie Brush. Hey, how come it shows up Maya's Army? So it must be, did you come under a different account? Maya's Army. Carrie. I love Carrie. She's such a sweetheart. I was like, oh my goodness. All right, bless this mess. Welcome. We'll put the love in the chat for Maya anyways, because hold on a sec. Let me see. All the hearts for Maya's Army. It's Carrie Brush, but still, I have two accounts. Okay. I got so confused for a second. I'm like, wait a minute. I've never seen her come in my chat before, and I thought her name was Mary Chris on YouTube, but okay. Let me go through. Yep, Maya Malete, and that a lot is going on with that case right now. I need to catch up on it, actually. Carrie keeps all of us on our toes when it comes to Maya. Yes, welcome. Thanks for joining, Carrie, and bless this mess. I even checked to see if you had your join on from my iPhone. Does it show up? I put it on my community post yesterday. I think I set them up yesterday. All right, this is what I was going to do. All right, sorry for the confusion. I didn't know who it was. Carrie got me all tripped out. Okay, let's see. So I'm going to put this up right here. This was posted in True Crime Sisters. Okay, this is what I was showing before. So the rumor that started several hours ago that completely threw my live stream off, unconfirmed. Can anyone confirm this? Where is Summer? Summer Wells, submitted by local members of our summer group who wish to remain anonymous. Group. See how they included the group that it came from? This is how you show what you've been told or what you've seen. It came from the Tennessee Missing Updates and Discussion. Okay. This is what was posted on True Crime Sisters. So they included this. 7 detectives and Ronnie Lawson is at the house right before you get to Summer Wells' house right now. Someone responds, maybe there is a break.
See,
Now,
ours
I don't
isn't
know.
before, it's after.
Huh?
Our driveway's after Candace's.
Yours is?
Well, they're kind of catty corner. You can see one driveway from the other, but
All right.
it's technically the property sort of starts before theirs. They're kind of like the same area, but either way.
All right. So it says that this is the text message, and I don't know who these text messages are between. So this person says, I definitely want to remain anonymous, but there's a huge police presence near the Wells home. They have been there all, hold on, I get the next one. Hold on a sec. Let me open this. These are not factual. Just want to make that clear. Okay, so it says, I definitely want to remain anonymous, but there's a huge police presence near the Wells home. They have been there all morning, at least 7 cruisers. As far as I know, you guys, this is false. And I think the rumor must have started around 3 hours ago or so. I requested that everybody just not feed into this. This happens from time to time. I don't appreciate it. I don't know who starts these things or what is actually going on. But even if, okay, so even if this were true, even if there was a large police presence, why does it have to be, oh, they found remains, all of this crazy bullshit, right? Instead of finding out the truth and what's actually going on, they would rather lie. Or
Yeah,
spread
my other
things.
neighbors, they're on with me right now, and they're all like, "Man, there's no pond back there. What are they talking about?" You know, I'm like, they're like, "Have you heard from YouTube?" They're not like, "Hey, we see," you know, and they're close enough to see, but yeah, it's like I don't know, man.
Well,
And
to
I
be
don't even
honest
care
with
if they
you,
are.
I
That's
don't
the
know who
thing.
started
I don't
it.
care if they are.
It's a Summer's detriment to lie like this, and you're getting a lot of people upset spreading these rumors, and I just wish that these people would stop. I don't know who started the rumor. The cops up there, did the neighbor say, whatever neighbor you're talking to? Listen,
They're saying
downtown
they don't.
Tina Brown, you have been riding Jody's ass my whole live stream, so I'm going to do you a favor because
Oh,
you're
she was in
disrespecting.
Grist the other day. Yesterday, she was in
Not
Grist doing
only
the same thing.
you're disrespecting Jody Sue, you're also being super disrespectful to me. I've asked you to stop numerous times, so I just blocked you, which I shouldn't have to do, but clearly, you know, you don't care. But if I have someone on my panel, I don't want them to be disrespected. Okay? And your remarks about Jody's speech and things like that, God bless. That's all I have to say. You have no idea what someone might be going through or what they've been through in their life. I don't appreciate that either. You don't know why she speaks the way that she does. Clearly, you need to go back and watch her videos like we all have to understand.
And I told you today my voice wasn't good. That's why when people like get up on panel, it means some days I have a harder time than others, you know.
I understand.
My speech today is not good, but if you notice over the whatever time I've been talking to you, it has cleared a
You
little.
sound fine, Jody. I can hear you
As
just
I
fine.
exercise it, as I get my, you know, face to relax more, it'll get a little
Yeah.
better. But it is absolutely because
People
of,
are just
you know,
cruel.
my
That's
health
all.
conditions.
They're just cruel. Okay,
But
so
yeah, I mean, that's
Anthony
the thing. I
Daniel.
don't even care if cops are there. You know, I don't care. But there is definitely no pond back there that I'm, you know, like it's all healed. You know, like I don't know. But either way,
Where did TZ, where did Ansley confirm that it's not true? Where do I find that so I could pull it up? I'd really like to pull that up.
if Ansley Daniels is telling you it's not true, then it's not true.
Yeah, I would just like to see it. Tell me where to go. I just looked at her Twitter. Is it on Facebook? Or like, did she send a message to somebody? Let me check. I don't see anything on her. No, it's
Hold
all
on,
about the officer that passed away. They've got all of these things going on for the officer that was killed.
Okay, I'll go get her.
All right, Jody, I'm gonna play the oh, before I have you go, hold on. I want to ask you that I've been waiting to actually been wanting to do this for a while. Let me send something to you really quickly. I want to know what you think about this while I have you up here, if you wouldn't mind. I'm just gonna play something really quick. Now, this comes from Voices Behind the Wall. All right. This was done, let's see. This was done 3 months ago. So this is quite old. I just have one question about this area. If you wouldn't mind just taking a look at this, just grab it. This was the Shed Tour and the Backroads Tour. And Jody Sue, I wanted to ask you what you think about the route that Dawn took. Hold on a sec. Let me pull this up. I'm going to share her link in the chat. Voices Behind the Wall gets the credit for this video. Make sure I say that. Hold on. Because this has kind of made me wonder for a long time. All right. So Dawn had done this backroad tour, shed tour type thing. I'm going to put the volume off. And I'm going to come through. All right, he goes down to the shed. So he pulls out onto the road. And I want you, Jody, can you see the screen okay?
Hold on, I'm on with some
All right.
people.
All right. If you're busy, it's fine. And if you need to go, it's fine too. I could totally ask you another time. Please, Tiffany, I just got.
Okay. Yeah, I'm being told by actual people with actual credentials that it is a hoax.
It's not true.
Not true.
Tennessee Truth, I don't know what you heard, hon, or what you're asking me, but I don't know. And as far as I know, no, the rumors are not true. I've been trying to shut these rumors down for several hours. Yeah, Tennessee Truth might have been gone for a little while. Okay, thank you. So Avery Shannon says, Ansley Daniel just confirmed no police are or have been at the wells. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to find that, but you know, I'm really just disappointed at this today. But anyway, just like really so messed up.
Hold on.
Sent me a screenshot. Oh, thank you, Nicole. Hold on, let me check it. Okay, cool. Thank you. I'm gonna put this up.
Well, I asked in a way to where I was like, well, on the whole of Ben Hill, so, you know, apparently there were no cops in Ben Hill. I don't know. But I'm going to be more specific with my questions to certain people, and we'll see if they're anywhere in there in just a second.
Listen, I really don't think, especially with News Nation now being out there and Ansley Daniel saying that there's nothing, they've got a lot going on out there right now. They just had that officer that was
killed.
They're having services for this officer. You know, I really just, what a sad situation.
The weird
here.
part is I'm hearing back here that the hoax was perpetrated, like whispers are saying that it was actually Candace and Dawn and the YouTube group that that call may have originated. If ups out there, it was because of a hoax call, and that C&D and the YouTubers are absolutely responsible. So, but you know how the truth of that goes. You know what I mean? Who knows? Honestly.
So here's from Ansley Daniel, WJHL. Somebody asked her, Okay. And she said, we had someone go out there and it is false. So take your screenshot, guys. Okay. And when people ask, you can let them know. Let me pull up the next one. I knew when that person came in my chat, it was bullshit.
Yeah.
And as much as you ask people not to, you know, they don't care. People just don't care. Hold on, let me grab the next screenshot. Okay. All right. This one here is okay.
I mean, hell, that's the thing. It's like there are so many of us, including a neighbor you all were talking about a while back. He's an older gentleman. That worried because of activity we were all seeing at night, especially after, things were calm the last few weeks before moving from there. It's like people worried that Dawn maybe knew where she was at, or that whoever had done this, or if she was like in there dead somewhere, they were moving her around from properties, and terrified that was the case, So, I know that's a worry of the neighborhood.
So here, let me unpin this really quickly so I can let people see. Okay, thanks for messaging us. We try to be as responsive as possible. We'll get back to you soon. So that's like a kickback. So they finally answered and said, hi, Chris. If you are, I don't know who Chris is. I don't know where these screenshots came from, but actually, there's no time, there's no date on it. I don't like that. Okay. If you are referring to any rumors of a police presence at the Wells property today, our crew went to the site and found no police there. You can see the latest on the search for Summer on our website here. Okay. I'm sure that they'll discuss this because you know what? Whoever's spreading these rumors around, go to church and confess, because that's a sin for real. It's disgusting. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Did I believe it? No, Zabe, I didn't. I actually told everybody not to discuss it in my chat. And my mods were timing out every single person that discussed it. I put up a banner. I pinned it to my top chat. No, because I don't believe things without proof. And I asked them to put proof up. I don't want anything about him in my chat. This isn't about drama. I don't care. It's fine if he's doing whatever. I don't even watch him. So let me go back to this. Jody, are you still on the phone?
I'm good.
You are? Are you? Oh, you were asking Tennessee, not me? Okay, Zabe. Yeah, she probably did. She came back. She was in here before, and then she came back, and she came back in. She didn't know what was going on. So she probably didn't know what the hell was going on. Everybody's saying, no one here took the bait. Been doing this for way too long. We know better. So hold on. I want to see what your thoughts are of this. And at this point, I feel like I can't even share Cher's videos because she's getting like weird about it. So it's fine. I'm just going to keep the audio off, but could you explain to me, Jody Sue, and watch, I'm just going to play this on mute. Could you explain to me when you're watching this, why you think he may have gone out to Chimney Top Loop? Watch this. So he pulls out of the shed, and it's been a while since I've watched this, but he brings us out and brings us all around the mountain, like all the way around the other side. And he's like, have you ever seen this video where he stops and then, so he stops, then he goes and he stops and he goes, he's like looking at the houses, and it was just really weird. Are you familiar with Chimney Top Loop?
It's Ben Hill. Right there's Ben Hill. That's the entrance to our road. And then he is going And see, it dead ends. Ben Hill's a dead end, and it ends
Mhm.
where Andy's great grandmother's property is. And for the
Okay.
guy the road's named after, which is Andy's grandfather, which is Ben Hill, is Andy's
Mhm.
grandfather.
This is going up the driveway. Hold on a minute, actually.
Now that's
It's
Dawn.
right here. This is where I apologize. So he comes out. All right, this is where. So just watch this for a minute. So chimney top loop.
Oh, that's.
Let me put it off mute for 1 minute.
See, you can't really. See, it's not.
It's almost as if he's trying to. I'm wondering if this is the route that he took that doesn't have cameras. He talked about 2 different places where one route has cameras and one doesn't. And I never could quite understand why
Go back
Don.
to where he enters this section. Well, actually, just let it keep going.
It's okay. I can back it up a little bit. Hold on.
Because where he exits is going to matter.
Okay. Oops. Where is he? Where exactly is? You familiar with this road, Jody?
Yeah, he's not on Chimney Top. He's on Simpson Loop.
He's on Simpson Loop.
Yeah, which is directly across the other side of the houses.
So he
and
comes
it's just it's a U shape. And can you give me a date when he did this video?
Hmm?
Can you give me a date when he did this video?
Yeah, I'll give you the date. So this was on Cher, Voices Behind the Wall, and she did this, I believe. I don't know the exact date, but I did record it on August 13th. So it was right around then. Maybe it might have been the day before. It might have been that night that I recorded it. I don't even know, but it was right second week of August.
God, just more parroting, dude.
All the way on the very, very top, almost trying to pull this.
He's talking about the top of this mountain, all the way at the top of this mountain, he says.
Oh, these people get on my nerves.
What is he looking at?
He don't even know, quite frankly.
But all the way on top there, they say it's a fire tower, but what it is all the green and red light that it's turned, and that's how
It is a fire tower.
Tri-Cities Airport.
God.
Something like that.
And look, let me tell you about this whole Simpson Loop thing. Because see, there's a Simpson rope inside. There's a Simpson road inside of Ben Hill. Okay, but there's a Simpson Loop across from Ben Hill. The roads kind of match up, but all it is like a U shape. You enter on one side and you exit right about where the command post is or was at Mount Carmel Church. All it is a U shape. But by this point, Don, closest video, I remember talking to him and Candace about how when we were searching one night for a supposed backpack, and I went down to the command post and told them we would look from the roadway because I didn't want to disturb anything. But if it was close, we would see it and we'd let them know. And so we went down through there, but I was telling Candace and Don that, and also telling we didn't even realize that there was a spot of it on Simpson Loop that you can see Candace and Don's, especially since it's being cleared out from the tree cutters at that time, right after someone was missing, obviously. You can see right up to their house. You can sit there being unnoticed and watch all day and all night long and not be noticed. And we told them about a weird house that was where playing music 24 hours a day. And then what does Dawn do? Well, the same thing they always do with the parroting. Anything they hear from me, they parrot, and it's the weirdest shit. And you know how I've maintained there was one comment I left online to family the whole time before I spoke out publicly with my first 16 videos. The comment, because I honestly had no idea why Summer's hair was cut. Okay, no clue. I mean, I could guess like everybody else. But I left a comment to a family member that happened to be commenting on a news article. And I knew by that point Dawn and Candace were online continually. And then it was kind of left as breadcrumb. And then there they go. They had really no explanation for Summer's hair. But as soon as they saw my comment online, within hours, suddenly their public statement became exactly what I had said online. And I and others have noticed this. Anything I tell them, anything that sounds better, they parrot, especially Dawn. And there's many instances of that, not just me, but others around them. As soon as they gather information they didn't know, have no clue of, or things that sound better than what they themselves would think or know or say, they parrot them. And they
Yeah,
add on to
I've
their
noticed that.
stories.
Yeah, definitely.
And so the one breadcrumb I left online is what they started using for why Summer's hair was cut. Yep.
Oh, you
And
cut
then
out
the
a little.
Simpson Loop, about the same time he's taped this, is when we talked about that weird house and
What weird
Simpson
house?
Loop. Oh, there's a house over there. It's like a prefab building, and this thing blares music like a concert hall, 24 hours a day. And it's
Yeah.
it's the weirdest thing, but it's close to the spot you can find, and you can sit there and watch Candace and Dawn's all day and never be noticed from there. But you can see, I mean, you could buy a cheap pair of binoculars, and we didn't realize it until one night we were looking for a backpack that a friend of ours had told us about, and we didn't really believe, and we didn't want to waste Pop's time, so we went to the command post, and we're like, hey, we'll go ahead and check it at least from the roadway. That way we don't put footprints or anything else in there or contaminate anything. If this backpack's really that visible, we'll see if we can see it from the roadway and spotlights without disturbing anything. And we'll come back and let you know. And then after that's when they did the grid search over there and stuff too. But they, yeah, like that night's when we figured out there's a spot over there, and this video he's taped would not have been long after that. And then all of a sudden, here you go, and now all of a sudden Dawn's concentrating on something he's been told about, or whatever,
Okay,
making it
that
some
makes
new
sense.
bullshit theory.
So this video might not really mean anything. It's just him focusing on something that was discussed, and it makes
Making
sense.
another conspiracy theory out of it, and making another bullshit theory out of it, and more excuses.
Right. So he stops his car or his truck, and he kind of hones in on certain spots or whatever. I just didn't know if it would mean anything to you, because it's always kind of just stuck out to me. And I've always thought about this ride that he took and what exactly was he trying to show. Just stood out to me as all. So thanks. I mean, I don't know. It could mean something completely different, and maybe, who knows, but he ends pretty quickly right around here. But it was just odd that he would come around the other side like this. And I'm not from that area. I mean, I could get down on Google Maps all day, but it's not like being out there. I don't know your area. All I know is Google Maps and what I've seen. That's it. So he comes to the end here and he stops the video altogether. So, all right. But I'm gonna play the video that I was about to play when you came up, Jody. You're welcome to sit up here if you want to. And then after I'm done with that, I'm gonna probably get going because I need to do dinner and stuff. But is there anything that you wanna is there anything else that you want to say or get off your chest while you're up here? You're welcome to if you need to.
I mean, not currently. I've honestly got to run out and get stuff for
Okay.
dinner and things now that, I mean, as you can tell, my voice is cleared up, so I feel like I can drive for the next few minutes.
Well,
Hopefully,
you know what? It worked out well, and I'm glad that you were able to come up and say whatever you needed to say because I
if
believe
you
it'll
do
probably
find
nip a lot of rumors.
anything
But
with Grandis, if you happen to find or can think of anything with Hunter saying that there's any further contact between him and Candace or him and the boys after the contact for the lie detector test thing, please do send it along. Or if you find anything from Grandis that's concrete, saying specifically on what she was doing those first few minutes after Summer, please let me know.
Jody Sue, have you seen the video that I put out for Emma at Crime Stories Obsessed where Grandis was talking to her? Have you seen those texts?
I've seen them in still frames in Facebook groups at first, you know,
Okay.
with the hun this, hun that, but I don't know that I've seen all of them as a series or anything. I don't remember. There's been so much through this.
All right. Yeah, well, I can pin that under my video. I could put it in the description. Let me just make a little note. You might want to check that out if you're looking for stuff from Grandis because there's really not a lot out there, but
Yeah,
I do
there's
have
really not
that.
a lot.
All right, so I'm gonna add the video of
I mean, I know what she told me in person, so it's not
these
up for
texts.
me. I
Okay.
just would like it out there openly and be concrete, like you know, like there's something there I'm
Mhm.
looking for a reason.
Okay. All right. Well, you can go ahead and do whatever you have to do tonight. And if you need anything, just let me know. I haven't been
And like I
live a lot
told you, I
lately,
don't
but
mind you using my videos as long as they're not monetized or
yep.
super chats aren't on.
Yeah,
You
no,
know,
I wouldn't do that. I don't know how to shut my super chat off like during a live stream. I need to
no.
learn how to do that, but I did when I played your stuff before. I just requested no one send me anything while I was playing your video, and everybody was really respectful of that. So, no, I would never put your content out from your Facebook channel and make money off of it. I would never do that to anybody. So, no problem there.
Yeah, so
No
anyway, but I
problem.
appreciate it and sorry for taking up your time on panel, but that was, I know what they're
No, no
doing.
problem.
They think it was an
That's what I'm
immediate
here
target towards me, trying to make me look like I've done something. Here's the thing, kid. Everybody else is fighting all these things. I have no reason. Like, they can literally come talk to me anytime, day or night. I mean, whatever test they need to do. I mean, I've been helpful, you know, and it's like, you
Yeah.
know, and I'll continue to be. So it's like I'm gonna try to do what's right here and have been since day one. And so it's like it's kind of nonsense that they continue to target me. And I know oh yeah, there's many reasons they are, but I'm really tired of the, like, I mean, that right there wastes their time. It wastes Summer's time, man. If she's out here and alive, they could literally cost her life with this stuff. And they don't care. They don't care.
Well, it's the kind of people we're dealing with, so it is what it is, and we just got to keep going and deal with it as every day comes, and you know,
Yeah.
it's
I mean,
just
they
a,
say they're these champions of victims, yet they have no problem terrorizing somebody with domestic violence and cancer, but yet they're like, oh, chasing cancer. And it's like, you know, I mean, I think I have room to speak there considering on what he did to me. You know, when I had cancer, he can kiss my whole white ass. But, I mean, Seminole Mexican ass. But, I mean, like, you know, I'm sitting here and it's like they're creating more victims. You know, it's like my child, I'm terrified to send her to school because I'm afraid some fake official is going to walk in and take her. she needs normalcy in her life, and they're taking it. But they say they're champions of victims. Here they are crying over Petito, but yet they have no problem being like, "Oh, now we doubt her domestic violence story." I'm like, really? Because that's my face there. Like with my teeth just went through my lips. There's, like, what more do you need from me? But they don't have a problem tearing them down when necessary. And I don't think they have a problem costing Summer potentially her life by pulling investigators off of her case by making false calls and false tips and hopes and targeting me and targeting others. The other day, watching the same, agents I know are working on her case as hard as they can have to be pulled off because of some call that has to relate back to 110, and whoever they're around really disturbs me. That's their own kid. Knowing that they pulled agents off of their own kids' investigation to target me is horseshit.
Yeah. Well, Jody Sue, you do have a lot of support in the chat, and you have a lot of support around. And I know that a lot of people have been watching your stuff and listening to you. So, we really do, as a community, appreciate you. And I might not speak for everybody, but you kind of really do have to take this into consideration where Jody Sue is concerned. She was right there. She's a neighbor. So no matter what anybody feels about her, I don't care. I'm still going to listen. I'm still going to take everything into consideration and remember what was said and the things that stand out to me or the things that I think are relevant or I don't think are relevant. But I mean, to say, nobody knows Jody Sue's story but her, okay? And you don't have to believe everything she says, or you can believe what she says. It's neither here nor there. It doesn't matter to me. But you have to think about Summer. And the things that Jody Sue is coming forth and say, I get a lot of people asking questions about, why didn't she say this before? Why didn't she say, I can't answer for Jody Sue, but if you go and you watch her videos, you can actually really see it all comes together where she said, I've had enough and I'm not going to keep my mouth shut anymore. And I am going to speak on this or I'm going to speak on that. But these are things that she has said. She told the TBI. She just hadn't been public about on YouTube. So I appreciate that, Jody Sue. I appreciate that you have been able to use your voice for Summer. And I do believe your heart is in the right place. So that's all that matters to me. And I appreciate that you speak on the things that you do. I think it's important. I didn't know that you saw, what you did going up there. And the last time you saw Summer, she was getting out of the shower with Don. Like, I didn't know that. A lot of us didn't know that, So it's just, who else is speaking that knows what's going on up on that hill? I mean, there was another lady, and I wanted to get into that, but I'm not going to be able to get into that today, who said that her daughter was buying drugs up there and that there was orgies going on nonstop. Jody Sue, do you know anything about that?
I don't know about orgies. There's been weird tales, of things even out of their mouths to me, but I mean, I've never witnessed an actual, orgy or anything but,
okay.
Where there's them, who knows? But there are a million, the thing is, people, especially Prayer Garden and all them, I can sit and listen to her, and I know most of what she's saying is cobbled together stuff she's pieced and parted online. Some she is getting from the hill. Like there was a conversation in particular she talked about with Dawn and Andy at one point on the driveway, talking about me and the nut house, whatever. And I can tell you from the language, she'd actually heard that from somewhere because I know Andy's word usage. And then two narcopaths laughing together about it doesn't surprise me, right? Two abusers. And then they always have sympathy for others' wives, right? It's like through the whole year, Andy's like, oh, what's wrong with these other guys in the Bay doing to their old ladies and cheating and stuff? But meanwhile, the whole year, what's he doing, right? They tend to do that. So, yeah, I mean, there's little pieces and parts she has coming from somewhere. There's a leak on that hill. Try to warn Candace about it. Nobody cares.
AB just upgraded to the
Not
penthouse.
something you
Welcome
all
to
would
the
know.
penthouse, AB. And Mara
So,
wants you to know Jody Sue. Jody Sue is a survivor, amazing mother, one of the few really trying to get justice for Summer. She has lots of love and prayers from me. That was very nice of you. Welcome, Huxley. Welcome. Thank you, Jody Sue, for giving us an idea of what sweet Summer is like, because her parents won't. Bless you. Let me see. Thank God Jody Sue was able to give us a perspective that we couldn't have got if it wasn't for her. I just hope that you know that people really do listen to you, Jody Sue. They hear what you're saying, and I hope you do know at the end of the day you're doing the right thing, and I would do the very same thing. I think that most of us here would do the same thing. You know, it's like a very scary world where people don't talk, they turn their cheek, right? And they look the other way. When you find people that will stand alone, and it takes a lot of courage to do that.
the door's. Hold on just a second.
Okay. I'm going to pull up this while I'm waiting for her. Thank you guys for being kind to Jody. She does get a lot of hate around these groups, which is pretty blasphemous, but you can have opinions. You don't need to be a hater.
Oh yeah, the hate's real, but I don't care. I just kinda
No,
look
I've
at
had
it.
opinions about certain things, but I try to do it respectfully, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, not everybody's not gonna agree with me. I don't expect everybody to believe me. I mean, I've always said, think for yourself.
Yeah.
You know, like, take everybody with a grain of salt, do whatever.
Mhm.
But you know, like, it's never been for me. Oh, everybody has to believe me or my soul's cursed. I don't really care.
Right.
Like, and I stay at for the most part. I don't really. I mean, I'm like, oh well, take it or leave it. You know, I'm not over here screaming at people because they're like, you know, you're saying we're a suspect, but Dr. Phil said. Like, I don't care if I am or not. I've been told by feds recently I am not. They volunteered that information. It was not something I asked about. And I don't care if I am or not, or it was misdirection. I don't care. Suspect doesn't bother me. I am literally the next door neighbor to a missing child. You know,
right.
What you got to do to eliminate me. I don't care. Suspect does not bother me in the least.
Well, you were right
But
there.
I'm not the one out here.
Naturally.
I'm not the one out here screaming about, why are you calling us a suspect? Who cares, man? Your daughter's missing. Summer's missing. Who cares what they call you? Get on here and talk about your daughter instead of yourself.
Yeah, no, Jody Sue, I think you're doing the right thing, and I appreciate you coming up, and I'm glad that you did. I didn't know what was about to be going on, so you're always welcome here anytime. You're pleasant to have on panel too. So thank you.
Well, yeah, because I'm not much into the panels where they want you to come over. Like, you get up here and talk to us. And it's drama.
Yeah.
You
No,
never
I
see
don't.
me get on with those because I don't have time for that. That's triggering
You
for
ask
me.
the link. That's fine. I don't usually bother people to, you know, like, I don't think I've ever bothered anybody to come up, or usually anybody who comes up wants to, or they ask to, and I would never pressure you to. And like I said, you do everything over on your Facebook channel. And I, like I said, I listen to you. So, I mean, anything that I would need to ask, I could always like DM you or whatever too, but you're always welcome to come speak.
Yeah, well, I appreciate it. But I'm gonna go run and grab dinner.
Okay, you have a good dinner, Jody. Relax and have a good night.
All right, we will talk to you all later.
Okay,
Bye,
bye,
guys.
hon. Bye. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play. Hold on a sec. I'm going to play this video that I was about to play before the craziness started. I would have been off here hours ago, but we're going to end with this. So is what I'm going to do. This is from the lab. And hold on a sec. This is Don. Teresa, the police were never at the wells today. Not discussing that here, hon. Okay, no more. It's not true. It's been completely debunked. And I've been asking for hours for people to stop talking about it. It's not your fault. I'm sure you didn't know, but wow, I just cannot even believe the bullshit of this place. Let me get into what I was about to do 3-4 hours ago. Okay. And you guys, if you see these rumors being spread, make sure you tell people where to go. I'll put up those screenshots of Ansley Daniel on my community post. That way they're around. I would encourage everybody to put those out so that people can find. I don't care if it's all over Facebook. It could be all over Facebook, but it's not true. If people aren't clearing that up, that's a shame. I've been saying no since someone came and dropped it in my chat. What was her name? Autumn Love or something? It's ridiculous. Cannot believe the nerve of people. So anyhow, I'm going to pin the link for this at the top, but let's listen to this. Don and Josh, the lab. Okay. You want to hear this guy come unglued? We have to start over again. I think I was like 10 minutes into this and everything got screwed up. So here you go.
Hi, Don. My name's Josh. It's nice to talk to you. I've never talked to you before, but I've been following this
You
case.
too, buddy.
Now, I won't
on.
lie. I've been critical of you.
Right.
And
Okay.
been suspicious of the entire
Well,
situation.
most people have, bro.
Yeah. Hey,
Yep.
you know, it is what it is. Now, my question, that I always wanted to ask you is, do you understand why people think that you guys aren't being fully transparent? I mean, does that make sense to you in the public?
Well, yeah.
Because when I ask that
Yeah.
question, it just seems as though it almost seems just impossible that nobody knows anything more than she was just taken.
Yeah, it does. It does, and I've heard that from so many people. And I get it. I really do. It just seems it does. It seems that way. The only difference is, I mean, I know my wife. I know where I was, and we definitely know for a fact she was abducted because she's not here. I know that, and my wife knows that. But to prove that to y'all, that's a whole nother ball game.
When was the last time that you spoke to law enforcement?
It's probably been a couple weeks ago, and I'm not trying to say anything bad about them. I mean, they have their job to do. I've blown up on them a few times. I get frustrated. I get mad. I say stuff I don't mean. I'm so upset. I say bad stuff. I cuss. I don't mean to, but at least I'm being real. I'm telling you how my feelings. Yeah, I freaked out a few times, and I say stuff about law enforcement because I'm upset. But I don't know what they're doing exactly. No, I'm listening to you.
No, I was just going to ask another question, but I want you to finish your answer. I do.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure how to answer that. What was the question again? Sorry.
Well, let's just because I don't have a lot. I don't want to take up too much of Ziggy's time, but I do.
No, you're fine.
Well,
You're
no,
fine.
Are you related to Ronnie Lawson? Is he your cousin?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean,
I've heard that
like I was
rumor.
saying earlier, my dad. I have heard that. As far as I know, I'm not related to him.
So you have no
But
relationship.
my dad run like no.
And also, you know, a couple weeks ago, you did an interview that, you know, with one of the local stations around there. And
Yeah.
Ronnie Lawson also chimed in, and he did refute almost everything that you claimed. How do you feel about that? I don't know if you saw that.
Well,
He said there
there's
were no
nothing
other
I can
missing
do about
children.
that. Yeah, there ain't
He said
nothing
there
I
were
can
no
do
other
about
missing
that.
children. He said the scream was unfounded. He said that the dogs did find the trail, and that.
Yeah.
So I'm just
Right.
wondering, what is your response to that? I mean, he's saying, you know, everything, each key point. He's saying people aren't missing there.
Yeah.
Nobody else is missing.
Yeah,
What do you say? I'm
not
just
from this area. That's true. That's true. There hasn't been any other kids come up missing from this area. You know, and that bothers me. But I know that there are a lot of missing kids from Eastern Tennessee in this area. Not in particular Beach Creek area. But I do know what happens on our street, and I do know what kind of stuff happens. Ronnie Lawson doesn't live on our street. He don't know what happens here around here on a day-to-day basis. I do. I mean, we live here. We see what goes on down the road. And
Well, Ronnie Lawson's been the
traffic that's
sheriff
in
there
and
a
out of here.
really long time. Really long time.
He's what?
And he's
He's
been the
what?
sheriff there for quite some time.
I didn't-
Ronnie?
I misunderstood you, buddy.
I said Ronnie Lawson, the
Ronnie
sheriff,
Lawson.
has been the sheriff there for a really long time.
No,
And-
he really hasn't. When he come into power, when he first come into power here, he busted a lot of drug stuff around here. He shut a lot of stuff down when he first come into power. I remember I was here. But since he's been in power, I mean, I don't know what all they've done, but I mean, I try not to get involved with what's going on around here. I just try to stay out of the drug scene and everything. But I'll say this. The last 7 people I've hired in a row, I fired for being on dope. If that tells you any damn thing.
Well,
okay, I
yeah,
don't have nobody working with me currently because I can't find nobody that doesn't do dope. Okay.
Mhm.
I can't have that kind of crap on my job, or you can't use somebody like that.
Okay.
Okay.
Like calling the kid
So I'm
black. You guys use drugs. You ain't gonna hire somebody that's doing drugs, but you do them yourself.
I don't
That's
use
kind of
drugs.
right.
Wait, Prairie Guard. No, I'll let you get back to it. Let me just streamline this really fast because I'll let you guys have a history and
Yeah.
I don't, and I want to just get out of the way. But I do have a couple more questions. So
Okay. Where are you
when-
from, brother? Okay, you live in California, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Okay.
Certainly.
All right.
And
you don't live here in Tennessee. Okay.
but,
That's good.
but we have drugs here too. That's not.
Oh, I
just
know. I
a
just
Tennessee
left
thing.
LA. I just left LA. I know all
It's-
about
it-
it. I seen
yeah,
it
it's
all.
not-
But couldn't wait to
it's
get that
not-
hell out of there.
Not just an Eastern Tennessee thing; it's the United States thing. And I mean, I would
It is.
venture myself to be
Thank you.
somewhat cultured and do understand certain areas. And I'm not saying that you don't have a drug problem, but the fact is that Ronnie Lawson did say that you have little to no traffic going up your road. What do you say to that?
He don't live on my road.
I understand
He don't live
that.
on our road, brother.
Well, I
He does
understand
not
that.
live on my damn road. He lives
he
in
wouldn't have-
town in some nice house somewhere. Okay, he don't live on my
But he
road.
wouldn't have an idea of it. He just has
I
no
know
clue.
my road. I know my road better than Ronnie Lawson does. I'll tell you like that. I'm
I
not
would
trying
agree
to
with
be
that.
against him or whatever. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm the one
so
that
that's
took the
just not
pictures
true.
of that red truck. I'm not trying to go against the man, but I will say I live on my road. He doesn't.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah,
trying to be against law enforcement or anything else. I'm not trying to dispute what they say or anything else. But I'm not naive either.
And so what you're basically saying is that, you know, there is a lot of traffic on your road.
There was, there ain't now.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I work every day, but as far as I know, the traffic isn't as bad as it was, because every chance I get when I'm on the news or anything else, that's what I talk about, and it's slowed down a lot. As far as I know, I don't know for sure. But hell yeah, I'm trying to slow it down. I'm trying to stop it. I'll do anything I can. I hate that stuff. I don't want nothing to do with it. I don't want my kids to be around it. It's wrong.
Sure.
You know.
Do you think that they're gonna, in your opinion, railroad you for this? Do you think that that's what's gonna happen?
You can't do that with no evidence. That's impossible, bro. How can you do that? You
Well, I
gotta
don't
have
know.
evidence.
I don't know what evidence they have. I don't know.
They don't
I would
have no evidence, and there's no way they could ever have evidence because it's impossible.
well,
don't make no sense.
Well, proof of life is evidence, and there's nothing suggesting that she's actually alive, is there?
Well, no, we don't have no evidence of anything. We don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I wish we did. If we knew what happened to her, we'd be all over.
And I have said this. I don't know what happened, and I don't know if you did anything. I don't know if Candace did anything. I know that Summer.
I don't know
is
if you've
gone.
done anything.
Well, see that
I don't know
that's
if you come down here and know something.
yeah, right. Well, that's kind of a sidestep, right? Because, I mean,
well, I mean, come on.
Wouldn't you be the suspect and not me? I mean, I live in California.
I don't
your
know
kids
where you've been
missing, not mine, Don.
It sounds like you kind of being a little freaking kind of a little bit out there, dude.
No, I'm just
yeah,
asking.
My kids missing, but
I'm just asking.
I don't know what the hell you're trying to ask, dude.
I'm trying to ask you if you know if more happened than what you've told.
If I knew what happened to my daughter, I would be all over it, and she would be home. If I knew anything, she would be here with me. I love my daughter with all my heart. I mean, I know everybody, I don't know why everybody tries to implicate or say that I've done this or I've done that. I don't understand why that has happened so bad. I don't get it. I don't understand that. Yeah, I do have a criminal past. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you, but when I got my kids, I fell in love with my kids. I understand that kind of stuff. Why do you think we was in church? Why do you think I took my kids to church? Do you think I'd waste my time to go get in church if I was still a criminal? No, I want them to be non-criminal. Why do you think that? That's why I drugged them there. You know?
Well, look, I'm not trying to upset you. I'm just asking questions.
I understand, and I get it, and I'm trying to answer to the best of my ability.
I understand that, and I appreciate you answering my questions, but you don't have to, and I get that, and I appreciate it. I really do.
I appreciate you. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to get upset. I get it. I understand why people think the way they think, and I do understand the criminal element, and that's why I try so hard. We sit here at night, God says he wants us all to read scripture morning and night. That's because God understands our human brain. We go out in left field right away. If we ain't in them scriptures morning and night, we're gone quickly. We forget real fast. God understands that. That's why he said morning and night. And that's what I try to do with my kids. Every morning before they even went to school, sometimes I do my best to try to at least read one chapter or something. I've done my best. It's hard, that's real tough. We've been reading The Great Controversy. We got through to chapter 4, I think, or something, and try to read with them every day because I want them to understand what's coming. This world's getting evil fast. The United States was built on Christian principles. That's why God blessed this country for 200 years. Well, Christianity's going away fast. The mob rules, or the majority rules. Well, the majority now is not Christianity. Proof of that is, they got Biden in there. They got rid of Trump. I mean, that's proof right there of what we're facing.
Yeah, look, Don,
Our country's in big trouble.
I am sympathetic to your situation, and if you had nothing to do with it,
thank you.
My apologies to you if I offended you.
No, you're good. You're good. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, before that though, one last question.
Okay, buddy.
I when I sit there and hear leaked phone calls, and I'm not for people recording people secretly, and that seems to have happened a lot here.
Right.
But I have heard you talk very derogatory about certain women in your life, and I'm not going to bring those people up. But
yeah, that's fine.
That really to me, that really undercuts the Christian aspect of it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. I get that.
Yeah.
That's
and so what do you say to that? Is it
is
it a temper thing? You just feel pushed to the wall? I get that. Well, you can push almost anybody to the point. I mean, yeah, I'm not perfect. Yeah, I might blow. I'm trying, but yeah, I have points where I just blow, I lose it and I get mad, and that's what I know best is my cuss words. I'm sorry. I understand.
I'm far from perfect. I've said some things, a man would be so much better off if he never even knowed a woman, period, in his lifetime. That's all I can say for that. That's the biggest downfall of any man, is to, not trying to say anything bad about no women, because there's some good women out there, but that's a big downfall for a man, is a woman. Not trying to be mean to women. There's a lot of good women out there. Not trying to be mean.
No.
But there's what's up? That's kind of a trick question. I'm sorry. I need to back off that one.
All right. Hey, Don, thanks for answering my questions. I appreciate it. You know what? I hope you prove people wrong. I hope that, I hope Summer's found, and I hope she's found alive. Now,
brother, we can all pull together, for the sake of all these children. I mean, and all the evil stuff in this world. There's so much evil. There's so many. We live in an evil world. I mean, all the fallen angels that were kicked out of heaven are here on this earth trying to mess with us all.
Thank you, S. Cisco, for upgrading, and welcome, Carrie. Thank you for joining membership. Hey, Marissa. So, okay, Rebecca, you emailed it to me. I'm going to look at it right now, and I'll address it when I'm done playing this. Hey, Boston actress. Josh is good at keeping him calm while disagreeing with him, but Mama Bear, just wait. He gets him really upset. No wonder he's such a misogynistic. Yeah, he's definitely hold on. Let me I'm gonna go back to playing this really quick. Yeah, he talks about fallen angels and
every day, constantly, just, we all have our demons, every one of us.
Don, I wrote a letter to Summer, that circulated around the internet. I don't know if you ever heard it or not. But I come from a really rough place as well. That's why I kind of got into this thing.
Right.
I don't know what happened to Summer, but I know whatever happened to her wasn't fair. And I pray to God that you and Candace had nothing to do with it. But until you understand, until she's found alive and safe, there
Right.
the finger will always be pointed at you. You understand that, right?
Right. Yeah, oh, yeah.
Until there is somebody else, until there's somebody at the radar, until there's, you know, evidence of something else, you know, even you say that she's been abducted. TBI says they see no evidence of that. You know, that
But
is
see, TBI, okay, TBI and law enforcement are allowed to lie. They
Yeah,
might throw
true.
you off one way or whatever. You don't know exactly what they're really thinking. I mean, you just don't.
Yeah.
That's why I don't even call them anymore, because I don't know if they're telling me, you know, what they're trying to really tell me, because they're allowed to lie all they want to. That's
Well,
part of
it's an
law enforcement.
interrogation. It's an interrogation tactic. Usually the people that they're dealing with aren't always forthcoming, and you have to break people apart and get their stories. You know, that's why they separate everybody. I mean, you know that.
I have some serious theories, and I can't even talk about them because that might throw off TBI's investigation, and they might be looking into exactly what I'm thinking, but I can't say nothing about it because that'll screw everything up. And I've made that mistake in the past so many times about what I'm really thinking, and I've tried to tell that to TBI, and they're like, "Oh, no," but they really could be thinking about on the same page I am. I don't know. It's just a game. It's a serious game with someone's life at stake. So I can't even talk about my theories or anything else any longer.
Yeah, one that you and Candace are playing. That's the game right there.
I'll let you guys go get back to it. Don, thank you for answering my questions. Like I said, I hope that I'm wrong from being critical of you, and I do apologize for that. It's just I want to keep your daughter's name out there.
It's all good.
I want to keep your daughter's name out
I
there.
understand how it looks. I understand how it looks, and it's all good. Thank you.
All right, brother. Thank you.
God
Take care.
bless. All right. All right. Bye.
That's not the one that I wanted. I don't know if Josh is around, but there's another one. Not that that one wasn't good, but there's another one where Josh was questioning Don, and Don like went off, but I'm not sure where it is. Either way, sub to the lab. Josh says, yep, he did the letter to Summer, which was beautiful. And let me see. The link to my membership is on my community post. If it's not in chat, just go over to my community post. It should be right there. It's the iPhone link. I posted it last night, I think. Oh, Matisse just put it in the chat. Don thinks he's super superior over females. That is fucked up shit. Also, he thinks all men should feel the same. Sick bastard. Well, he certainly has a problem. He's a sexual deviant. I bet everyone will do videos on her now. Who, Domby? Let me look for this picture. Oh my God, get out of here. I don't know how that person is not on my blacklist. They're supposed to be. Beware. Leave Summer Wells' name out of your mouth. Beware. I would probably not threaten me in my comment section. Okay? I've seen your threats and I've seen the things that you've written to me. It's totally inappropriate. I would never even consider threatening people the way you've threatened me. So welcome, Mama Bear. I think that Josh might have been on Doug's when Don accused him of having something to do with Summer missing. Was it? I think it was on the Lab 2.0 last night. Okay. I'll have to find it because there was another one where Don and Josh were talking and Don became completely irate. I'm glad you remember too. Yeah, I don't understand what's wrong with some of these people. So I hate to do this, but I guess I need to clear it up because it just came to my attention. Thankfully, I do have people that look out for me and they know what's going on when I don't. Like when I'm on panel for all this time and there's all kinds of rumors being spread around and crazy things flying left and right. Oh, here's the picture of the shed. Yeah, okay, so this shed right here has always been a question for me, Rebecca. Hold on a sec. I don't even know if you could call it a shed though. I would say it's more of like a little house. Not like a little house. I don't know how to really describe it. So it's on the right side of the property. If you're standing at the top of the hill looking down, okay, so say you were standing at Summer Swing, it's over to the right if you're looking down over the property. Hold on, I'll pull it up. I don't know what Rebecca wants to know about it, but I've never seen pictures of the inside. I've always wanted to see the inside of that because I've always wondered, like, is that where they go to hang out? Is that where they go to put their feet up? Is that where they go to, watch TV? I don't know what they do in there. So Josh has another one too that I haven't heard. Yeah, there is another one, and that's the one I wanted to hear. I appreciate that he let me play that one, but there's another one that was important. Hold on. Yeah, that's coming up soon. Robin and Chris is at 8 o'clock. So I think I'm getting sick. So hold on. Let me I do have a better picture than this, but I'm just going to send this one to myself because it's what was sent to me. But I have many pictures of this. I'll pull it up right now. This has never been shown to the public. We've never seen pictures of the inside of it. I don't know what it's used for. I don't know what they do in it. But I am curious to actually know. Because if you're sitting on Summer Swing looking across to the right, it's right here. So let me share this. This is the shed that Rebecca is talking about. Jackie Dobbs is in Georgia. All right. So this is the shed that Rebecca's talking about. Too bad Jody Sue's not up here because then maybe she would know, but either way, I don't know what's inside this shed. I don't know what they use it for. Looks like a little house to me. I mean, it's got like 2 windows on it. It's on the side of the house that they never showed. So they always showed the left side of the property, like driving up the driveway, but they never showed the right-hand side of the driveway. And I remember way back when I had tried to get someone else to take video of that side of the property, but it didn't work out that way. But Kraken Cases went out there and they did a video, which I've shared on my channel. And where they're walking back up, they walk right around the back side. I want to say over here on this side. They've always paid attention to the fact that they always stayed away from this side of the property. Then Don did a video showing that side of the property, and it leads down to the other shed. So behind this, if you were to walk all the way down, I wish I knew where that live stream was, that I shared it. If you walk all the way down, that's where the shed is. That is out on Beach Creek Road. I don't know what anybody wants to know about it. Like I said, I've been curious about it myself. But as far as what goes on in there, who knows? There could be mattresses on the floor. Yeah, Jody Sue. I know. Jody Sue, do you know what this shed is used for? Ever been in there? Yeah, Tina, it's right across from Summer's Wing. Jody Sue might have been in there. She might know. Who knows? Maybe they have a couch in there and a TV. I don't know. Or maybe there's nothing. It's a lot. Yeah, it's like a little house. That's why I always said, like, where is this where they go to like hang out? Maybe. I don't know. Could be. I don't know what goes on Ben Hill Road. Really don't know what they do. Let me go through my comments really quick. He is editing it. KB, editing what, hon? Sorry, I'm going through my chat right now. So you were just curious, Rebecca. Okay. Yeah, I've been curious for a long time. These aren't sheds. These are guest houses, in my opinion. Yeah, Hazelnut, I would agree with you on that because it's large enough for one person to stay in, or who knows, like a mom and a child or whatever. Welcome, Boston Actress. Yeah, maybe that's where they have their orgies, Glitter Queen, right? Oh, let me, while everybody's here, let me, oh my gosh, her channel name isn't Glitter Queen, it's True Crime. Wait, Glitter Queen, what's your channel name, hon? I want to share that live that you did, if you don't mind. That's the shed I figured would have been the only one that Billy Guy stays in. Check out the Robin video on Don Wells' family page. Seems like they're trying to get ahead of something that's going to happen tonight. Oh God. Well, oh my God. What? I need to cook dinner. So Don Wells official channel. Let me look. This is what happens when I haven't been live in like a week. It's a different one. People live in sheds for real, y'all. Yeah. It's the most stable looking building on the whole property. Agree. So what was it used for? The interview room is releasing his interview with Robin. Yes. So that was done quite some time ago. I remember Chris saying that he had that and that he wasn't going to, I don't think he was going to release it, but I think that's great. I think it's absolutely wonderful. And I hope that only good things come from it. Okay, Glitter Queen, you dropped it in my chat. Perfect. I want to share this. You guys, if you haven't subbed to Glitter Queen, she's over on True Crime and Discussion with Jay Lynn. Hold on. I'm going to drop this in my chat. Go sub to her, please. Love me some Glitter Queen. This girl could put a smile on my face no matter what's going on. I don't know why, but it's one of my faves. All right, so subscribe and watch Glitter Queen. Let me tell you, hon. So the other night, Glitter Queen went live, and the stream that she shared was Ziggy's, but it was what went on during the stream, and I would love to come live maybe tomorrow. I'll do a little something on it, okay, if I have time. Sub to Glitter Queen, guys. Click on that link. It'll take you right to our channel. It's Robin. She's trying to get ahead of CM. All right, let me go over really quick, and I'm going to address one more thing, and then I'm getting off here. My goodness. Let me close out that. Don Wells. Family official. I haven't seen this. I don't know what's going on anywhere else. Okay, 1 hour ago. Okay. So So it's 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Hold on. Okay, I got it. This comes from Don Wells, Family Official. If one of my mods could drop the link in the chat. This is of Robin, November 17th, 2021. I'm going to mute, play this.
So I'm Robin Lane. I understand that there's going to be an interview that I did that's going to be online tonight. And this is an interview that I recorded back in July. I don't know what's going to be on it. Honestly, I don't remember exactly what I said in that interview. It was a while ago and emotions were so high and there was just so much chaos going on that honestly, I'm not really even sure what I said. And I don't know if it's going to be twisted into a negative light, but I'm praying that maybe there's something on there that I said that can be useful in helping find Summer. That's my hope. But I'm not really an interview person, and I really don't think that there's anything that I have to add to what's already been said. So I'm just really hoping that this is going to be a positive thing tonight. But I just wanted to make sure everyone realizes that this is not something that I just did. This is something that was back in July. So, and I just wanted to clear up some stuff. First of all, yes, we do own a red truck, a red Tacoma truck. My husband bought it 2 weeks before my dad passed away. So it was about a month ago, less than a month ago, my husband bought this truck. So nobody needs to wonder if this truck is in any way related to the one that is involved in the Summer Wells case, because we just got it. And we would have to be a special kind of stupid to purchase the truck that was the one that the police are looking for. So I can assure you that this is not the truck. But if anyone wants to pull the records and find out, you're more than welcome to find out. It's not exactly secret information. I am definitely not a spokesman for the family, and in several interviews that I've done, I feel like people try to take the words that I say and try to use them as somehow information directly from the family or make it out to be some kind of representative for the family. And I just want to clear that up right now that I am not. I'm a human being. I'm a friend. I cherish their friendship. I really do. I'm honored that I was a friend of this family, and I hope that I can continue to be, because I can assure you right now that I don't know anyone that has been more attacked than this family has. I know that a precious little girl is missing, and there's a lot of good intentions that come along with it, but attacking this family has done nothing but hurt the family, and it's not helping Summer. And so I just want to say that I cherish my friendship with them, and I never want to do anything that would hinder that relationship and that friendship. When Summer comes back home, when she comes back home, and I pray that she does, I'm hoping that we will be still friends, that we will be unified, that her family will still be together, that her mommy and daddy will still be together, that her brothers will be back at home, and that they can all be together as a family. That's my biggest hope right now. And I want to be a part of that. All right, so all in all, I just want to say thank you to everyone who is out there trying to find Summer and restore this family. That's really ultimately what I think our ultimate goal should be, is just restore this family. And I'm hoping that she'll be back very soon. I really do have hope. It's not a false hope. It's not just a positive feeling. I really do believe that this little girl is going to come home. And I think that if we can all just get together in prayer and just pray for her, I do think that this miracle could happen. I think it will happen. So thank you guys.
Oh my God. All right. So fried from this case, really, because I've always felt like Robin was a safe place for Summer, and I've always maintained a respectful environment for Robin. I don't think that there's ever been like a hateful comment that I haven't deleted when Robin has come up. I know I have gotten some, and I know that Robin talks about getting hate a lot, but I I really don't see a lot of hate for Robin. I see people judging her, which I'm sure is hard for someone like Robin. And I'm sure that it's off-putting and stressful. I guess for me, I've always been appreciative that Robin was that person where Summer could run to her and Robin would open her arms up for her and hold her. And Summer really just seemed to be at so much peace with her. So for that, I respect Robin. And I don't know her as a person, or I guess naive. Yeah, that would definitely be the word to use. But to hear now, Robin might have her own method to her madness. Maybe she's trying to stay close to the Wells so that, I don't know, if Summer turns up or if something happens, she's around. She could be scared, sure. Who's filming it? That would be Tim Mullen. He is the PR person, otherwise known as Sandman. Yeah. So he's the one handling the Facebook page for the Wells. And I don't know much about him, but I do know he set up this risk management type situation for the church, the SDA church. I'm not sure if he's a member at that church. Yeah, I don't know if you call it a parishioner or what they call it. I'm Roman Catholic. I don't know anything about the SDA church. I don't know enough about their religion. I personally feel that it's very cult-like. That's just my opinion. I don't like it. Don't like what I see. Don't like anything that I see, but I also don't want to, discriminate against a religion because I don't know enough. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know everything about the SDA church because I don't. So I try to hold back my judgments of Robin because I feel that, like I said, she was a safe and comfortable place for Summer. And Summer did not, in my opinion, have a safe place to go. And I feel that Robin provided that to her. But with that being said, Robin, if you're listening, you are enabling a predator. And if you have not doubted why Summer's missing, please do. Go back and listen to Jeannie on Chris McDonough's. Go listen to Trish on my panel from July 2nd. Go listen to Don Wells and the way he talks to his wife. Go listen to the weird shit that he says about Summer. There's all these markers. They're right in front of your face. If Summer could rely on anybody to feel safe, right, it looked like it would be Robin. So I wish that Robin would reconsider her stance on things, but it's not my place and it's not my deal. I guess I've kind of accepted that Robin is just going to stick around and be there for the family or whatever, and that's fine. And I don't have anything to say about that except keep your daughter away from Don Wells, Robin. Scary. Really scary. He did. He absolutely did. Hold on a sec. I actually have that photo. So I think I sent it to AB last. Let me go to my messages with him. Hold on. All right. Let me look. just sent it, I think, yesterday. Let me share this. I don't know how well you'll be able to see it, but I will pull it up. And then I have to say something about shit I really don't want to discuss on my live because this is about Summer, but hey, whatever. Okay, so Robin, did Robin hear what Don did on Molly Golightly's Hey Bombshell? Hey, you better say hello to me. I just did. I sent you a link to my Discord too. It's in your email. You asked and you received. Aw, thanks, Mommy. Hold up. Let me get this picture of Don. This isn't normal, okay? It's not normal in any way, shape, or form, and I just don't understand. So this is Don Wells holding a sharp object up to his face, asking Candace if she thought that it was, I forget what he said. Do you think that I look cool or something? I don't even know what he said. It was so strange. What about Straight Drop? Why are you putting Straight Drop's name in my chat? James Withrow. Okay, so I can't enlarge it for some reason. I don't know why. That's weird. Usually I can. Anyhow, can you see it all right? Let me full screen it. This is the family that Robin hopes is still intact when Summer comes home. I think that this man is extremely unhealthy. And Bommy, it was someone above you, a couple lines up. James Withrow, what up, Tiffany? Straight Drop. I don't know why they said that. So anyways, this is Don. So why is Robin in support? I mean, we could go through all the things that Don's ever said, and we could go through all of the things that he's done just online alone. I'm not trying to be like hard on Robin, but I just don't understand her rationale of thinking. Like, I want to know if Robin ever wonders if Summer was abused. And I don't mean physically or mentally. Like I said, I don't have anything against Robin, and I don't want to send hate her way. I just don't understand her, but I also don't know her. So I don't know what her reasoning might be. And maybe she just wants to be a good Seventh-day Adventist. I don't know, because that's her religion and she follows it. But yes, Kendall, if he's this way online, I'm afraid to know or imagine how he is behind closed doors. Absolutely. And you know what else? Kendall, to be honest with you, I think he's exactly the way he is online and worse, I'm sure sometimes, depending on what kind of substances he's on or whatever. You know, it was very apparent to me when he was on Marissa's that night. And it was like nothing to him. The Secret Life. That's right, Cushy. Thank God for Chris McDonough. He exposed, with the help of Jeannie and Mary and Trish, he exposed part of that secret life. Thankfully, that man did not even bat an eye. He helped right away, without question. I'll never forget that. The first time I ever talked to Chris, it was him and Karen on the phone, and I spoke with him, and he was so willing to help. And imagine if he hadn't. I don't care what anybody says about Chris McDonough. I don't care what your thoughts or feelings are on him. If you care about Summer, how could you even? It's just fucked up society. It really is. He should be the least of people's worries, unless that is you're trying to protect these abusers. Puss in Boots, yeah. I've actually dealt with someone like Don. Literally. So I'm sure behind closed doors it is worse, but he didn't even think twice about acting like that on his stream with Marissa. Oh yeah, James, you can go. All right. Goodbye. Yeah, this isn't a chat you can come into and talk shit about Chris. Sorry. You can have an opinion, but if it wasn't for Chris, we wouldn't know a lot of what we know now. He's done amazing things for Summer. Thank God. And stepped up to the plate for her. But anyhow, he is going to be sharing that interview he did with Robin. Maybe Robin's nervous. She really might not remember what she said, you know? And maybe she's thinking, oh my God, you know, what did I say 4 months ago? I'm sure that's stressful, but you know, with someone like Robin, I don't think that it's necessary to go bash her. I think that Robin's probably sensitive and it probably give her a lot of anxiety to have a lot of shit talking out there about her. I don't feel comfortable to say that Robin is I don't feel comfortable to say that she's the evil entity here. I just don't. But I did feel it was necessary to share what Cher put out. No matter what, I'm sorry, I'm for Summer first before I am for anybody. So nobody's gonna change my mind about that. Yeah, Bombshell, I don't know. That's so weird. I haven't been in Straight Drops in like ever. I used to go in there every once in a while. It's so strange. Probably because you're here. Who knows? Robin knows the family more than anyone. This must be very hard for her. She left Summer and her concerns has always been about Summer. Fair enough, Michelle. I can't talk shit about Robin. I just have a hard time. Like, I don't feel she deserves hate, okay? If there's something off with Robin, it's going to come to light. If she's hiding something, which I don't know, maybe she's coveting some information about the church or something. I don't know. And she might be scared. So there might be a fear factor there. But I've just always seen her as a helper. And I guess just try to go easy on her. Like, you can be honest without hurting people. And I would hate to see, like, people come after Robin. You know, I don't want hate mobs going after her. Because I know what I felt like when I watched those videos of her and Summer. And it actually was very comforting to know that Summer had her. So that makes sense, you guys. I'm not trying to change anybody's mind. I'm just like speaking kind of from my heart when it comes to Robin. I do have a hard time with that because Robin has shown up for Summer and Robin has been a voice for her too. Thank you for not criticizing Dotson's profession as being creepy. None of us are getting out of this life alive. So thank goodness for his career. The very true. You know what? I will tell you a little story. I hope AB doesn't mind. He's actually the one that talked me out of all of my thoughts about David Dotson. I remember one night I was so shook up about David Dotson. This was months and months ago. And I had so many questions about him. And not that he like talked me out of it, but we just had a conversation about it, and I looked into all of the things that he had done in his life, and I realized this man has really dedicated his whole life to helping people. And if there's something that we don't know, like I said with Robin, it'll come to light. I can't judge him based on being a mortician. I know a mortician in real life, and he's an amazing man. And he, just like David Dotson, he wasn't an EMT or a flight medic, but he was a cop. So, you know, being a mortician is something you need a mortician. That's right. None of us are getting out of this life alive. So I think, and AB had said this to me long ago, why would you call a mortician to your house when your daughter just went missing? And he was right. And it kind of made me think a little bit. Yeah, he is, Nicole. He's usually pretty good at putting my feet back on the floor. Sometimes you need to bounce ideas off people. All right. So anyways, try to be kind when it comes to Robin. You don't need to beat her up. You can have your thoughts and opinions, of course. We all can, but there's no need for hate. Really. I'm telling you, I just see Summer when she's with Robin, and Summer loved her. So I'm thankful that she had her, really. Okay, so what I'm going to say now is, hold on, let me go to my text because I need to adjust something real quick. Okay. So this is what I got just a little while ago. This is going to be quick, and then I'm out. Okay. So everybody knows I don't like when people come to me with, and this part is going to be the end of this live, and it's not about Summer, okay, but it needs to be said. So I'm not going to say who sent me this message or these messages, but it's someone I trust completely. All right. And I don't know what's been going on other places, but apparently I can kind of like guess what's going on. So this person says, fuck it, Tiff. I'm sending an email with part of Benny's live. They are coming for you and AB. By them, I mean Scott and Penny and Benny. It's bad. So I said, let them. Their reaction tells a story. So it says something about you and AB completely doxing Penny. I have never doxed Penny, nor would I. Okay? If I'm going to dox someone, I'll do it right out in the open. And it's going to take a lot for me to dox somebody. Okay? Just get that straight. Trust me. I've only ever done that one time, and I did it live. Okay? I'm not sitting here worried about Penny and Scott and Benny at all. It's like the farthest thing from my mind. Okay, so then it says, I know Benny is claiming that him putting this out will stop you from doxing her. I have no reason to dox Penny. I've never even looked up anything about Penny. And if I had a problem with her, I would go to her, wouldn't dox her. Okay. I haven't gotten an email that this person sent. So I guess Benny and Scott both did lives where they're trying to set up the scenario that I and AB doxed Penny. No, I'm not a doxer. And I don't agree with doxing, actually, unless someone poses a threat. And if I feel like people need to know or be aware of somebody and they're a danger to the community, which, I mean, sure, some people are, but Penny is not someone I'm out to get or looking to hurt. That's all. we had a fallout and we don't talk anymore, but I'm not trying to hurt her. So I hope that clears up any questions. And if not, don't know what to tell you. I'm not saying it a second time or a third or a fourth. It's over. Dox Penny. Don't plan to dox Penny, but I will say whoever's pushing it the hardest should probably look in their direction. Penny. Okay. I don't want the name in my chat. Okay. Stop sending subs to these people, please. Okay. They've gained enough subscribers off my name and off my channel. In fact, I've built those channels. So, for shame to disrespect someone's health issues, it could happen to you. Who are you talking to, Jomo? Who talked about anybody's health issues? Just to get you to stop talking about Summer. Stay on a course of trying to put the puzzle together. I'm not going to stop talking about Summer. Cher's walking what back? Listen, Penny, Scott, Benny, talk all the shit you want. I don't even watch any of you people. I don't have fucking time. But I'm going to go. I don't know if AB's going live later, but if he is, make sure you show up for him. And I think, is there anything I need to do? I don't think so. I think I'm done. I'm going to go cook dinner. And I hope that you guys all have a wonderful evening. Thank you to everyone that became a member today. Like, there were so many. And I'll probably list off the rest that I didn't list today at the beginning of my live. The next time I go live, I'll do my best to keep track. And I will open my Discord. Just give me some time to open my Discord to members. I will make like a members chat for my Discord. Just give me some time to work on that. I still have to I have to make my emojis and stuff that go in my little text bar. Bye, Bombshell. Thanks for stopping in. It's good to see you. I know I need to come to your channel. I haven't been over there in a while. You guys, I don't want to do drama. I don't. I want to stay away from it. I don't mind talking about stuff or whatever, but when I'm doing a live about Summer, if you're going to go live and talk shit, that's on you. Why don't you do something for Summer? Stop. No matter how many times we try to get back on track, no matter how many times you try to focus on Summer, been live for almost 9 hours talking about this baby. And what are they doing? That's right. Not talking about Summer. So I'm signing out. It's like craziness, but it was a great live. And thank you for everyone showing up. I appreciate you. Good night and see you around. Thank you, Jody Sue, for coming up. I appreciate you. And everybody else. And my mods, I'm so sorry that today was so crazy. I wish that I could give you all like a gift, like bubble bath stuff or whatever. You deserve it. So everybody be good to yourself. Make sure that you catch the interview room at 8:00 Eastern and try not to be too hard on Robin. Let's hear what she has to say. And we'll talk about it. Okay, bye, guys. I forgot. I forgot to press end broadcast. I'm ending it right now. Wow. See? Okay, I gotta go cook. Mwah.